Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and to pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you as I read the prayer to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that Thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of Thy servants to the advancement of Thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory for ever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Yes, President. I table documents pursuant to statute and returns to order as listed on the dynamic red.
There are no proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate. If there is no objection, the documents are authorised. I call the clerk.
Private Senators' Bills. Order of the day number 62. Superannuation Legislation Amendment Fair Super for Young Workers Bill 2026. Resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Darmanin, are you going to... Oh, Barbara Pocock. Sorry, Senator Barbara Pocock.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy President. Well, I rise to speak to my private Senator's Bill, the Superannuation Legislation Amendment Fair Super for Young Workers Bill. Greens are proud to bring forward this bill because we believe that Australia's superannuation system should apply to every worker. It's time for young workers to be paid the super they deserve. Right now, workers under the age of 18 are only guaranteed super if they work more than 30 hours a week for the same employer, and as we know, the vast majority do not. 93% of young workers do not work this much, mostly because of their school and study commitments and the casual nature of their employment. We want them at school. We want them to be studying, but we also want them where they work to get paid super in a fair way alongside everyone they work with. In practice, what's going on right now is that hundreds of thousands of young Australians who are under the age of 18 are missing out, and every year 530,000 young teenage workers are denied the astonishing sum of $411 million in super for no reason other than their age. Young workers who look after us in our cafes and supermarkets and shops, in hospitality venues, on construction sites, in communities across our country. They cover weekend shifts, late shifts, public holidays, they pay tax. Yet many of them are denied compulsory superannuation contributions simply because of their age. Hundreds of thousands of young workers are being held back financially before they've even had a chance to get ahead. This discriminatory rule does not impact a marginal cohort. It's the typical experience of teenage workers. The Greens believe that young workers should receive the same financial rights as everyone else. If you earn a wage, you should earn super. It's that simple. Australia's world-leading superannuation system exists because generations of workers and unions fought for the simple proposition that people deserve dignity in retirement. It was built on the foundation of universality, but it's not universal. For too long, Australia's superannuation system has failed young workers. The continued exclusion of workers under 18 who work fewer than 30 hours a week is a clear case of legislated age-based discrimination that no longer has any defensible policy rationale. When compulsory superannuation was introduced in the early 1990s, this carve-out was justified on the basis that fees and insurance premiums would erode small balances. That's what people were told. That's what the discussion was about. But that justification has been overtaken by decades of reform. Today, fee caps and protections for low balance accounts, alongside opt-in insurance settings for young workers, means that even small super balances are preserved and grow over time. What remains is not a targeted safeguard, but a blunt discriminatory exclusion that denies young workers the same entitlement to deferred wages as every other worker. The rule draws an arbitrary line based on age and hours, despite the fact that under-18s perform the same work for the same employers as their older counterparts. As a result, hundreds of thousands of young people are working, earning and contributing to the economy without receiving the superannuation that they should be legally entitled to. Maintaining carve-outs of this kind undermines the integrity and the fairness of our system. Young workers are not immune from the rising cost of living. They are facing growing housing unaffordability challenges, very severe, across our country. They are especially insecure in their employment, and they have massive debt or rising debt from the costs of education, which have changed so dramatically in the last few decades. Young women in particular are disproportionately affected by this age-based exclusion. Women retire with substantially less super than men, and casual workers, part-time workers and workers in feminised industries, all the care sectors, are also accumulating lower retirement savings. When we deny young workers super, we reinforce inequalities that follow people throughout their working lives. The consequence of the current exclusion extends far beyond the teenager's first pay packet. Superannuation works best when contributions start early. It's essential that young workers receive super on every dollar earned from the moment they start work. Modelling shows that young workers could be $11,000 better off by retirement through the power of compound returns. So this bill removes this unfair, outdated and discriminatory exclusion. It removes the existing legislative exemption that allows regulations to exclude employees under 18 from super guarantee coverage, and it repeals the associated regulatory provisions that currently deny super to too many young workers. It will ensure that all employees under the age of 18 are entitled to compulsory employer super, regardless of the number of hours they work. There is strong public support for this change. 85% of Australians believe that anyone in paid work should receive super, and that's a view shared across all parts of the community. And 73% of Australians support changing the law so that workers get paid super at all ages, and only 7% oppose that. This bill supports the principle that every Australian worker should receive super contributions from the first dollar earned, irrespective of age or hours of work, and it aligns with our vision of a truly universal superannuation system. Young workers know. They know this is unfair. Take Sarah, a young worker from Western Australia. She's 18, been working since she's 15. She works at a discount supermarket. Sarah's super balance would have exceeded $3,000 by now if contributions had been paid while she was under 18. It's nearly 3 times what she's actually holding in her super balance now. And asked how does she feel about this, she says, "Not good. That's a lot of money not paid, and I'm doing the same work. That's just not fair." Right now, this exclusion entrenches a 2-tier system of workplace rights, where age determines access to retirement savings and where some of the lowest paid workers are systematically left behind. This is not a rule supporting small business. It's a system that allows some of the most profitable, multi-billion-dollar big corporations in our country to deny young workers their basic entitlements. It's a direct transfusion of money out of the pockets of kids under 18 into the bottom line of some of our biggest and most wealthy corporations. The question is no longer whether this is fair, but who is it working for? And the answer is big businesses. This became clear through a Greens-initiated inquiry into this exclusion from earlier this year. This important inquiry showed that most large employers of young Australians do not provide their under-18 workers with this basic workplace entitlement, despite raking in massive profits on the back of their very cheap labour. Through the inquiry process, the committee wrote to a large range of Australian employers seeking information for the first time regarding the payment of super to employees under the age of 18. And the committee wrote to 41 companies that are the biggest employers of workers under 18 and asked them to give us their data. Tell us how you are treating your under 18 workforce and whether you are paying them super. The committee received 37 responses, which are summarised in the Chair's report, and it makes interesting reading. Take the supermarket duopoly, for example. Coles, who employ around 12,000 workers under 18, do not pay them super regardless of the hours they work. And their profits last year, $1.08 billion. Woolworths, which employs around 11,500 people under 18 in their enterprises, and another 1,150 in Big W, also do not pay super, regardless of the hours those young people work. And their profits, $1.38 billion. These responses reveal a simple truth at the heart of the superannuation loophole for under 18 workers. Most of Australia's biggest corporations are denying retirement savings to the young workers who help generate their massive profits. This is not about whether big business can afford to pay super to young workers. They can. They clearly can. The fact that some employers, such as Bunnings, Aldi, JB Hi-Fi and Priceline, choose to pay their under 18-year-old workers super, regardless of how many hours they work, shows that this is possible. It is a matter of discretion to those big corporations, and they're pocketing those profits rather than do the right thing, like those companies like Bunnings that are paying their young people their super entitlements, and what a fair super entitlement. Instead, the vast majority of large employers use a business model that relies on insecure, low-paid, low-hour teenage labour while denying these workers the same retirement rights as everyone else, as everyone who works alongside them over 18, working more than 30 hours a week. The biggest employers of young workers are large corporations making millions and sometimes billions in profit every year. They've got no trouble finding money for executive bonuses, shareholder payouts, but they're denying their youngest, most insecure, lowest paid workers their basic entitlements. So our position in the Greens is straightforward. If you're old enough to work, if you're old enough to pay tax, you're old enough to earn super. Billion-dollar corporations should not be building their massive profits on the backs of teenagers missing out on fair entitlement rights and their savings into their retirement. And the Labor government should not be letting them do it, as you well know. As multiple submissions to this inquiry made clear, there is no longer a credible policy basis for treating young workers differently. The inquiry's majority report was very clear. Support paying super on every dollar earned, including extending superannuation to workers under 18 as part of a long-term pathway to universal superannuation. However, the Chair's report, the conclusion, denied those young workers the fairness of this in their earnings. It's a classic major party play. Agree in principle, promise more consultation, and leave vulnerable people waiting for fair treatment and for long overdue reforms. Well, Australian workers don't want another round table. They don't want a consultation paper. They don't need that to decide what's fair in their workplaces. They've been waiting for decades. We have the evidence. Enough delay. It's time to act. So this bill is the third time the Greens have had a go at pushing in this chamber to make this thing happen. And we took this policy to the last election. Last year, we tried to amend the government's payday super bill to grant all young workers the right to super from their employers. Labor had a chance to back young workers then, but they decided to side with the very wealthy 1% over ordinary young working people. And then in July, we pushed again to partially allow this exclusion in regulations. And again, Labor had the chance to back young workers, but instead they partnered with the anti-worker coalition over here and One Nation to block it. Well, now's their chance to make it right. It's time to stop boosting the profits of some of Australia's biggest and most profitable corporations by letting them to continue ripping off young workers, by taking money out of the pockets of those kids under 18 and putting it into the bottom line of some of our most wealthy corporations. Recent attacks on our superannuation system from the Liberals and One Nation, we can see it's clear we cannot take a backward step. One Nation points to the need for cash-strapped Australians to access the superannuation easier. Well, we can't trust this mob, One Nation, with our super system. The solution to Australians being cash-strapped isn't to let them raid their super, unless they're in dire circumstances, which they can. It's time to make sure their real wages actually increase, that we deal structurally with the problems of a cost of living crisis out there, something that One Nation has voted against in this parliament over and over again. In his press club speech last week, Senator Bragg called compulsory superannuation dogs. Did the Liberal Party actually want to try and explain to a young person why they don't deserve super? Have a go at that. You have no argument, and young people will not be hoodwinked by that kind of rubbish. The Greens are the only party who have been trying in this chamber over quite some time to close this unfair loophole for young workers and give them the justice they deserve in their working lives. So we want super extended to under 18s, no matter how many hours they work, and this bill will do exactly that. Super should be a universal right and it should be paid fairly. Every worker deserves their super, whether they're 16 or 60. Because of our pressure, Greens' pressure, Labor amended their National Party platform just recently to explicitly support paying super on every dollar earned, including for workers under 18. Well, now's your chance. Don't hold back. Don't, for the third time, say no to those young workers who know what's fair. I call on the Labor government to follow its own policy platform and support this bill. And I commend the bill to the Senate.
Senator Darmanin.
Thank you, Deputy President, and thank you, Senator Pocock, for your passionate advocacy on this issue. Compulsory superannuation is one of Labor's greatest achievements and one of the most successful examples of long-term economic nation building anywhere in the world. For more than 3 decades, compulsory superannuation has transformed retirement in Australia. Millions of Australians who would once have relied entirely on the age pension now retire with savings of their own. And more importantly, more Australians are retiring with dignity. Dignity that they deserve after their lifetime working contribution. Australians collectively own over $4 trillion in retirement savings. And importantly, workers receive a fairer share of the wealth that they help create. That is why Labor has always been the party of superannuation. We created compulsory superannuation. We defended it when others opposed it, and we always will. And we have continued to strengthen it whenever we have had the opportunity. Since coming to government, we have delivered a significant reform agenda in this area. We legislated the objective of superannuation. We have delivered the increase in the superannuation guarantee to 12%. We have strengthened the performance test. We have embedded superannuation in the National Employment Standards. We have ensured super is paid on government-funded paid parental leave. And we introduced mandatory service standards because Australians deserve not only strong investment returns, but quality service from their funds. That record is important because it demonstrates a very clear principle. Labor believes Australia's superannuation system should continue to grow stronger. We do not view superannuation as something to be wound back. We do not see it as a burden. We see it for what it is, an investment in the retirement security of working Australians. Labor built Australia's superannuation system. We have defended it when others sought to undermine it, and we will continue to strengthen it for future generations of Australian workers. Senator Pocock referred to our national conference recently. At the ALP Labor National Conference in July, I was very proud to be the seconder alongside Dr Molino, Assistant Treasurer, to continue this commitment to strengthen superannuation through equal representation, sponsor nomination and the profit-to-member model that has been central to the success of Australia's superannuation system. That reflects who we are as a party. We are never complacent about superannuation. we are always looking for opportunities to strengthen and improve retirement outcomes for working Australians. Yes, there is always more to be done on the pathway to universal superannuation. And to that point, delegates at National Conference also unanimously supported the inclusion of a commitment in Labor's national platform to extend compulsory superannuation contributions to all workers under the age of 18, regardless of how many hours they work. We should be ambitious about strengthening retirement outcomes. We should be ambitious about ensuring every worker has the opportunity to build financial security in retirement from the very beginning of their working life. One of the most significant reforms the Albanese government has delivered in this space very recently is Payday Super. Payday Super tackles a problem that cost Australian workers more than $6 billion in unpaid superannuation in the last financial year alone. That is $6 billion that should have gone into workers' retirement savings. It is $6 billion lost from the retirement incomes of Australians, whether retirement is 4 years away or 40 years away. Earlier this year, the Senate Economics Legislation Committee conducted an inquiry into the payday superannuation regulations. The committee heard from superannuation funds, unions, employer groups, payroll providers and businesses across the country. One of the issues raised during that inquiry was whether compulsory superannuation coverage should be extended to all workers under the age of 18. As chair of the committee, I note that the committee recognised extending superannuation coverage to under 18 workers as part of the long-term pathway towards universal superannuation, and I was very pleased to have that in our report and that recognition. But the committee also recognised that Payday Super represents one of the biggest changes to the administration of superannuation in decades. Employers, software providers, payroll companies, superannuation funds and regulators are all currently focused on implementing those reforms. The committee therefore concluded that successfully embedding Payday Super should be the immediate priority. It also recognised that extending superannuation coverage to under 18 workers would require further consultation and detailed work with workers, employers, unions and the superannuation sector. We want this policy approach to be carefully developed, the same approach that we have taken throughout all of our reforms in this area. Labor supports stronger retirement outcomes and a fairer superannuation system, but we believe in getting major superannuation reform right. Superannuation reform, like all reform, works best when it is comprehensive, carefully designed and supported by proper consultation and analysis. Extending coverage to workers under 18 represents one part in the long-term journey towards universal superannuation. I'd like to thank superannuation funds and other advocates who've been working towards reform to see universal superannuation and a strong super system. Super Member Council research estimates that around 500,000 young workers miss out on superannuation each year because of this rule. They estimate that this amounts to hundreds of millions of dollars in lost super contributions. For all workers, but of course the younger you are when you begin working, the more powerful each dollar of superannuation becomes. The benefit of superannuation is not simply the contribution itself in your retirement, it is the power and the magic of the compounding returns over time. A contribution made at a younger age has decades longer to grow than a contribution made in later life. A relatively small amount contributed during your first job can ultimately be worth many times that amount in retirement. Time and compounding are extraordinarily powerful forces. That issue also has an important implication for women's retirement outcomes. Now, I suspect that not too many younger workers are sitting at home watching the Senate today, but if there's one thing that I would wish every younger worker understood about superannuation, it is the power of compounding returns. It might not sound particularly exciting when you're working in your first shifts at the supermarket, cafe or local shop, but the reality is that the earlier money goes into your super account, the longer time it has to grow. If anyone wants a straightforward explanation, the Money Smart website has some excellent tools and examples that show exactly how compounding works. And once you understand the magic of compounding, you understand why starting early really matters. Last week, I met with Dr. Gemma Cullen and colleagues from the Working Women's Alliance, and I appreciate the time that they took to discuss these issues and the perspectives that they bring to this debate. They highlighted that young women are more likely than young men to work part-time jobs. They highlight that women under 18 are more likely to be affected by the current exemption. And they highlighted the long-term impact that missing out on superannuation contributions can have throughout a working life. We know that the super gender pay gap remains one of the biggest challenges facing our retirement income system. We know women retire with significantly less superannuation than men. Likewise, I'd like to acknowledge the advocacy of organisations such as REST and the Super Member Council. REST has welcomed Labor's commitment to include this reform in the national platform. Importantly, they have also stressed the need for careful consideration, consultation and staged implementation. The Super Member Council has similarly supported the objective while recognising the importance of allowing businesses time to adjust. And that is a critical point today, because supporting a policy objective is only one part of making good government policy. The other part is ensuring reforms are implemented successfully. Universal superannuation for under 18s is a principle supported across our party. Now, as a party of government, we take the time. Again, Dr. Molino mentioned this in the National Press Club address that he made yesterday, to work through in consultation and through the budget processes. And I very much look forward to being a part of this work within government and with all of the advocates to work through this issue. But let's not forget the threats on compulsory superannuation that we've heard just over the last week. We can talk and we can debate very well about how we want to improve the system, and we will always continue to do that. But we also have to think about the threats, because the super wars seemingly never end in this place. And, you know, it's funny, or it wouldn't actually be so funny. It's not funny if it weren't so dangerous, or frankly, just flat out hypocritical. One Nation had the chance to back workers and back a pay rise for award-reliant and minimum wage workers just mere months ago here. And yet, where were they? They were nowhere. They flat out rejected the idea. They talk about measures to ease the cost of living, yet don't back a pay rise for workers. They want Australians to fund today's expenses by sacrificing tomorrow's retirement. And this beggars belief. These are the threats that we have to deal with while we are currently trying to debate how we might advance the system. But we know, of course, that One Nation has a long history of not supporting workers in this country. They voted against same job, same pay. They called cutting taxes for all Australians a joke, but said that tax cuts for property investors were desperately needed. And they have called to get rid of penalty rates. And One Nation and, of course, the Liberals are at risk to all Australians when it comes to your retirement. At the Press Club last week, Senator Bragg, referred to as Senator Pocock, also identified compulsory superannuation as a loss of liberty and described super for young workers as super for cats and dogs. It's pretty easy to see whose side One Nation are on and the coalition, and it's not yours. It's clear that the Liberals, Nationals and One Nation are all the same in the end, and they will come after workers' wages, workers' rights and workers' superannuation. They've all got the same agenda and they're all using the same tactics. And Labor takes a fundamentally different approach. We believe that superannuation should be strengthened. We believe retirement incomes should be protected. And we believe reforms should leave Australians with more security, not less. Labor supports stronger retirement outcomes. Labor supports a fairer superannuation system, which is exactly why one of the most important things this government has done is to legislate the objective of superannuation. For the first time, Australia now has in law a clear statement of what superannuation is for. The objective is simple: to preserve savings to deliver income for a dignified retirement alongside government support in an equitable and sustainable way. That matters because superannuation should never be treated as a short-term savings account, a political football, or a source of funding whenever a new idea comes along. Superannuation exists for one purpose: to help Australians retire with dignity and security after a lifetime of hard work. By legislating that objective, Labor provided clarity to workers, certainty to the superannuation sector, and confidence for future generations of Australians saving for retirement. It also sends a very clear message about the future direction of superannuation policy in this country. We want to keep building and ending the super wars. And as part of this, Labor supports continuing the conversation about how we expand opportunity and security for all Australian workers. But we also believe that reforms should be carefully designed, properly consulted on and implemented in the right sequence. That is why our immediate focus remains on the successful implementation of payday super. It is why we will continue engaging with unions, employers, young workers and the sector. And it is why we will continue looking for opportunities to strengthen Australia's retirement income system. Because Labor created superannuation, Labor has defended superannuation, and Labor will continue always to strengthen superannuation. Because Labor is, and always will be, the party of superannuation. Our record shows this, and we will continue to do so carefully, methodically, to ensure that we have a well-supported, universal system to ensure that this great Labor legacy endures for the very, very long term.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Chair. And this morning I am proud to speak in support of the bill presented to the Parliament by my colleague and friend, Senator Barbara Pocock. This bill would ensure fair superannuation for young workers across the country, and it is a piece of legislation whose time has come. Corporations making billion-dollar profits, stealing from young workers, that ain't it. That ain't on. That's not okay. And yet, in Australia, under the law as we currently have it, if you are under the age of 18 and yet don't work more than 30 hours a week, so you work below 30 hours a week, you don't have to be paid super by your corporate employer. That's cooked. That's wrong. That's so wrong. Let's be really clear. 530,000 young workers who are below the age of 18 work less than 30 hours a week, and so they are not entitled to super. In Australia, right now. What will this mean for them? What does it actually look like? It looks like about $411 million that they will not receive in their superannuations because of this law, setting them back significantly in terms of their savings and security for the rest of their life. This makes me so angry. We have had politicians in this debate contributing to this discussion. And when asked about this issue, when young people, young workers, have said, this isn't fair, this isn't on, where's our fair go? The response of certain Liberal MPs has been to say, well, if we pay workers under the age of 18 superannuation, what's next? Super for cats and dogs? Shame. What a shameful, disgusting response to what is effectively legalised wage and retirement theft in this country. Now, a lot of folks in this place probably don't take a lot of time to talk to young workers, to listen to young workers about their experience, about what it's actually like to work in the industries dominated by young workers. But we in the Greens have, Senator Pocock has, and their voices and demands are represented in this bill. And let me tell you, it's hard work. You're doing the cleaning up. You're stacking the shelves. You're dealing with the grumpy folks. You're working between your school hours, or you're working between TAFE. Often, for young carers, for example, to be able to put a bit more money in the pot to pay the power bill, to pay the grocery bill, often, to the very parasitic corporation, or should I actually say fresh food people, that you may be working for. The very corporations that proudly proclaim, oh, down, down, prices are down, while your family is driven into the ground because they cut your shifts unexpectedly, or they fire you after the holiday period is done. But you go back every time they put another ad out. You do as much as you can for as long as you can to contribute. You do all of this and they don't pay your super because they aren't legally required to do so in Australia. There are some companies, corporations that have, but the big ones don't. The big ones don't. And that's where the law should come in. That is where the government should act. Because we know that if corporations are left to their own damn devices, they will exploit their workers. I rather thought that a Labour government would understand that. You cannot make fairness and equality from an employer an optional extra. And yet for so long, this government has sat idly by and let that be the case for young Australian workers. Now, we have seen recently at the Labor Party conference the passage of a resolution calling on the government and adopted by the party to fix this problem. This is an urgent problem, and it is urgently needed that words are translated into action. We've heard contributions from MPs on the government side supportive of the idea. Words need to be put into action. The government needs to step up and take on these big corporations because they are ripping young workers off.
Young workers upstairs now too.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I am very well pointed out, Senator Pocock. We have young workers in the gallery. You know? Folks right up there that may well be taking their first shifts or a couple of days away, a couple of years away from doing that for the first time. They should be paid their superannuation. Same pay for same work. Yeah. This is discrimination. And it's been allowed to go on for too long. And it is not like these corporations can't afford it. Let me just remind everyone in here the profits of the big three in this space. Coles, In the last financial year, what was their bottom line? 108 billion. I bet they were quite disappointed that it wasn't $1.1 billion flat. I mean, it must be a tough time for the folks at Coles, for the corporate leadership. You know, it's hard operating a monopoly that parasitically extracts wealth from the Australian public because they have an ability at the stroke of a pen to jack up the price of cheese whenever they want to make a quick buck. Woolworths, 1.38 billion profit in the last financial year. You're telling me they couldn't pay their young workers super? This is greed. Macca's, a global profit last year exceeding $13 billion. And these are the corporations allowed by the loopholes in the law to get away with not paying young people their super. Shame.
Yeah.
Shame. The Greens have a bill right now to fix this problem. Here's one we prepared earlier. And I say to the government, back the bill. Back the bill. Let's get this done. Let's get young workers the pay, the super they deserve. And if there are some politicians on the fence about this, I would ask you to consider two things. Firstly, that these massively profitable corporations are saying to Australian workers right now, sorry, we're not going to pay your super. And that the government of the day is saying, sorry, you don't qualify for compulsory super. So you've got to just kind of live at the whim of the employer. And ask yourself if that seems fair to you. I'd ask you how you would feel as members of Parliament if there was reform to your superannuation entitlements that meant that you didn't get paid super unless you turned up and could demonstrate that you'd done more than 30 hours a week of actual parliamentary work. I reckon you'd be a bit salty about that. I reckon you'd think that was unfair. And yet, that is the situation. Politics is allowed to exist. Government has allowed to continue for young workers in Australia. I would also ask you to consider what it is actually like to work these jobs. Hard work, disproportionately done by women. Hard work in which not only are you often on the front line of copying the frustration of many people with the corporate practice, the abuse at the till, the discriminatory comments, you're then asked to do the hard, lonely work, the stacking of the shelves, the sweeping of the floors. And if the air conditioning's broken or something has exploded somewhere and you've got to clean it up, you're the one asked to do that work. And you do that work and you are in some ways relieved that you can do it because you can pay the bills. Yep. But it doesn't mean it isn't hard. And then, you know, I was talking to an employee of Coles in WA just yesterday, and he shared with me that they and their store understand very clearly that the cameras that are installed in Coles nowadays, overwhelmingly they're not to look for, you know, somebody nicking something or to generally kind of keep an eye on people that might be buying things in the store. All the workers know the primary purpose now is to actually surveil the workers because there are really clear KPIs in place. around how fast you've got to check things through the till, for instance. 10 in a minute. And if you do less than that, if the camera catches you even taking a breath, then you're pulled up. And it builds this sense of anxiety of being watched constantly. That is often the reason why people just cannot continue to take the work at these places anymore, even though they really need the money. Many push through. But I think some in here think that if you're under the age of 18 and working less than 30 hours a week, you must be doing an hour here, an hour there, just a bit of pocket money, And that's not the lived reality of so many young workers. They are doing hard work, wearing the same uniform, often doing either the same tasks or harder tasks than those over the age of 18. Because the boss thinks that they can get away with giving the hard stuff to the younger worker. And yet they're not paid the same superannuation. And I will comment and point out, still in Australia, not the same wage. We still have differential wages in this country based on your age. And the Greens want to see them eliminated. There's some work happening now to bring the minimum wage to those working in some industries from the age of 18, but we've got to wipe out age-based discrimination in pay. It's just not acceptable. The government has a role to play here. The politics comes in because it is the Labor government that have decided to allow the loophole in the law to remain. The loophole must be closed. Young workers deserve the same fair pay and the same fair super.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. Senator Hume.
Deputy President, I rise to speak on the Superannuation Legislation Amendment Fair Super for Young Workers Bill 2026. Can I start at the outset and say thank you very much to the Greens political party for introducing this bill. I do think it is an important issue that's worth discussing, and the Coalition would like to, at first, put on the record that Australians should always be paid the wages and entitlements that they are owed. That includes young people. Young people should have every opportunity to be paid their entitlements, but they should also have the opportunity to get their foot in the door of the workforce in the first place. My concern with this bill is that the intention is very, very good, but if you legislate an entitlement, you might also inadvertently at the same time take away an opportunity. I do think this is worth fleshing out, though, and I would hope that the Greens political party would take this bill to a committee so that it can be fleshed out in more detail. Now, the Coalition believes that our superannuation system needs to be flexible, it needs to be fair, it needs to be transparent, and it needs to be worked out in the best interest of all Australians. When I was Minister for Superannuation, one of the most important reforms that we delivered was abolishing the $450 monthly threshold. Now, we did that with the support of the Greens, for which I was very grateful. That included many low-paid workers, excluded many low-paid workers from compulsory superannuation. I want to point out what that $450 threshold was, because I think it's such an arbitrary number, people don't really understand it. But $450 was the limit below which, if you got paid less than $450 a month, your employer didn't have to pay you superannuation. And it had been part of the superannuation system since the year dot, since, as Labor like to say, they invented superannuation. They put that in as a deliberate design feature of the superannuation system. They said if you are a low-paid earner, you don't have to be paid superannuation. Now, they did that because they understood that small businesses in particular that had people on casual employment basis, that maybe had somebody one day a week, were going to find the complexity of paying superannuation for those low-paid workers so onerous that they wouldn't employ them in the first place. That's why it was there. Now, unfortunately, it sat there as part of the superannuation system for years and years and years, overlooked by Labor when they were in government. It took a coalition government to overturn that rule, to make sure that low-paid workers were paid the appropriate level of superannuation. Now, that wasn't a small deal, and we fleshed that one out at committee. And the reason why we fleshed it out at committee was because small businesses were rightly concerned, still concerned, that even that small change were going to push them to the brink. Now, it didn't, and I'm very pleased and very proud of that reform. It's something that I hang my hat on. That experience taught me that when we change the rules around superannuation, we need to be mindful of what the consequences might be. This is not a dissimilar reform, and why we need to carefully consider the bill. On the face of it, I agree the proposition sounds perfectly fair and reasonable. Under the Australian law at the moment, if someone is under the age of 18 works more than 30 hours, well, then they do receive superannuation. But if they work fewer than 30 hours, they don't. The employer can decide whether to pay it or not. So there are some very real questions about what that means in practice. Most young people under the age of 18 are paid using an award. They're paid an award. And when you require an employer to pay superannuation on top of an award, well, that's an additional cost to the business. For large businesses, perhaps that might be manageable, and I know that Senator Steele-John mentioned some of those large businesses. But for a small business, well, that can be quite an imposition. And employing a 16-year-old or a 17-year-old in their first job, when you do that, you're taking a risk. You might not be necessarily getting your value for money for those wages for many years, but you are investing in their future. So there are swings and roundabouts. We don't want to make it harder for businesses to employ young people and to give them their first chance, their first foot in the door. We want more young people to actually have a job. Youth unemployment is now double the national unemployment rate. Double. It's now 10.7%. And when Labor came to office, youth unemployment was 8.8%. So it is growing at a much more rapid rate. There are now 73,000 more young people unemployed than when the Coalition left office in 2022. And I think that that's something that should concern all of us. For many young Australians, their first casual job isn't about the pay packet. Of course, it makes you proud when you receive that first pay packet, and I think we can all remember it. But it is also about getting experience. It's about taking on responsibility. It's about learning to turn up on time, work in a team, deal with customers, take responsibility. It's about getting that first reference on your resume. And importantly, it's about that first step in your career. So when we legislate in this area, I think it's really important that we think about the incentives and the disincentives that we create for employers to take on that young person. We don't want a situation where a small business owner or a small business manager says, look, I'd love to give this person a few shifts, but I simply can't afford that additional cost. I think that would be a tragedy. We need to make sure that young people who want to work can actually get that job. Now, let me be very, very clear. The Coalition will always support young Australians getting the wages and the conditions that they are entitled to. That is a priority. Make no mistake. I might add that Labor talk an awful lot about super. They talk about the fact that they own super. But what they don't talk about is the fact that superannuation belongs to the individual. It doesn't belong to them. The Coalition has a very strong track record making superannuation fairer and making sure it works for the individual, not working for government, not working for unions, not working for fund managers, but working for you, the person that is putting their money away, whose deferred wages it is. We made super, when in government, more flexible. We allowed Australians to catch up on the superannuation contributions that they might not have used, giving people greater control over their retirement savings. That catch-up contribution was a really, really important reform, particularly for women who may have missed out on the opportunity to contribute to super when they've taken time away from the workforce, but once they get back in, well, then they have an opportunity to give in more tax effectively, helping their retirement savings and their balance at the end of their careers. A very important reform. That is a Coalition legacy. We also made it fairer. We protected low balance accounts from unnecessary fees and ensuring that young Australians, in particular, weren't automatically paying for insurance that they didn't need. Making sure that low balance accounts were fee-free was a really important reform, particularly for young people, because you need that critical mass in your superannuation without it being eaten up by fees in order to get the effects of compounding. And it was only a coalition government that made that happen. In fact, before we came to government, young people were seeing their superannuation eaten up entirely to the point where they couldn't even get past a zero balance. You know, you'd have a job when you were a young person, maybe stacking shelves in a supermarket, maybe you finish school, go overseas, and by the time you've come back and you start your career again, go back into another job, there's nothing left in your superannuation, even though you've been putting money away. That's disgraceful. But that was a deliberate design feature of the system. That's gone now, thanks to the coalition. We also made sure that young people weren't having their balances eaten up by insurance premiums on insurances that they didn't need, that they never claimed on, and that were cross-subsidising the claims of older Australians. We made sure that insurance in superannuation was opt-in rather than opt-out for people under 25, a really important reform for young people. We also gave Australians choice. You should never be told what superannuation fund you have to be in by your employer. But again, that was the system that was invented by Labor. It was the legacy that we inherited, but we changed it. From now on, no longer can your employer or your union tell you what superannuation fund you have to invest in. That's outrageous. If you're going to compulsorily, mandatorily, put away, defer 12% of wages, 12% of everything you earn, how dare somebody else tell you where you must invest? But that was Labor's legacy in superannuation. The coalition abandoned that. We also made sure that you couldn't have multiple accounts. Now, this was the ultimate dirty little secret of superannuation funds. Many of them, some of the bigger funds, actually had multiple accounts within their own fund for the same member. So 2 sets of fees, 2 sets of insurances. No wonder people's retirement savings weren't growing at a pace fast enough. We, in the coalition, got rid of that as well. We made sure that you only had one account. We made super much fairer through protecting your superannuation reforms. Low balance accounts, made sure you couldn't charge fees for switching funds. Again, another dirty little secret of the superannuation industry. When you change from one fund to another, they clip the ticket on the way through. Nope, that's entirely unfair. If you're a young Australian and you have a small superannuation balance, every dollar matters. And the Coalition has a track record to demonstrate that we have been the only party that have protected your rights in superannuation. Lower fees, no switching fees, making sure that you're not paying for insurances that you don't need. That's the legacy of the Coalition in superannuation. Most importantly, we also gave Australians better control over their financial future. We allowed a maximum number of members in self-managed super funds to increase from 4 to 6. That means that self-managed super funds, people that want to control their own superannuation, have the opportunity to look after their entire family in a superannuation fund. Again, it's all about fairness and it's all about choice. It's also all about efficiency though, because it's your money and it's your retirement. We also took action to make sure that Australians received the superannuation that was owed. The penalties on superannuation that wasn't paid were so high, we found that many employers were holding back and not paying this, even when they inadvertently realised that they'd messed something up. Because, of course, the employment system is complicated, superannuation is complicated. They go, whoops, I might have underpaid an employee. They held back because they were so frightened of the penalties. We gave them a 1-year amnesty which put thousands of dollars into people's superannuation accounts. Now, if people intentionally withhold superannuation, throw the book at them. I agree, throw the book at them. But if it's inadvertent, because our employment system is so complicated, if the penalties are too high, you will simply encourage bad behaviour. And that means less money at the end of the day in people's superannuation funds. We also stopped duplicate accounts. I told you that dirty little secret of superannuation funds. But there was another thing that I think was really important, and that is stapling. Having your fund move with you from employer to employer, rather than opening up a whole new fund every time you start a new job. Again, a dirty little secret of the superannuation industry. No, no longer. Now you are stapled. It's a very bad word, isn't it? But you are stapled to one fund, or one fund is stapled to you. So when you change jobs, your new employer has an obligation to look and see what superannuation fund you already have, rather than open up a new fund on your behalf. So much more efficient, so much more efficient. But can I tell you the reform that I'm most proud of, Actually, there's two. It was a performance test, making sure that those underperforming superannuation funds had to tell their members that they'd underperformed, and if they underperformed 2 years in a row, well, then they weren't allowed to accept new members. Holding those superannuation funds to account, the ones that were hiding under the radar, just surviving on the fact that compulsory super means that they get more money in the door every single month, was disgraceful. Now, most of those superannuation funds have now merged with others or have exited the system. Thank goodness, because Australians are richer for it. They are richer for it. That was a very good reform. Labor want to weaken the performance test. Do not allow that to happen. We cannot go back to the dark days of superannuation where people sat in a fund that was underperforming. And most importantly, we have said that superannuation funds must act in the best financial interest of members. The best financial interest of members. No more donations to political parties. No more advertising at football games that can't be justified as in the best financial interest of members. Every decision a superannuation fund makes must be in the best financial interest of members. Now, this is the legacy of a coalition government and its approach to superannuation. We want it to be fair, we want it to be flexible, but most importantly, we want it to work for the member, not for the Labor Party, not for the unions, not for the fund managers, but for the member. Now, Labor want to talk about superannuation this week. I can understand that. They've had a terrible fortnight. It's a terrible fortnight for you guys. So I can understand when you don't like what they're saying about you, you want to change the conversation. But I'm happy to take on this conversation because the Coalition has a proud legacy in superannuation because we put the members first. We put the retirees first. We put young people first, their interests first. Superannuation is not a national asset, as the Prime Minister said. It doesn't belong to him. It doesn't belong to the Treasurer. It doesn't belong to the unions. It's not there for the Labor Party to use for whatever national priority it has on its agenda today. It's your retirement savings, and it should always be your retirement savings. So, let me give you this guarantee. Under a coalition government, we can guarantee that your superannuation will always work for you. It won't work for Labor. That's the coalition's superannuation guarantee.
Senator Darling, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak on the superannuation legislation amendment, Fair Super for Young Workers Bill 2026, and I do want to begin by acknowledging something important about this bill, and there is a good idea at the heart of it. There is a legitimate question about whether a young Australian who works, earns a wage and contributes to their workplace should also be building a superannuation from the very first stages of their working life. It's an important question, and it's one that Labor takes seriously. In fact, only last month at Labor's National Conference, we carried a motion calling for superannuation payments for workers under 18, regardless of the number of hours they work. So this should not be portrayed as a debate between people who care about retirement savings of young workers and people who do not. The question before us today is whether this particular bill is a sound way of achieving that objective. And unfortunately, this bill does not achieve that objective without some unintended consequences. When you're dealing with something as important and interconnected as Australia's superannuation system, it's really important to get the detail right. And Labor does understand that better than most. We built compulsory superannuation in partnership with the union movement because we believed working Australians deserve the dignity and security of knowing that a lifetime of work would be rewarded with a more secure retirement. And we've spent decades strengthening it. The superannuation guarantee has now reached 12%. We've legislated the objective of superannuation. We are paying superannuation on government-funded paid parental leave. We've legislated for payday super, and we've increased support through the low-income superannuation tax offset and better targeted concessions at very large balances. Around 1.3 million Australians benefit from the changes to the low-income superannuation tax offset, including around 750,000 women and around 550,000 Australians under 30. We've legislated the survivors' law, so convicted child sexual abusers cannot simply use parts of the superannuation system to shield assets from compensation owed to victim survivors. And we are working to strengthen the retirement phase so Australians are supported not simply to accumulate superannuation, but to use it effectively and confidently in retirement. That is a substantial reform agenda. But there is a theme running through those reforms. They have been considered. They have involved consultation. They have required engagement with workers, with unions, with employers, with super funds themselves, with regulators, and the people who actually have to make these systems work. Because the superannuation system is too important to approach in any other way. And that brings me to young workers. Just earlier this week, I had the privilege of co-chairing a financial capability roundtable here in Parliament House. And we brought together people from across the financial capability sector, people involved in education, regulation, consumer advocacy, financial services and the community sector. There were different views around the table, as you'd expect, but one thing came through very clearly. The earlier we can get young Australians thinking about their financial future, the better. Financial capability is not simply about teaching someone how to make a household budget when they turn 30. It's about building the knowledge, the confidence and the habits that allow people to make good financial decisions throughout their lives. And those habits are best started early. So if we think about a 16-year-old getting their first job, might be a weekend shift at a cafe in Hobart, stacking shelves after school in Launceston. It might be working in a tourism business in Tasmania's east coast after summer. That first payslip is one of those very important occasions where a young person begins to understand the connection between work, between income, tax and saving. It's an opportunity to start learning what superannuation is, to understand that money going into their super account belongs to them, to see that it is invested, to learn about compound returns, to understand why fees matter, why investment choices matter, and why keeping track of your super matters. That is financial capability in practice, and there is an intergenerational element to this as well. Younger Australians are rightly asking questions about housing, cost of living, their future tax burden, and whether they will have the same opportunities as generations before them. And superannuation is part of that equation. The earlier a person begins accumulating retirement savings, the longer those savings have to grow. So I do have considerable sympathy for the objective that this bill is pursuing. Where the government parts company with the Greens is on the legislation before us, because the bill does considerably more than simply remove the rule that currently applies to workers under 18 who work 30 hours or less a week. If it were all it did, this would be a much more straightforward debate, but it's not. As drafted, the amendments interact with the wider superannuation guarantee framework, and they risk creating uncertainty about the operation of exemptions and carve-outs which have existed for reasons entirely unrelated to the treatment of young workers. There are long-standing technical arrangements within the superannuation system, including arrangements connected with international social security agreements and other specific exemptions. The concern with this bill is that its drafting may affect the way some of those arrangements apply where the employee happens to be under 18. That is clearly not the stated purpose of the bill, and I don't believe that is what the bill is seeking to achieve, but the legislation has to be judged not by just intentions, but what its consequences are. It has to be judged by the words on the page and what they actually do. And if we end up with exemptions operating one way for a 19-year-old worker but potentially operating differently for a 17-year-old worker in otherwise identical circumstances, we have actually not simplified the superannuation system. We've made it complex. We've made it more complicated. We've created uncertainty for employers. We've created uncertainty for the funds and uncertainty for the regulators. And most importantly, we've created uncertainty for the very workers this bill would be intended to help. There's another element to this as well. The bill restricts the capacity for future regulations to provide exclusions applying to workers under 18. Again, that extends considerably beyond the straightforward policy proposition that young people should generally receive superannuation on their wages. There may ultimately be a strong case for reforming the treatment of under 18 workers, and Labor's own National Conference recognised that case. but that makes it more important that we get the reform right. We should understand how the change interacts with the entire superannuation guarantee framework. We should understand what that means for international arrangements, for payroll systems, for small employers and the consequential amendments that may be required. And we should make sure that the young worker who is meant to benefit actually receives a simpler and more reliable entitlement at the end of it. That is what responsible reform looks like. There is also a practical question of timing. Payday Super commenced on 1 July this year, and it represents a major change to the way employers meet their superannuation obligations, moving the system from quarterly payments to contributions being made alongside wages. Employers, payroll providers, superannuation funds and regulators are undertaking substantial implementation work around this. And that does not mean we stop reforming superannuation, far from it.
Order, Senator. In accordance with standing orders, your speech is interrupted, and pursuant to order, we shall now move to government legislation. Can I just hold for one moment? The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the News Journalism Payments Bill 2026 and 4 related bills for concurrence. Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
The question is the motion moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Call the clerk.
News Journalism Payments Bill 2026, News Journalism Payments Consequential Amendments Bill 2026, News Media Bargaining Administration Bill 2026, News Media Bargaining Charge Bill 2026, Treasury Laws Amendment News Media Bargaining Consequential Bill 2026.
Minister.
I table a revised explanatory memorandum relating to 3 of the bills and move that these bills be now read a second time and excuse me, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? There being no objection, leave is granted. The debate will continue, and I believe the first speaker is Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, it's my pleasure to rise and speak on the News Media Bargaining Incentive package of bills. And I want to start by saying that the Coalition supports a strong, sustainable and independent Australian news media sector. Quality journalism, Australian journalism, journalists telling Australian stories, is one of the foundations of our democracy. It informs public debate. It holds governments and institutions to account. It gives voice to communities which might otherwise go unheard, and it ensures Australians have access to accurate, reliable and diverse sources of information. And of course, this is particularly important in regional Australia, where the local newspaper, radio station or digital outlet may be the only local source of detailed reporting on issues which matter to those communities. So this package of bills before the Parliament establishes the News Media Bargaining Incentive Scheme, following the Albanese Labor government's decision to walk away from the Coalition's world-first News Media Bargaining Code. And as we consider these bills today, it's very important to be cognizant of the work of the Coalition in holding the digital platforms to account, in ensuring that they could not publish Australian news content on their platforms without providing appropriate compensation. Because it was the Coalition that first recognised this growing imbalance between the global digital platforms and Australian news publishers. It was the Coalition which commissioned the ACCC to investigate the problem and to support our work to come up with a solution. When a voluntary scheme was first proposed in 2019 and the digital platforms did not cooperate, this led to the News Media Bargaining Code. That was incredibly important in bringing Meta and Google to the table to conclude more than 30 commercial agreements reportedly worth around $250 million annually to Australian news organisations. But I have to make this very important point. In April 2024, Meta, pretty disgracefully, I might add, walked away from the News Media Bargaining Code. It abandoned its obligations in breach of the law. It threatened to take news off its digital platforms, Facebook and Meta. Now, this could have been resolved. This could have been resolved a number of ways. The code could have been amended, and this was very much the view of the former ACCC chair, Rod Sims. And it could have been amended by way of a deeming provision that, irrespective of whether or not an applicable or relevant digital platform published news, the code could have been amended to deem that the digital platform indeed was publishing news, to stop them playing games, pulling tricks and compromising our Australian media sector. Unfortunately, the government decided not to try and bring forward sensible amendments to the code in light of Meta's reprehensible conduct. So that was in April 2024. It's now August 2026. More than 2 years it's taken for this to be resolved. And in those more than 2 years, the Australian news media sector has really suffered, because Meta walked away and abandoned its responsibilities, breached the law, and of course the government did nothing. So these deals were, in the case of Meta, abandoned, and then in the case of Google, and Google delivered around 70% of the total number of commercial deals under the News Media Bargaining Code. Those deals continued on to a large degree, but they were allowed to wilt on the vine. And that's not good enough, Acting Deputy President. If there is an issue, Australian media is so important to our democracy, to our rule of law. The viability of our Australian media organisations, our newsrooms, our journalists is critical. They are under increasing pressure as more and more advertising dollars are drained from Australian media onto the digital platforms. And so it is deeply regrettable that it has taken so long for these bills to come into the Parliament. There was so much mucking around. I don't know what the Communications Minister and the Assistant Treasurer were doing for more than 2 years. But I will say one thing, the news media organisations have paid a very heavy price. They have lost very substantial amounts of revenue, and that is simply not good enough. So we now have this package of bills, the News Bargaining Incentive Scheme, and this delivers a number of different components. So I'm very pleased to say that after a lot of advocacy from the Coalition, digital platforms will face a 2.75% charge based on Australian digital advertising revenue if they avoid making direct commercial agreements with Australian news media organisations. Now, that was 2.5%, and as the Assistant Treasurer, Mr Molino, explained, that would deliver about 200 to 250 total revenue by way of those commercial agreements to the Australian media sector. Now, that's a big concern because we know, and although they're commercial and confidential, we know these deals were at least $250 million back in 2021. So how could the government deliver a scheme that would take Australian news media organisations backwards? So Treasury estimated that the total amount to be captured would be between $200 and 250 million. More than 250 million was captured back in 2021 per annum. And so from our point of view, that was unacceptable, and there was quite a bit of cage rattling behind the scene in relation to increasing the charge, and I am pleased that an amendment went through the House yesterday, which has been, of course, agreed by the Coalition, and that charge is now 2.75%. Platforms must complete at least 8 commercial deals to meet the scheme's conditions and offset liabilities that would otherwise apply, and I think that's been a welcome change, and I do note the very positive response from the likes of Country Press Australia, which of course represents many small, rural and regional media organisations, and they were concerned about the original proposal that only 4 media organisations would be included in this scheme. So this is an important change, and I think when the exposure draft was first released, there was a lot of criticism, and it just again goes to show that the government did not do its homework on the consultation, and the fact that it would seek to cut out bodies such as Country Press Australia, which represents so many important and vital small, rural and regional media organisations and the like, was pretty regrettable. So that now, of course, means that a much larger number of news organisations are potentially eligible to enter into a deal with the digital platform. The bills have also reinstated the pre-deal cap of 25%, meaning no single publisher deal can offset more than 25% of a platform's total levy obligation. And if any digital platform decides to do a dirty trick, like Meta did in April 2024, they will be required to pay a charge, the charge of 2.75%, which cannot be offset. So they will be required to pay more money unless we see more fun and games, and I'm not confident that won't happen. And those funds collected will be distributed in accordance with a statutory formula based on the number of editorial staff at a news organisation. We would like to see the definition of editorial staff expanded to include those who primarily fulfil the roles of providing commentary or opinion, because often at news organisations, very senior journalists take on the role of opinion writers as well as reporting straight news. So we would certainly like to see that definition changed. But of course, as part of this scheme, this distribution scheme, 5% will be offset for Australian Associated Press and 5% for small publishers by way of grants. The other, I think, pleasing part of the scheme is that apart from Google and Meta, which of course Meta has both Instagram and Facebook, this will also, we expect, given the threshold that applies, which is a minimum of $250 million, TikTok will be captured, as will Microsoft's LinkedIn, because professional social media platforms are now also captured. So it's been a pretty tawdry journey to get to this point. It's been very regrettable that these bills have taken so long to be resolved, and even when the exposure draft was released, unfortunately, it did not cut the mustard, and that has now been corrected, not just in the bills that came into the Parliament, but again, more work was required to lift the charge, and that amendment went through the House, as I mentioned yesterday. I do want to note we are concerned about the distribution of grants to media organisations. We raise concerns because similar media grants programs, particularly those awarded by the Department of Home Affairs, we uncovered that a number of these grants had gone to media organisations which platformed extremists and undermined social cohesion. And So I am very concerned by way of the track record of the government. There's also concern about journalism grants under other funding programs, the Journalism Assistance Fund. They were made available to advertising agencies, events companies and frankly media organisations that were not in the business of news and public interest journalism. And there was a lot of rubbery due diligence done by the government in relation to some of these grants, and there was also a very specific decision to exclude News Corporation and News 24, and I think that was also disappointed because they also have many important newspapers and other media outlets right across this country, so that was most regrettable. So I guess when it comes to trusting this government to deliver grant funding with integrity and appropriate due diligence, I certainly don't have a high degree of confidence, and I would trust and hope that in relation to any other media grants that might be distributed through this scheme, that the appropriate due diligence will be completed. So let me just reiterate that the Coalition remains committed to ensuring those who derive significant value from Australian news contribute fairly to its production. We're not going to let big tech off the hook. We're simply not going to do that. That is what drove the Coalition's world-first News Media Bargaining Code. We were sick of seeing the digital platforms ripping off the news content, the hard work of Australian journalists and producers and sub-editors and photographers and everyone else who works so hard to deliver Australians their news. And so this is an important step forward in remedying the very significant vacuum over the last 2 years. We support funding for journalism, particularly regional journalism, vital for our democracy. We support a framework which encourages genuine commercial agreements rather than just dependence on government funding mechanisms. We are strongly committed to supporting Australian journalism and the importance of Australian stories being told by an Australian media sector. And I do hope that this package of bills does deliver what it's intended to do. Thank you.
Call Senator Walker.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I think most Australians can agree that having good journalists around is very useful. They sit through council meetings most of us would struggle to get through. They spend days digging through documents, they turn up to court, they talk to people, check claims and work out what's happening. They come into this building and ask politicians questions that we may or may not be thrilled to answer. That is their job, and our democracy is much better for it. The problem is that doing all of that costs money, and the way journalism has traditionally paid for itself has changed a lot over the last 15 years. Advertising used to provide a huge amount of the revenue that kept newspapers and newsrooms going. Over the past couple of decades, more and more of that advertising has moved online, and a very large share of it now goes to a small number of global tech companies. And at the same time, Australian news organisations have been trying to work out how to keep paying reporters, especially in smaller and regional newsrooms where the margins can already be pretty tight. This legislation is about dealing with this reality. If large digital platforms are operating in Australia, making substantial advertising revenue here, and benefiting from an online environment where Australian journalism is shared, searched and consumed, we think it's fair that they contribute to keeping that journalism going. Australia has actually been working on this for a while. The News Media Bargaining Code was introduced in 2021 and was genuinely world-leading at the time. It encouraged digital platforms to reach commercial agreements with Australian news publishers and brought a significant amount of money back into Australian journalism. But we've also had 5 years to see where that system could be improved. One of the biggest problems became pretty obvious when Meta announced that it would not renew its commercial agreements with Australian news companies, which were estimated to be worth around $70 million a year. Under the existing arrangements, platforms also had the option of responding to regulation by removing news from their services altogether. We saw Meta do that briefly in Australia in 2021, and we have since seen it happen in Canada. That gives a company with enormous market power a pretty handy bargaining tool. If the rules become inconvenient, it can threaten to stop carrying news. The news bargaining incentive has been designed so that strategy no longer gets them out of paying their fair share. The new incentive will apply to major social media and search platforms with significant Australian audiences and more than $250 million in relevant Australian digital advertising revenue. For platforms that meet these thresholds, there will be an equal charge to 2.5% of that relevant advertising revenue. But we would much rather see that money going directly into commercial agreements with Australian news businesses. That is how the scheme has been designed. If a platform enters eligible commercial agreements with Australian news organisations, that spending can be used to offset the charge. The standard offset is 150%, rising to 200% for agreements with small and medium news businesses. So there is a pretty strong incentive to sit down with Australian publishers and reach a deal. There are also rules to make sure those deals are spread across the media sector. A platform needs agreements with at least 8 eligible news organisations to get the offset, and no single agreement can account for the more than 25% of its total liability. This is important because Aussie journalism is much bigger than just the handful of big mastheads everyone knows. Some of the most important journalism in this country happens in small newsrooms. It's the journalists covering their local council every week and knowing when something does not quite add up, or a journo covering a bushfire, a local hospital, a school closure, or a development proposal. It is a reporter who knows the community they're writing about and knows who to call when something happens. And when those jobs disappear, we feel the difference. There are communities around Australia that have already seen local newspapers close or shrink to a fraction of what they once were. Sometimes there is nobody left whose job is to turn up to the council meeting, follow a local issue for 6 months, or ask why a decision was made. Those stories are probably never going to trend nationally, but they still matter a lot to the people who live there. That is why this scheme gives platforms an extra incentive to make agreements with small and medium publishers, rather than concentrating all of their spending on the biggest media companies. The same thinking carries through to what happens if a platform decides to pay the charge. Every dollar connected to the news bargaining incentive will go back into the Australian news industry through the News Journalism Payment Scheme and grants. And I really like that the payment scheme has been built around the people actually producing journalism. Payments will be linked to the number of journalists an organisation employs, including freelancers. The definition also reflects what a modern newsroom looks like. Covers journalists, photojournalists, data and visual journalists, editors, producers, directly involved in producing core news content. Because journalism has changed. A reporter today might be writing an article, recording an interview, filming something for social media, working with data, or producing a podcast. Plenty of excellent journalists freelance across organisations. This legislation recognises that. There will also be a 20% uplift for journalists employed by small and medium news organisations, journalists working in regional and remote Australia, and organisations serving diverse communities, including First Nations and culturally diverse communities. Those organisations often face higher costs and smaller potential audiences, but the work they do is incredibly important. If you live in a regional town, you should be able to find out what your local council is doing. If you're part of a community that rarely sees itself reflected in mainstream coverage, there should be room in our media landscape for journalism made by and for that community. And if we want those services to exist, there have to be journalists there to produce them. That is also why organisations receiving payments will have to maintain their editorial capacity over the payment period. The scheme is designed to keep journalists working. There is separate support for really small publishers and startups as well. 5% of revenue raised through the incentive will go towards grants for small publishers and new organisations trying to build local news services. I think that is a great part of the package because we should be thinking about how new journalism grows as well as how existing organisations survive. There are parts of Australia now being described as news deserts, where local coverage has become extremely limited or disappeared altogether. And when you think about what that means in practice, it's pretty concerning. If there is no local journalists, who is regularly sitting in the council chamber? Who is following up when a government project is delayed? Who is covering the local court? Who knows enough about a story to realise that the explanation they are being given does not quite stack up? Social media can tell you that people in town are angry about something. A local journalist can actually find out why. The legislation also provides a dedicated support for the Australian Associated Press, with 5% of revenue raised going towards the AAP. AAP is one of those organisations that most Australians probably do not think about very often, even though they come across its work constantly. Its newswire provides content to more than 400 Australian publishers, including more than 300 in regional areas. It does a huge amount of the basic reporting that keeps the wider Australian media system functioning, and recognising that role makes sense. The government has also made sure that good faith commercial agreements entered into since 1 January 2025 can count towards offsets under the new system. The policy was announced in December 2024, so companies that responded to that announcement and reached agreements should not be disadvantaged for getting on with it. Meta has called the policy a digital services tax. Industry groups representing major US tech companies have made similar arguments. I'm pretty sure there's never been a company in history that was told they have a new financial obligation and went, perfect, that is just what we were asking for. They can make their case, but we also have to look at what has happened to the Australian media market. The advertising market has changed dramatically. Global platforms now capture a huge amount of the digital advertising revenue generated in Australia, while news organisations are trying to fund the expensive work involved in producing original journalism. The government has come up with a system that encourages those platforms to negotiate commercial agreements and gives extra incentives for deals with smaller publishers. This is very reasonable, and for people my age and younger, the whole debate is happening alongside another massive change in the way we consume the news. A lot of young Australians are not buying a newspaper every morning or sitting down to watch the 6 o'clock news. We see a headline on Instagram, someone sends us a story in a group chat, we hear something on a podcast and we Google it, we see a TikTok clip, then maybe search for the full interview. Sometimes the first hint that a major world event has happened is a meme about it or the Batuta advocate making a joke. There are some genuinely great things about that. We have access to more information and more voices than previous generations could have imagined. But we also have access to a crazy amount of false information. Someone can make a very confident 60-second video about an issue they learnt about that morning, and by lunch it has 1 million views. False information moves incredibly quickly. AI-generated material is becoming easier to produce. People are seeing real reporting mixed into the same feeds as advertising, opinion, conspiracy theories, and whatever their algorithm has decided will keep them scrolling for another 20 minutes. In that environment, having people whose actual job is to check things becomes really important. Journalists make phone calls, they speak to the other person involved, they check documents, they ask for evidence. They have editors who ask whether the story stacks up. They can be held accountable when they get something wrong. And all of that takes time and money. We cannot spend years worrying about misinformation and declining trust in institutions while ignoring whether the people producing reliable information can afford to keep doing it. There is also a pretty direct democratic consequence when newsrooms shrink. A journalist who loses their job does not just disappear from a payroll spreadsheet. There are stories that would have been covered that now will never be written. There are questions that will not be asked. There are meetings nobody will attend. There are discussions that will receive less scrutiny. And there are communities that will know less about what is happening around them. Government should care about that even when journalism is inconvenient for us, especially when it's inconvenient for us. I'm sure every politician in this building has had the experience of seeing a journalist walking over and suddenly we remember a very important meeting somewhere in the opposite direction. But that is part of the job. We are supposed to be questioned. Governments are supposed to have their decisions scrutinised. Businesses should be scrutinised too, along with courts, councils, institutions, and everyone else who exercises power in this country. For that to happen, Australia needs journalists who have the time and resources to do the work properly. Australia will be better for it. So I commend the bill to the Senate.
Thank you. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Well, I rise to contribute to this debate today, and I understand that this legislation will pass this morning. I think we need to be really clear about the state of media in not just Australia but around the world. Things have changed rapidly in the last few years, and as big tech, social media companies, big AI is flooding the zone and using not just the work of others, but the spread of mis and disinformation as part of their currency, we've got to be really serious about what we do to ensure public interest journalism survives, thrives, and is defended. There are some in this place who have little regard for the work of journalists. There are some in this place who would like to pick and choose which journalists and which media companies show up to their press conferences. Those people, of course, are the same people who are trying to tear our democratic institutions down. Around the world, when you look around the world, Australia is not unique in this. The rise of far-right politics is a direct threat to democracy. And one of the biggest threats to democracy and how you undermine democracy is you undermine the role, the job and the legitimacy of journalism. In order for democracy to be strong, to be trusted, to have authority, to deliver what it should, which is for the people who decide, the citizens, the voters, the community, we need a strong public interest journalism sector. It is not a coincidence that the same right-wing forces that wish to tear down our democratic institutions are also the same people who are wanting to lock journalists out of their press conferences. It is also not a coincidence that these very same politicians are also wanting to roll out the red carpet for big tech. and the billionaires who run AI. They don't want any regulation on big tech. They want to hand Australian land over to people like Elon Musk. And they want to be able to pick and choose which journalists they'll take questions from. Of course, the main culprit of wanting to tear down journalism in this country and tear down democracy is, of course, Senator Pauline Hanson and One Nation. And why is that? Because they don't like people asking the tough questions. They don't want to be held to account for their lunatic policies, for their policies that do more to protect the interests of big tech and billionaires than they do to help people who are struggling right now. When Pauline Hanson stood at the National Press Club and outlined her suite of policies, from crazy to crazy to crazy to bad, who did she attack? She didn't just attack migrants, although she had a good swing at them. She attacked women, she attacked young people, but she attacked journalists because she doesn't like them asking the tough questions. Fast forward a few weeks later, and One Nation is locking journalists and media companies out of press conferences. This is authoritarian stuff happening on our watch from people within this parliament, a democratic institution that only gets to exist because there is a belief that we will be held to account, not just by the public square, but by those that are skilled, trained, and it is their job to hold us to account. This bill goes some way to giving media and journalists in this country a fair crack at sustainability in a world where big tech wants to hoover everything up, make massive profits, and shut out the real humans doing the real work who ask the real tough questions. But it's not a silver bullet. And if we don't defend public interest journalism, if we don't defend our public broadcasters, if we don't defend the freedom of the press to come to press conferences, whoever is hosting them, and to be able to ask questions and expect that they'll be answered, then we are not doing our job. I think it is absolutely galling that somebody can be elected, come into this place, earn hundreds of thousands of dollars on the taxpayer's dime, and then think they should be able to pick and choose who holds them accountable. It's arrogant, it's dangerous, and it's cowardly. There's a reason that Pauline Hanson and One Nation lock journalists out of their press conferences, and it's because they're running scared. The people of Victoria deserve to know what One Nation will do if they're elected. The majority of people who live in rural and regional Victoria and the rest of the country, guess what news they rely on for their public interest journalism? The ABC. And of course, Pauline Hanson wants to gut them. Not just shut them out of her press conference, wants to cut them. Senator Pauline Hanson and One Nation are so scared that people will know what they really want to do that they think they can ban journalists whenever they like. It is a bad, bad, slippery slope. Public interest journalism, the pesky questions from journalists, is a fundamental foundation to our democracy, and it must be defended. Now, this bill is not perfect. There are elements of this that I think could have gone in a way that supported more independent and smaller players. But I've been pleased to be able to help push the government to increase the access for smaller players and independent players to get access to these funds. Because the other problem, of course, we have in Australia is we have a very concentrated media landscape. The big players, News Corp, Nine, Seven West, they dominate not just our television screens, the written word, the press, and of course our radio waves. We do need to find better ways to support, and more important ways to support new players and media diversity in this country. So I'll be keeping a very, very close eye on how this scheme rolls out. I'm disappointed that the government has failed to put on the table a mechanism for forcing AI and big tech who are using AI technology to hoover up the content of journalists and news organisations for their own profits, and they're not paying a cent. That is not covered in this bill. Senator Tyrrell, I'm finding it very distracting. AI is not tackled in this piece of legislation, and it should have been. And the government is now on notice, because it's not just social media companies that are taking the work of journalists, flogging it off as on their own platforms and not paying a cent. AI is doing it every day. And we need a mechanism to force the big tech companies to pay Australian journalists and creators for the work that they are stealing. Big tech has become so humongous. These big tech companies, these big AI companies have become so humongous it's near impossible for an Australian media company to have a fair go in any negotiation. And that is only going to continue to get worse. And the Australian government has to do something about that quick smart. And of course, these companies are mostly US companies. And look at the trust deficit in the United States right now amongst their public, the trust deficit in politics, the trust deficit in media and news. I mean, it is rock bottom. We cannot afford to allow that to happen here. It already is, arguably, and we have to stop it from continuing to follow down that US path. So I urge the government, don't sit on your hands waiting for some silver bullet. You're going to have to do the hard work. It's taken years for the government to put this on the table, and it's cost journalists jobs in Australia already. If you roll over to the big AI companies, it's going to be very, very hard to get things back on track. And I know the government is currently trying to work through those issues, but I am fearful that you're not strong enough to stand up to big AI. I am fearful of that. I don't think you got the guts, but I want to be proven wrong. I want to see this government work with this parliament to stand up to AI and force them to pay for the work that they are stealing. Because if we don't have public interest journalism being used and shared and distributed, we end up with politics and media flooded with lies and rubbish, AI slop, mis and disinformation. And who benefits from that? The very people who sit in this corner who want to tear democracy down. It will cost us all. It's not just about the jobs of journalists. It will cost us the strength of democracy. You've got to stand up to AI and you've got to stand up to the right wing who sit in this very corner in this chamber, who are doing the bidding for the big tech, for the big billionaires and for themselves. They are doing nothing about helping Australians.
Senator Hanson-Young, just before you resume your seat, I understand you've got a second reading amendment. Would you like to move that now?
And I would like to move my second reading amendment that goes to that exact point, Deputy President, about AI.
Thank you very much, Senator Hanson-Young. Senator Little.
Thank you. Well, the Coalition is proud to support a strong, sustainable and independent Australian news media sector. That's important, that a strong, independent, sustainable media holds government and institutions to account, gives communities voice, gives access to accurate and diverse sources of information, and that's especially important in regional communities. Media has been under attack for years. As a former professionally trained working journalist, along with my colleague, Senator Henderson, I've seen that change firsthand. The sustained job cuts, the threat posed by AI and big tech. Niche media, public interest journalism is important because at the end of the communication line is audiences, Australians, people who rely on that information, and they mustn't be shortchanged. Quality journalism is the backbone of an informed, connected Australia, and that is nowhere more true than in regional and remote communities. Local newsrooms, they cover everything from local meetings, court cases and community events that national outlets overlook. And in doing so, they keep local democracy accountable and communities connected. They cover the stories that are important to the people in those local communities. It is local media that Australians trust most and rely on for potentially life-saving information during disaster, floods, cyclones, fires, or in local emergencies, because the coverage comes from people who know the area, and it is local media that understands what residents actually need to know, and they have the bandwidth to provide it, that critical information. As newsroom capacity across the country continues to shrink, with dozens of communities now classified as news deserts, we must ensure digital platforms contribute fairly to the journalism they profit from, helping sustain the regional and independent outlets that so many in Australia depend on. But we are here today because the Albanese government abandoned the Coalition's media bargaining code unnecessarily, and it has taken years to get here. That is on Labor. These bills create a new news media bargaining incentive following the Albanese government's decision to abandon the Coalition's news media bargaining code. The Coalition laid the groundwork for this original framework. In 2019, the Coalition asked the ACCC to tackle the growing imbalance between global digital platforms and Australian news publishers who were having their content used without being paid as they should have been. When voluntary negotiations failed, the Coalition delivered the world-leading News Media Bargaining Code in 2021. The code recognised a simple reality: Google and Meta had become unavoidable gatekeepers between publishers and their audiences. The Coalition's code delivered more than 30 commercial agreements, reportedly worth around $250 million to Australian news organisations. The problem was never that the code failed. The problem was that the government failed to use it, failed to monitor it. When Meta walked away from the negotiating table in 2024 in April, Labor chose to dismantle the framework rather than amending the existing code for changing circumstances. It took the government more than 2 years to resolve the impasse, and news media organisations and journalism meanwhile paid a heavy price. The government sat on its hands for far too long. There was no urgency from Labor. When it did act, what Labor did was change for change's sake. We know they're good at that. Duplication of effort, wasting taxpayers' money, looking like it's actually doing something when in reality it's done very little. Lots of effort, lots of money, missing on the big stuff like AI and big tech. Not much to show for the money or the effort, and while that has gone on, those outside of Canberra are impacted, and not in a good way. If you ever wondered why Australia now has a $1 trillion debt, look no further than this Labor government and how it does its work. These bills establish the framework for the News Bargaining Incentive Scheme and the associated News Journalists Payment Scheme. I'll mention just a few of the key features. There's a levy that is a 2.75% charge if the users avoid making direct commercial agreements with Australian news media organisations. Reinstatement of a pre-deal offset cap of 25%, meaning no single publisher deal can offset more than 25% of a platform's total levy obligation. On fund distribution, any changes collected where commercial deals aren't made are redistributed in full to support Australian journalism under a statutory formula tied to journalist numbers, with 5% set aside for grants to small publishers and 5% to the Australian Associated Press. The scheme applies to major digital platforms earning $250 million or more per year. Currently, Google, Meta, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok and Microsoft's LinkedIn. Professional networking platforms like LinkedIn are now captured. A problem that, though, should have been obvious is that AI platforms are excluded. Labor is asleep at the wheel on AI and the impacts and implications on everything. The scheme depends on accurately calculating Australian digital advertising revenue. If revenue is understated, liabilities are understated, and support for Australian journalism is diminished in turn. The Australian Tax Office has the powers needed to verify revenue claims and prevent avoidance. Big techs must be held accountable, and that starts with properly measuring their revenue so Australian journalism is protected for generations to come. The Coalition remains committed to ensuring that those who derive significant value from Australian news contribute fairly to its production. We support sustainable funding for journalism, particularly for regional journalism, which is vital to our democracy, and a framework that encourages genuine commercial agreements rather than depending on government funding mechanisms. While we did not back the government's original proposal, we are pleased the Coalition's work, rattling the cage, has delivered a strengthened news incentive scheme with an increased charge of 2.75%. The objectives of these bills is clear: a strong, diverse and independent Australian media sector that can continue to serve Australians for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Little. Senator Tyrrell.
President. You know, journalism is an essential pillar of Australian democracy, helping to strengthen social cohesion and uphold democratic accountability. But quality journalism is costly to produce, while the commercial revenue that has traditionally supported news production has declined. Digital advertising has shifted to a small number of global platforms like Facebook and Google. These global players now collect massive digital advertising revenue, while many Aussie news business remain under financial pressure. That just isn't right, and it isn't fair. Without action, Australians risk losing local and regional news services, reducing media diversity, public interest journalism, and democratic accountability. Without media diversity and public interest journalism, our democracy grinds to a halt and people can't easily find news reporting based on facts without plugging an agenda. We've seen it happen overseas. Australians can't afford to only get their news from shock jock, uninformed YouTubers instead of our qualified, rational journalists. That's a recipe for disaster. A disaster for our critical thinking skills, for us as individuals and us as a democratic country. So how do we fix the problem? We have to fix the bargaining imbalance between platforms and Australian news businesses. These bills tackle that bargaining imbalance through a carrot and stick model. And these bills finally crack down on the platforms and push them into doing the right thing, making commercial agreements with Australian news publishers. This means platforms like Facebook paying Aussie news publishers in return for making money off their content. And it seems pretty fair, I reckon. Essentially, digital platforms like Facebook will be charged 2.75% of their digital advertising revenue attributable to Australia. But platforms can reduce this charge and offset it through eligible commercial agreements with Australian news businesses. In other words, they either do the right thing and make deals, or they have to pay up. If platforms make money from Australian news, they should help sustain it, either by investing directly through commercial agreements or by paying the incentive charge. These agreements are expected to deliver around $225 to $275 million each year to support public interest journalism and Australians' access to quality news and local reporting. Any revenue collected through this incentive charge will be returned in full to the Australian news industry. And this will help sustain a diverse news ecosystem and ensure Australians continue to have access to quality news and local reporting. Payments to the news sector will be allocated based on the number of journalists an organisation employs, recognising that the more journalists employed, the greater the investment in public interest journalism. But what I love about this bill is it's also designed to help the small publishers that don't have many journos employed yet. 5% of the revenue will be dedicated to a separate grants program focused on supporting small publishers and startups to grow their businesses and produce news for local communities. It's designed to help grow our news sector so that it's more diverse. I've spoken with many amazing organisations over the years who have pushed for changes like this, organisations like Lena. I also want to call out and celebrate that a 20% uplift will apply for journalists employed in regional and remote Australia by small and medium news organisations. It'll also apply to news organisations serving diverse communities, including First Nations, and culturally and linguistically diverse communities. This recognises how hard it is to employ journalists in regional and remote Australia and the financial pressures facing smaller and community-focused publishers. That is a massive win for all our journalists and news organisations down in Tassie. I also want to recognise that these bills are the result of a heap of work over a number of years. Public consultation occurred back in 2025 and on exposure draft legislation earlier this year. I want to call out the amazing work of the Minister for Communications, Annika Wells, and Assistant Treasurer, Dan Molino. I also want to call out both of their respective departments and the public servants who helped navigate the complex beast, and their persistence over many years to make it happen. These bills are a really good news story, helping the Australian journalism sector and our broader democracy, whilst holding the international digital platforms to account. So, to the digital platforms I say, do the right thing. Enter into commercial deals with our Aussie news publishers. And to my fellow senators I say, support the bill. Support commercial investment in Australian journalism and help a secure, sustainable, diverse and independent news media industry for the future. Yeah.
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Senator Antic.
Yes, thank you. I rise to speak against the news media bargaining charge bill and the consequential amendments. This is not the first time we've been here before. In 2021, the News Media Bargaining Code promised to rebalance the relationship between platforms and publishers and that it would sustain journalism across the country. What actually happened? Well, the money went to the three or four biggest incumbents already dominating the market. Now, the political establishment in this building loves the mainstream media. Whether you're from the left or you're from the right, there's a news outlet for you. What they hate is the independent platforms and podcasters because they owe nothing to no one, as they say. This should tell everyone in this building what they need to know about this bill. This is just a subsidy dressed up as a bargaining mechanism. There's no requirement for a single dollar to be pushed back towards public interest journalism. There's no transparency mechanism. There's no public interest test on spending. As I said, the money flows to the big incumbents, not the struggling local small outfits. Smaller publishers receive fragments. Some receive nothing at all. There's no requirement that the money goes towards actual journalism. In fact, the inclination is that it just tips into general revenue where it could go for shareholder returns or executive largesse. This also assumes that the legacy media is inherently more valuable than it demonstrably is. It's absolutely laughable to suggest that the legacy media retains some sort of unique, irreplaceable democratic value that justifies government intervention on its behalf. It's just comical to suggest that. The assumption that the legacy media provides a superior democratic value is therefore highly contestable, and the internet and the digitisation of the market have diversified the public debate, breaking the monopoly on the debate which was previously held by the old world media, leading to the emergence of new dedicated influencers and podcasters. So this bill is really nothing more than a legislative attempt to put that monopoly back together. Government should be encouraging innovation and ensuring that digital markets remain competitive based on merit rather than engineered bailouts. It rewards decline rather than adaptation. The scheme was triggered specifically because platforms concluded news content wasn't commercially worth carrying. There's no opt-out for hosting less news because the levy applies whether the news appears on the platform or not. This is nothing more than insulating an industry from a market signal that it should have responded to. This is protecting incumbent power, not journalism, and the policy fits a pattern of government tendency to protect existing power structures. It's a rhetorical nod to reform while structurally protecting incumbent power, framed as being tough on big tech, who's actually preserving the incumbent's position. So I won't be supporting these bills, and I ask that other colleagues also look past the rhetoric and ask the question that matters, which is who's actually getting the money and why are we protecting an industry that is demonstrably withering on the vine?
Thank you, Senator Antic. 2 minutes, Senator Daliga.
Oh, thanks, President. I'll take the 2 minutes. Every day, Australian journalists do the hard work of finding facts, testing claims, and telling the stories that matter. Reporters knock on doors, sit through council meetings, attend court hearings, and spend weeks or months investigating issues that impact our local communities. They even sit in this place and have the hard job of making sense of what's happening and reporting back to their audiences through articles, live crosses and live blogs. Editors check the facts and photographs, and camera operators capture the moments that help us understand what's happening around us. And this work is not free. Good journalism takes skill, it takes time and resources. It requires newsrooms willing to pursue the truth, to ask difficult questions and stand behind their reporting. While a story can appear on a social media feed in seconds, the work behind it often takes days or weeks. and sometimes months. The Albanese Labor government recognises that a healthy democracy depends on that work. Australians need reliable information so they can make informed decisions, hold governments to account, and understand the issues impacting their lives. Strong journalism helps strengthen our communities, shine a light on wrongdoing, and provide a voice to people who might otherwise go unheard. The News Media Bargaining Incentive Bills incentivise commercial agreements between digital platforms and Australian news businesses, with platforms able to reduce their liability through eligible deals rather than pay the charge. We've introduced this because we believe Australians deserve access to news that is independent, diverse and locally produced.
Thank you, Senator Delija. We're now at 11:15. Are there notices of motion to be given for another day? There being none, I shall move on. Is there a report from the Selection of Bills Committee? Senator Grogan.
I present the 10th report of 2026 of the Selection of Bills Committee, and I seek leave to have the report incorporated into the Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Grogan?
I move that the report be adopted.
Thank you. Minister Gallagher?
Thank you. And I move the following amendment to that motion, which been circulated in the chamber, which would add, and the Fair Work Amendment, Disqualified Officers Bill 2026 and the Housing Australia Amendment, Transparency and Reporting Bill 2026 not be referred to committees.
And Senator Dunham, I believe you have an amendment to that.
You believe correctly, President. I also have an amendment to move, which is as circulated in the chamber, to add at the end of the motion, and in respect of the Fair Work Amendment, Disqualified Officers Bill 2026, the bill be referred immediately to the Education and Employment Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by 22 October 2026.
Senator McKim, is your amendment related to this one or another one? I understand there's a couple of more amendments.
Yeah, there's a couple more. I'll just foreshadow that I'll be moving Senator Thorpe's on her behalf.
Okay, thank you.
President, I'm happy to wait till you do.
Thank you. I'll deal with these two and then I'll come to you. So the question is that the amendment moved by Senator Dunham to Minister Gallagher's amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Duniam to the amendment moved by Minister Gallagher to the Selection of Bills Committee report be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kovacic as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I advise senators that there are further amendments to this bill. If divisions are required, the bills will be rung for 1 minute. I will now put the amendment as moved by Minister Gallagher. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Minister Gallagher be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Noes have it. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Minister Gallagher to the Selection of Bills Committee report be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Senator McKim.
Thanks very much, President. I move the motion circulated in my name that the Superannuation Legislation Amendment Fair Super for Young Workers Bill 2026 be referred immediately to the Economics Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by 17 November 2026.
Thank you, Senator McKim. So the question is, the amendment is moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator McKim to the Selection Bills Committee report be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Order. There being 38 ayes and 21 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Senator McKim informed the chamber he was moving Senator Thorpe's amendment. Senator McKim.
Yeah, thanks, President. As discussed, I move the amendment that's been circulated in Senator Thorpe's name, that the Crimes Amendment prohibiting the strip searching of children Bill 2026 be referred immediately to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by 13th of October.
Thank you, Senator McKim. So the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Senator Thorpe and moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move the amended selection of Bills Committee report as moved by Senator Grogan. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? I call the clerk.
I believe the government just wants to deal with a message.
Okay. I have a message. A message has been received from the House of Representatives forwarding a resolution agreed to by that House relating to the appointment of a joint select committee on artificial intelligence. Minister.
Thank you. I seek leave to have the message considered immediately.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister.
Thank you. I move that the Senate concurs with the resolution of the House of Representatives relating to the appointment of the Joint Select Committee on Artificial Intelligence.
So the question is that the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I move that general business notice of motion number 634 be considered during general business today.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
President, postponement notifications have been lodged in respect to business of the Senate notice of motion number 1, postponed to the 25th of November 2026. Business of the Senate notice of motion number 3, postponed to the next day of sitting.
Thank you. I'll now proceed to formal business, and I'll begin with business of Senate number 2, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Kovacic.
On behalf of Senator Bragg, I withdraw business of the Senate notice of motion number 2 for today.
Thank you, Senator Kovacic. I'll now go to business of Senate number 4, standing in the name of Senator Barbara Pocock. Senator Pocock.
Ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 4 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Pocock.
I move the motion.
So the question is that business of Senate number 4, standing in the name of Senator Barbara Pocock, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now deal with business of the Senate 5, standing in the name of Senator Antic. Is that you, Senator Kovacic?
I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 5 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Kovacic.
I move the motion.
So the question is that business of Senate number 5, standing in the name of Senator Antic, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Sorry, Senator McKim, I thought you were standing for a reason. Business of Senate number 6, standing in the name of Senator Bell.
I ask that business of the Senate notice motion number 6 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Bell.
I move the motion.
So the question is that business of Senate number 4, standing in the name of Senator, business of Senate number 6, standing in the name of Senator Bell, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Noes have it. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that business of Senate number 6, standing in the name of Senator Bell, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kavasik as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now go to General Business 589, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. Please can I withdraw General Business Motion 589?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Done. I'll now deal with 619, standing in the name of Senator Hodgins-May.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 619 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Hodgins-May.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business 619, standing in the name of Senator Hodgins-May, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business 619, stating in the name of Senator Hodgins-May, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Kavasik as teller for the noes. Order. There being 14 ayes and 27 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now go to 622, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 622, proposing the introduction of a bill, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Smith.
I move that the following bill be introduced, a bill for an act to amend the Migration Act of 1958 and for related purposes.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Dean Smith be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Smith.
I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Smith be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
An act to amend the Migration Act 1958 and for related purposes.
Senator Smith.
Move that this bill be now read a second time and seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill. So the question is leave granted? Sorry. Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Smith. I table an explanatory memorandum and seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated into Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Smith. I'll now deal with 633, standing in the name of Senator Ruston. Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 633 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Kovacic.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business 633, standing in the name of Senator Ruston and moved by Senator Kovacic, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now go to 635, standing in the name of Senator Henderson. Senator Kovacic.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 635 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Kovacic.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business 635, standing in the name of Senator Henderson and moved by Senator Kovacic, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Yes. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business 635, standing in the name of Senator Henderson, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kovacic as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes.
Order. There being 25 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The opposition has suggested that Senator Henderson's motions through 636 through to 640 be put together. If that suits the chamber, I will do so. Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motions numbers 636, 637, 638, 639, 6 and 640 be taken as formal motions.
Is there any objection to these motions being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Kovacic.
I move the motions.
So the question is that general business 636, 637, 638, 639, 640, standing in the name of Senator Henderson and moved by Senator Kovacic, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Order. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion 636 through to 640 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kovacic as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 25 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now deal with 641, standing in the name of Senator Hanson-Young.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 641, standing in my name, relating to Dudstop, be taken as formal.
So the question is the motion is moved by Senator Hanson-Young be taken as formal. Any objections? There being no objections, I call Senator Hanson-Young.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion 641, standing in the name of Senator Hanson-Young, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
Last one. Lock the doors. So the question is that General Business 641, standing in the name of Senator Hanson-Young, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Kvasic as teller for the noes. Order. There being 14 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Senators, that concludes formal motions. I call the clerk.
Hit the ground running and do it in as you should.
Government Business Order the day number 1. Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Bill number 2 of 2025. Resumption of second reading debate.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. I rise to reaffirm my opposition to this terrible bill. This is a deeply flawed bill, and I set out my reasons when the bill was last considered by the Senate in May. And nothing since has changed other than myself, and I'm sure most colleagues in here, receiving a lot of calls and emails from people that they are here to represent, raising concerns about the overreach in this bill, raising concerns about the government, without enough justification, having extraordinary powers over Australian citizens. I'd like to take some of the time I have left in my second reading speech to read out excerpts from some of the correspondence I've received from Canberrans. It concerned Canberran who lives in McGregor, told me, "I object to the frightening level of overreach sought in the name of security with this bill." A Canberran in Waniassa said, "Australia is not and has not and should not be violating our rights by stripping them away without oversight or access to representation if detained per due process." A concerned Canberran in Gungahlin said that, "I do not believe powers this grotesque and dangerous should be available to any organisation within a democracy." The views of Canberrans seem aligned with the Law Council, the Australian Human Rights Commission, and so many experts and advocates raising alarm at this bill. This bill in its current form does not have a place in our democracy. And today I'll be voting with Canberrans, on behalf of Canberrans and experts, against this bill. Just today, I was at a press conference where Amnesty International and the Human Rights Law Centre and other organisations tabled a petition of over 50,000 Australians calling for a Human Rights Act in this country. And I'd like to thank the Member for Clark Andrew Wilkie, for his tireless work on a Human Rights Act. He has had 3 bills introduced that would establish a Human Rights Act in this country. His latest attempt, which was modelled on the government's own work on this, the House committee that recommended a Human Rights Act 2 years ago. That was unanimously backed by the Parliament. In those 2 years, we've seen no moves from the government. And it's when you see bills like this ASIO Amendment Bill number 2 come through, you realise why the Albanese government thinks that a Human Rights Act is a great thing in opposition, but in government not so great, is because it'd be very hard to ram this sort of legislation through by guillotine and Australians not just take exception, but actually assert their rights in law. And I think this is a time where we should be saying it is time for a Human Rights Act in this country. It's one thing having egalitarian ideals and wanting people to be judged on their character rather than the colour of their skin, their age, their gender. But that's not in the law in this country, and a Human Rights Act would do that. And so I commend all those Australians who've been pushing for a Human Rights Act. And I say to the government, you have 94 seats in the other place and you have a Senate crossbench that is urging you to get to work on the Human Rights Act. Now is the time.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Christians, Jews, Muslims, Hindu, all are victims of radical Islamic ideology and Islamic terrorism. More Muslims die at the hands of Islamic extremists than at the hands of any other ideology. Australia, Britain, America, Africa, Asia, India, Europe, and other continents and countries are targets and victims of radical Islamic ideology. Persia, or Iran, sees tens of thousands of deaths at the hands of radical Islamic ideology, killing the Islamic Caliphate's own citizens. Yet this bill fails to mention Islam anywhere, nowhere. And this bill is supposedly about terrorism, about security. Secondly, the Royal Commission on Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion, after the Bondi terrorist attack, recently delivered its interim report saying on page 8, there is no time urgency for any reforms in relation to the Bondi massacre. Let me quote, no material or advice from any agency identified any gap in the existing legal and regulatory frameworks that impeded the ability of law enforcement, border control, immigration and security agencies to prevent or respond to an attack of the kind that occurred at Bondi on 14th of December 2025. No Commonwealth or state intelligence or law enforcement agency has suggested that it was prevented from taking prohibitive actions before or on 14th of December 2025 by the then current legislative and authorising framework. It continues, in these respects, no issue requiring urgent or immediate attention has been identified. End of quote. Any attempts to tie this ASIO bill to the 2 Islamic extremists who perpetrated the Bondi terrorist attack should be dismissed with extreme prejudice. The Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Bill No. 2, 2025, this bill, originally sought to make extraordinary powers permanent, removing the sunset clause, thereby weakening important safeguards designed to protect civil liberties, accountability and parliamentary oversight. We acknowledge Labor has agreed to restore the sunset provision as one step to making it less odious. That's a welcome first step from Labor. And we acknowledge many, many constituents, thank you, constituents across our country who've pleaded with us to oppose this bill, including its many powers. We hear you loud and clear. Government has 3 core roles: protect life, protect property, protect freedom. Everyone agrees on the importance of keeping Australians safe, and our intelligence agencies play a critical role in that. Omitting and ignoring extremist Islamic ideology, though, means the Albanese Labor government is ignoring all 3 core roles, especially ignoring protecting life. Islam is an ideology, a way of structuring society, just like communism, socialism and Nazism. It's often used to control through being punitive, extreme punitive. It uses control of thought, belief and action using fear, violence or threats. Examples of punishment include suppression and killing of women, killing non-believers, killing homosexuals, beheading, caning, female genital mutilation, stoning. Radical Islamic ideology goes against Australian values and Western civilisation. It is not compatible with civilised Western society. Right now, in 2026, Iranians want civilisation. They want progress. They want an end to the Islamic Caliphate and its Islamic ideology. Britain, France and many other countries are experiencing high crime rates, lawlessness, mass rapes, brutality and declining living standards due to Islamic enclaves. Enclaves that do not assimilate and instead seem determined to change their new country into a British caliphate. Stop calling Islam what it is not. It is not a religion of peace, when in fact Islam is an ideology of control. Islam is an ideology of control. Punitive control rooted in fear. Tell the truth. Stop pandering to political correctness. Call it for what it is. And restrict immigration. Protect Australian values, culture and laws and lives. Parts of Britain, France and Europe are now lawless. We need to be proactive and stop Islamic mass immigration into Australia. And we need to specifically name radical Islam in this bill as a real and existential threat to the security of Australians. Now, I'm reminded of Richard Dawkins' words, quote, "Something you can convert to is not a race, and a statement of simple fact is not bigotry." Kicking out the 230 terrorists who are currently now in Australia would be better than supporting legislation that impinges on our freedoms, on Australians' freedoms, law-abiding Australians' freedoms. Deport those 230, send them home, now. This is about protecting life, property and freedom, all vital for Australian safety and for human progress. Yet many of this government's members of parliament, including its most senior ministers, actively encourage inhuman, anti-Australian radical Islamic ideology. This shows clearly that this bill is not about protecting Australians against the number one terrorism threat to Australia and Australians, the number one terrorism threat to the world. It reveals clearly that this bill is about giving government agencies added control over Australians. Ironically, since the introduction of the original legislation in 2003, 23 years ago, only 20 questioning warrants have been issued. And we know that ASIO did not use its full powers leading up to Bondi, And we know that in the Uni Party, Liberal, Labor Prime Ministers Scott Morrison and Anthony Albanese together stole basic human rights and freedoms during COVID and in loosely worded censorship bills. As recently as last year, and the suite of 5 control bills and policies in which both have had a hand include Identity Verification Bill, Government Digital ID, Misinformation and Disinformation Censorship Bill, Under 16 Internet Controls, and massive curtailing of cash. And did I mention the Reserve Bank's admission that it's working on developing digital currency linked to a global digital currency, in answer to my questions in Senate estimates? Combined, these 6 initiatives and bills enable a social credit system to control Australians. Now, returning to this latest bill reeking of control, if the Senate agrees to pass our One Nation amendment to specifically include radical Islam in the bill's provisions, name radical Islam, we could reconsider our current position to oppose this legislation. Including radical Islam will show Labor is fair dinkum about security. If not, Labor is not serious about security. Labor's real agenda is control. Control of Australians. Control of law-abiding Australians. We have concerns with many of the bill's provisions. Let me name some. Forced questioning without criminal charge. No independent judicial approval process. expanded questioning powers beyond the original terrorism-focused rationale. The bill broadens the circumstances in which these powers may be used, including matters involving sabotage, promotion of communal violence, with a definition so loose and broad, defence system attacks, territory security threats, reduced transparency and limited public accountability. The inclusion of communal violence, to use your term, is especially concerning because the government's definition expands this beyond violence. They say promotion of communal violence means activities that are directed to promoting violence between different groups of persons in the Australian community so as to endanger the peace, order or good government of the Commonwealth. That definition is so vague, so open-ended. Some commentators have said that one nation's stance on immigration being to the benefit of Australia leads to fear and violence in the community. So we couldn't protect Australians. And One Nation's amendment will remove this vague definition from the matters towards which these powers can be used. Another issue. Some aspects of compulsory questioning powers with minors as young as 14 have some merit. But I'll leave the last word to Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, who in his second reading speech in the House of Representatives on 27th of May 2003, discussing the original ASIO bill. In his speech, he quoted Hermann Goering, Hitler's Reich Marshal at the Nuremberg trials. Quote, "Naturally, the common people don't want war. But after all, it is the leaders of a country who determine the policy, and it is always a simple matter to drag people along, whether it is a democracy or a fascist dictatorship or a parliament or a communist dictatorship. Voice or no voice, the people can always be brought to the bidding of the leaders. This is easy. All you have to do is tell them they are being attacked and denounce the pacifists for lack of patriotism and exposing the country to danger. It works the same in every country." End of Anthony Albanese's quote of Goering, Nazi Goering. Anthony Albanese continued in his speech with these words, "This legislation is without," referring to the original ASIO bill, "this legislation is without precedent in Australia's post-Second World War legal history. Its provisions potentially allow for the mistreatment of ethnic minorities, the suppression of dissent, and the detaining and investigation of wholly innocent Australians." This is Anthony Albanese talking on the basis of this bill today. The suppression of dissent and the detaining and the investigation of wholly innocent Australians. He goes on. He went on. In fact, what this legislation represents, indeed, is a threat from the inside. It represents a threat to the very democratic values which we say quite rightly distinguishes us from authoritarian, undemocratic regimes. End of quote. And yet now, as Prime Minister, he wants to add harsher powers to control Australians, to control law-abiding Australians, to control. This bill erodes the rights of all Australians, regardless of whether individuals do not have a desire to commit an act of terrorism. One Nation wants to protect all Australians. That requires specifically identifying and including radical Islamic ideology that drives Islamic terrorism. Once powers like those in this bill are introduced and made permanent, they're almost never wound back. They're here to stay. That's why we oppose it. What's the point of security with no personal freedom? Thank you.
Senator Antich.
Thank you. I rise to oppose the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Bill number 2. This bill doesn't merely fine-tune existing arrangements. It breaks in new powers and makes permanent what were always intended to be temporary, extraordinary intrusions on the liberty of Australians. In doing so, it flies in the face of the rule of law. So let's be clear about what is being proposed here, about what these powers actually are and what they do. Compulsory questioning warrants allow ASIO to compel a person who may never have been or may never be charged with an offence to appear and answer questions under threat of criminal penalty. Failure to answer in itself becomes a criminal offence. Telling your family and friends, your wife, your husband about the situation becomes an offence. These are not ordinary investigative tools. They sit well outside the framework of the traditional criminal justice system. The original incarnation was introduced in the shadow of September 11, 2001 as a temporary measure to fill a specific gap in our security services. Parliament since then has repeatedly extended them under successive sunset clauses precisely because they are so exceptional. Now, as it currently stands, the bill removes that sunset clause entirely, and I understand there may be a push to return that sunset clause, which is a good thing, but it is also in the framework of this bill a very small thing. Powers that were meant to expire becoming a permanent feature of the legal landscape is a problem. Extraordinary powers should never become ordinary. And history shows that temporary emergency powers have a long and checkered history and habit of becoming permanent features. Worse still, the bill actually expands the reach of adult questioning warrants. Now, currently, that framework is limited to espionage, politically motivated violence and foreign interference, but the definition of an adult questioning matter will now be broadened under this bill to include sabotage and, most alarmingly, the promotion of communal violence. There are others, of course, attacks on Australia's defence system and serious threats to territorial and border integrity, but some of these new categories are concerning in the breadth of their vagueness. Promotion of communal violence is particularly elastic. What does it actually mean? What does it capture? Does it capture passionate political speech, advocacy that offends certain groups, legitimate protest, or religious expression in an official that crosses an often ill-defined line? Now, in a free society, the state shouldn't be handed an open-ended power to compel citizens to answer questions about speech or association that falls short of actual criminality. Vague drafting is the enemy of the rule of law, and citizens are and should be able to know with reasonable certainty where the line is drawn. This bill, on any measure, blurs that line and makes it very difficult for people to understand whether they could simply be detained and questioned against their will. The bill also retains the capacity to subject children as young as 14 to these processes. Now, on its surface, that alone should give this chamber reason to pause. Now, yes, this legislation makes some amendments to prescribed authorities and reporting, but they're modest and they don't cure the fundamental problem, which is the absence of robust independent judicial oversight. There is a tension between, there always should be a tension between compulsory interrogation and the right to silence. That is something which underpins the very nature of our adversarial system of justice. National security obviously is vital, and no one, I think, disputes that ASIO has a very difficult and a very important job, but security which is purchased at the price of permanent, expanded and coercive powers that can sweep people up who have committed no crime is a false bargain. The rule of law requires that the state's most intrusive rules remain exceptional, tightly confined, regularly scrutinised and subject to genuine sunset or renewal by the Parliament, not just quietly normalised, not just quietly allowed to creep into the norm. So I simply won't support a bill that entrenches extraordinary powers and makes it at the behest of becoming ordinary. Those powers expand the scope with vague language and treat the fundamental protections of the law as optional. Extraordinary powers should never become ordinary, and I simply will not support this bill.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy. Well, this is extraordinary, isn't it? We're seeing the Labor Party join up with the Coalition to guillotine through laws, ram them through this Parliament without proper scrutiny on the last day of a sitting week when they're trying to hide it behind other business, ram through laws that are going to supercharge the ability of ASIO to literally pluck you off the street, hold you in secret detention for 24 hours, interrogate you, force you to answer every question with the threat of going to jail if you don't. You don't even have to be suspected of anything. You just might be someone they want to talk to. Ram this legislation through, expand the reasons almost indefinitely for which ASIO can just pluck people off the street, and they're ramming it through today with a guillotine to try and get their dirty business of the security state, their dirty business of granting ASIO whatever power it wants. They want their dirty business rammed through under a guillotine while no one's watching. And do you know what? You look around this chamber, look at the speaking list. There's no one from Labor coming in to defend this. It's indefensible. The speaking list has collapsed from Labor because they know coming in and talking to this is like sort of going for a bath in toxic waste with the public. And from the Coalition, the ones who come out here and they'll trumpet about, individual liberty and all this fighting against the state, the Coalition are up to their neck. Agreed to the guillotine, ramming it through. This is a demonstration, Exhibit A, in what is wrong with this place. We're meant to be here protecting democracy. We're meant to be here protecting freedoms. We're meant to be here protecting people on the street from, well, let's be frank, this place. What Labor does in this place, what the Coalition does in this place. And instead, this place is doing a job on the people of Australia and trying to do it in the dark. That's what the guillotine's about. That's why no one from Labor will come out and speak to it, because they want it to go through without anyone watching what they're doing. It's a downright bloody disgrace. The Greens voted against this legislation when they first brought it in, the Coalition and Labor in 2003. We voted against it when they tried to constantly have the sunset never set, extend the sunset time after time after time. And we're voting against it today. We are the only party that has stood in this place not to back in ASIO and secret state and secret detention. We're the only party that stood in this place every single time and said, we're on the side of liberty and we're on the side of the Australian public. And we're doing it again today. And Labor and the Coalition are on the side of secret detention powers. They're on the side of plucking you off the street and having you interrogated in the dark. And get this, if this extension of the power goes through, they can pluck you off the street with a warrant, call it a warrant, let's be clear, a piece of paper. And do you know who's going to sign off on ASIO's powers? People might be thinking, well, surely there'd be a judge there, right? Maybe even a magistrate. Surely there's someone independent of government. Surely this couldn't be done by a politician, could it? But no. The person who signs the bit of paper to have you plucked off the street by ASIO and put in a dark room for 24 hours is the Attorney General, a politician. That's what's being proposed here. Politicians can have you plucked off the street and secretly interrogated for 24 hours by ASIO or the AFP. And they want to expand the reasons why ASIO can do that. They want to expand it to include this concept of promotion of communal violence. And you read the definition of promotion of communal violence in the bill, and do you know what it says? It says whatever the bloody hell ASIO thinks it is. That's what the definition says. You could drive a bus through the definition. Now, actually, when we look at other countries, we look at history, we look at how we lost democracy and freedoms, it happens with actions like this. Governments say, we need to do this. We need this extreme power over you to protect you. We need to be able to decide whenever we want, however we want, whoever we want, we can just monster them to protect you. And don't you worry, it won't be you. Oh, no, it's that lot over there. They're coming after, maybe this month, they're coming after people seeking freedom for the Palestinian people. Maybe next month they'll come after some First Nations activists who are demanding their land back. Maybe next month they'll just decide to go full on against our neighbours and our friends in the Islamic community here. And maybe after that they'll come after unionists. Maybe after that they'll come after Greens. Maybe they'll put the Greens higher up the list. That's what's at stake here. Because that's what history shows us. You give governments these extreme powers and they use them. And you may not think they're coming after you first, but don't you worry, you're on the list. When will we say no to this? When will this Parliament not be backing in ASIO, the secret state, the security state, whatever the hell the government of the day wants? When will we be backing in the rights of Australians to go about their life and not fear their own government? Because if this legislation gets through, Australians will have a right to fear their own government, because whenever the government chooses, they can pluck you off the street. So what happens in these secret detentions? Well, I gave a speech a few months ago in this place about a woman who finally felt that she could talk about her experience of being pulled off the street, compulsorily interrogated by the AFP because she'd attended a protest in the city. And you know, because she had been fearing being put in jail if she told anyone about it, she'd been fearing this for over a decade. She'd been plucked off the street in 2003 and she'd been in fear that if she told anyone, her mum, her dad, or her kids, her friends, she feared she'd be put in jail. And she could finally speak about it and tell me about it because she was going to take her own life because she had terminal cancer. And that's when she felt she could talk about it. She'd been keeping this fear inside of her for 2 decades. That if she told anyone about how she was pulled off the street, compulsory interrogated by the AFP because she attended a protest, she feared she'd go to jail. The only time she could speak about it, and in her last moments on this planet, what was in her mind was telling the truth about what happened to her and being able to finally talk about it because she didn't fear the consequences, not because the law had gone away, but because her life was about to end. And they want, Labor, the Coalition, they want to extend these powers, do that to even more Australians. And that woman was never suspected of anything. She was just a witness that they wanted to interrogate. What happens under this law? Well, ASIO decides that, you know, your brother, your sister might have gone to a protest, might have signed a petition, might have had a chat in the pub, and they think, well, actually, we don't suspect you of anything, but you might have some information about, what is it? Promotion of communal violence, whatever the hell ASIO says. Maybe you're thinking about doing some disruption for a climate protest. Maybe you're thinking about protesting ASIO, I don't know. But they think that there was a discussion there about promoting communal violence. They go to the Attorney General and say, oh, look, there's a problem. This person doesn't like ASIO, they're going to have a go at ASIO. Or this person doesn't like Woodside, they're going to have a go at Woodside. And they say to the attorney, we want to drag them in and find out who they know, who they talk to, want to get their emails, want to get their socials. I want to drag them in. And the Attorney General signs a piece of paper and bang, you get a knock on your door, or you get pulled out of work, or you get pulled over on the street. They take you into a room and they can question you for 24 hours. You can bring your lawyer into the start if you can contact them, because they don't necessarily give you any time. But if they don't like what your lawyer's doing, they just boot your lawyer out. You there without a lawyer, you might be worried that something you say could get you in trouble. And you know, because you're not sure what the hell, there's no charges in front of you. You haven't been told what it's about. You're just being questioned. You say, I don't want to answer that. They say, if you don't answer it, we're going to charge you and put you in jail for up to 5 years. And then after 24 hours of this, and I think they have to give you a little bit of sleep at some point. I think they have to give you some water. Give you a bit of sleep, give you a bit of water, wake you up again and question you again. And they spit you out after 24 hours. You go home. And your partner comes down and says, but bloody hell, where were you? I can't tell you. Your kids are saying, You know, Dad, Mum, where were you? What's happened? You missed the soccer. What the hell happened? And you're shaken. You haven't had any sleep. You're in the same clothes you're in. He says, I can't tell you. If I tell you, I go to jail for up to... I can't tell you. I can't tell you why I can't tell you. That's the law. That's the law you're backing in here. Who the hell does that? Like that is some of the most repressive laws you could do. Who could do that to a citizen? And they don't even have to be suspected of anything. And you lot want to extend this with extending the sunset clause in forever. And you want to increase the grounds on which ASIO can come and do this. Is there any wonder you're trying to slip it in a guillotine? Isn't any wonder I look at the speaking list, not a bloody Labor politician on it, and the only coalition member who speaks on it is one of the...
Senator Shoebridge, I'll ask you to mind your language in this chamber.
Well, I withdraw. I withdraw that word starting with B. Not a Labor member on the speaking list. And the only coalition member is one of them who has the actual guts to come up and say no, but the coalition machine is voting for this. And none of them are willing to even put their name to it and come and explain to the public why they're doing this, because you can't explain. Because if you tell the truth, you'd say we're craven to the security state, and we'll do whatever the security state wants because you've done it every time. Every time. And you know what? The Prime Minister, the great shrinking man of Australian politics, who in 2003, when this legislation first came here, said never do that. Said the legislation is without precedent in Australia's second... I'm quoting him here. It's on his website even. It's on his website. The legislation is without precedent in Australia's post-Second World War legal history. Its provisions potentially allow for the mistreatment of ethnic minorities, the suppression of dissent and the detaining and investigation of wholly innocent Australians. That's why he voted against it in 2003. That's his words. And then he went on and he said, an ideological struggle in favour of democracy and freedom cannot be won by giving up democratic values, freedom and respect for civil liberties. This is not a new struggle. Way back in 1800, British parliamentarian Edmund Burke told Parliament, bad laws are the worst of tyranny. That statement is as true today as it was when such a far-sighted legislator first uttered it. That's the words of the current Prime Minister, a person who has shrunk in office to a degree that it's hard to recognise. Because the same bloke who said that in 2003, that these laws are a threat to our civil liberties, that they are the worst of tyranny, he's now leading a government that wants to supersise them. And no one from Labor has the guts to explain how that happened. None of them. And of course, their poodles in the coalition trot along behind them and say, security state, no worries, we'll give it to you. What's the point of you? Well, the point of you, it turns out, is to take freedoms from Australians, to take liberty from this country, to supersise the security state and to do it in the dark and do it under a guillotine because you haven't got the guts to actually have a committee discussion about this, to be interrogated in the Parliament about your powers. You're happy to interrogate the people of Australia in secret and in the dark, but you won't even stand up in this place and answer questions in committee. That's what the guillotine does. What a disgraceful bunch of hypocrites you all are. We will oppose this law today, like we opposed these supersized security laws in 2003, like we opposed them every time you tried to extend the sunset clause, because the Greens fundamentally believe that the people in this country deserve rights to protect them against their government. And not only do we say it, but we vote that way. We vote on principle. We vote on our policies, and we're going to do it today.
Senator Shoebridge.
Second reading speech, if I may, that's standing in my name. And I also, I'll get in trouble if I don't do this, seek leave to withdraw Amendment 3796.
Thank you. Is leave granted? Leave is granted. We'll go to Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. And first of all, I wish to associate myself with the comments made by my colleague Senator Shoebridge, who I think laid out exactly what is wrong with this complete power grab happening today under the cloak of darkness. Once again, this week, we are seeing Labor and the Coalition team up to do a dirty deal to ram this bill through the Senate today, with debate being limited to just 1 hour. 1 hour to debate the biggest expansion to ASIO's coercive interrogation and detention powers in more than 2 decades. 1 hour. That is not democracy. This is an extraordinary abuse of parliamentary process. And people in this place on both sides should hang their heads in shame. And I see they're not even in here to listen to this debate or to engage in this debate. If this legislation is so defensible—
Senator Hodgins-May, could you resume your seat, please? Minister.
Point of order. The senator's reflecting on other senators' presence in or outside of the chamber. Senator Shoebridge also made comments about people being on or off the speaking list, which were misleading the Senate. I'd ask the senator to withdraw.
Senator Hodgins-May, can you please withdraw those comments?
I withdraw.
Thank you. Please continue.
Members of the Coalition and the Labor Party know that these powers will alarm Australians. That is why we're not having debate. That is why debate is being limited to 1 hour. That is why this bill isn't going to committee. This overreach is exactly what Parliament is supposed to prevent. Governments accruing extraordinary powers without proper scrutiny or without public debate. And they do it. They do it while the public's attention is elsewhere. The public are grieving the fact that 230,000 people are going to be kicked off the NDIS. The public are grieving the fact that despite years and years of advocacy to strengthen gambling laws in this country and gambling advertising laws to keep people safe, they got a dog's breakfast that won't work. People are distracted, and on the final hours of sitting on the last day of the fortnight, the government and coalition are teaming up for another dirty deal. Well, shame on them. This timing, of course, isn't incidental. They are trying to bury a deeply controversial expansion of secret state powers underneath other major political news. The substance of this bill should alarm everyone who cares about democracy, who cares about freedom of speech, and the right to protest. Fundamental principles to a healthy, functioning democracy. Under these laws, ASIO can detain and interrogate someone who has not been charged with a crime. They don't even need to be suspected of committing a crime. I mean, you cannot make this stuff up. You can be compelled to answer questions, and refusing to answer can carry a prison sentence of up to 5 years. 5 years in prison for failing to answer questions, and you haven't even been suspected of committing a crime. And you can be, as my colleague Senator Shoebridge articulated so clearly, you are prohibited from telling your family, your lawyer or anyone else about what happened, why you were plucked off the street, why you were detained. Imagine those powers being exercised against someone who has done absolutely nothing wrong. How intimidating. How terrifying. Imagine being taken away, interrogated by a secret intelligence agency, denied the opportunity to speak publicly about it, and face 5 years in prison if you refuse to answer questions. That's not the Australia we know. That's not the Australia we're in here to protect. These are not minor administrative powers. They go directly to the relationship between the individual and to the state. A 14-year-old could be detained and questioned by ASIO without a lawyer and without court oversight. 14-year-old. This should absolutely horrify us. The new politically motivated violence trigger makes that even more alarming. That phrase risks drawing legitimate political movements, protests and dissent into the national security apparatus, and we've already seen the Palestine solidarity movement subjected to extraordinary political and national security scrutiny. And who knows where else this will go. Senator Shoebridge raised some examples, but what about welfare recipients? What about disabled people? The very people that this government has shown us that they are willing to beat down on time and time again. Well, let's see where these laws end up, who they end up interrogating. People have a democratic right to march, to organise, to campaign, to criticise governments and to demand political change. Freedom of speech is not just the right to say things that the government likes. Freedom of speech matters most when people are saying things that governments find uncomfortable. Thin skins. The right to protest matters most when people are protesting against those in power. If people start worrying about whether participation in a protest could put them on the radar of ASIO, then you've already begun to chill democratic participation. And if that power can be exercised secretly, with limited ability for the person affected to challenge it, of course that danger is even greater. And it is unacceptable. This is why parliamentary scrutiny matters so much. And the fact that you've sidelined that today is an indictment. Yet Labor and the Coalition today have decided Australians deserve 1 hour of debate on this power grab. There is something deeply perverse about using the guillotine to rush through legislation that gives itself, the state, greater powers to restrict people's freedom. The government should be making the case for these powers in the sunlight, not passing them in the shadows. And there is a particular hypocrisy here. In 2013, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese spoke against the expansion of these sorts of ASIO powers. How much changes in 23 years? The Greens are here trying to remove the worst elements of this bill. And we will oppose any expansion of these dangerous powers. National security should keep Australians safe. It should not become a backdoor step for suppressing dissent. The real test of democracy is not whether governments can exercise power. It's whether they're willing to constrain their own power. Today, Labor and the Coalition are dismally failing that test. And Australians will remember this political cowardice, this power grab, this dodgy deal with the Coalition, one of many this week. We will remember this at the next election.
Senator Faruqi.
Thank you. I rise to add my voice to the chorus of opposition to the ASIO Amendment Bill number 2. Community members, civil society and legal experts share the Greens' opposition to the major parties' continued efforts in this legislation to undermine our democracy and our civil liberties. And I want to associate myself with the excellent speeches from Senator Hodgins-May and Senator Shoebridge. Like these two parties, the Coalition and the Labor Party, were not satisfied by screwing over millions of people this week. They want to tighten the screws even further. That is all you can do. All you can think about is how we can harm more and more people who live in this country. Like, why are you here? What is your purpose? Pack up, get out. What we have before us are amendments that lock in and expand the worst of the extraordinary Howard-era laws that allow ASIO to force someone who isn't accused of any crime to immediately submit to secret questioning for up to 40 hours. If you're lucky, you're allowed a lawyer during questioning. But ASIO can get approval to strip you of that very basic right too. Like, where are we living now? Think about what you are doing. If you do get a lawyer, these powers will still hamstring them. ASIO can redact their copy of the original warrant, prevent them asking questions, or boot them from the interrogation altogether. This is the gravity. This is the gravity of what this legislation is going to do. And how much time do we have, Senator Shoebridge? 1 hour? We've got 1 hour. 1 hour to debate this. And both the two sides are very quiet on this, because they just want to push it through. And all this without any judicial oversight of the warrant issued. Just the rubber stamp of whichever of Australia's notoriously compliant Labor or Liberal Attorneys General happens to be in government, and on the ASIO director's speed dial at that particular time. It's clear these powers should never have existed in the first place. They should never have existed. That's a view I know was shared on record by many Labor members in this place before they decided that they preferred the admiration of national security hawks and warmongers over protecting the democratic rights and civil liberties of ordinary citizens. The government's quiet move to reinsert the sunset clause is a symptom of their confused approach to these powers and this legislation. The Labour Party doesn't know who they are anymore. That's pretty clear. It was reckless in the extreme to attempt to bake in the worst of the existing legislation's attacks on Australians' human rights by removing the sunset clause that should have seen these laws expire long ago. It's good that it will stay in, but we maintain these laws should still be allowed to lapse and should be subject to rigorous parliamentary oversight and regular independent review in the meantime. In this spirit of recklessness, the bill expands the list of matters on which people can be compulsorily questioned to include the very nebulous promotion of communal violence and protection of Australia's territorial and border integrity from serious threats. The latter of which ASIO and Home Affairs told the government they didn't think was necessary. I mean, we know who is going to be cracked down by these laws. It is those fighting for justice for Palestine. It is those fighting for climate or anything else that the government doesn't like. The submission of the Councils of Civil Liberties to the PJCIS inquiry puts clearly the alarming consequences of these changes, saying that they create an incentive for the executive to conduct fishing expeditions against individuals who could not otherwise be investigated under ordinary criminal procedure. Given the breadth of the concept of political violence, the councils are concerned that the effect of the division is to transform ASIO from an intelligence agency into a secret police force. This is what is happening here. You are making a secret police force. As the president of the New South Wales Council of Civil Liberties put it a few weeks ago, the expanded scope of ASIO powers proposed in this bill could theoretically capture activities related to political protest and represents a massive overreach of emergency anti-terror laws that has long been warned against. But you guys, you never pay heed to any evidence or anything the experts tell you. You just do what the hell you want to. And 9 out of 10 times, it is bad. It is bad for communities, it is bad for people, it is bad for migrants, it is bad for those who want to use their democratic right to protest, and it is bad for this country. History teaches us the only reliable way to prevent governments from using such powers to suppress political dissent is for them not to have them in the first place. We know that suppression always comes for the marginalized and people of color first. And it will, again, this time around. And I am opposed to any effort to infringe on the rights of people to associate, to organize, or to protest. The lack of transparency and accountability in this legislation falls far short of the basic democratic expectations. Far short of the basic democratic expectations. That Labor feel that they can rush it through the Senate in just one day shows how confident Labor and the Liberals are in having normalized secrecy and national security excess over the last 2 decades, as they've marched in lockstep to the US drums of war. The Greens don't for 1 second, we don't for 1 second buy the major party view that what is done in the name of national security should be done without criticism or care for the path down which the country is being led. So we will be vocal, we will be loud and proud against attacks on democratic rights for communities and people that live here. We will not shy away from that. This bill is, of course, just another example of Labor's slide to the right on democratic freedoms. We see it in their willingness to cozy up to the United States and its far-right leaders. While we say Australia should be a voice for peace and justice, not a lapdog for militarism, the government are all too happy to put the imperial interests of our so-called allies ahead of the civil liberties of Australians. We see Labor's slide to the right in the culture of secrecy that results in Labor teaming up with the Liberals to evade scrutiny on AUKUS. We see it in the deals they cut. Well, at least 3 we've seen just this week. In the deals that they cut, we see it in the deals that they cut, again with their pals, who but the Liberals, to rush through legislation that is chilling political debate, protest, civil rights, and people speaking up about civil rights abuses across the world, especially justice for Palestine. We've seen it as Australia fell in line behind the United States and Israel as devastating wars were waged on Gaza, Lebanon, and Iran, killing and maiming tens of thousands, displacing hundreds of thousands, and destroying entire communities. Instead of standing up for civil liberties at home and standing up for international law and human rights around the world, Prime Minister Albanese and his government toe the line for war-mongering countries and egomaniacal leaders. That's what the Labour Party of today is about. What Australia's defence and intelligence organisations need is more transparency and accountability, not the impunity granted by this legislation. At their heart, these laws represent a threat to our democracy and civil liberties. And I am so proud to join my Greens colleagues in voting against these threats, in voting against communities who want to use their democratic right to protest and to speak out, and against this bill.
Senator McKim?
Yes, I am seeking the call.
Okay.
Deputy President.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Well, it's been a pretty dire week here in the Senate, and I dare say many of the people impacted by the events in this chamber this week would describe it as diabolical. Yeah. I mean, we have got disabled people punched down on. We've seen pathetically weak gambling laws rammed through this place, and now we are seeing again under a guillotine, the third in 3 days, a bill that massively increases the power of the intelligence and security apparatus in this country. And what's the common theme between all these 3 things? Punching down on disabled people, passing gambling laws drafted at the behest of the big gambling corporations, and creating extraordinary new powers for the security industrial complex in this country. What is the common theme? That's right, the so-called parties of government in this place. Let me give a warning to the parties of government. Firstly, if you rise to the head of a police force, a security group, an intelligence organisation like ASIO, you are primarily concerned with things like law and order, security and safety. That is an obvious statement. But let's be very clear about what our job here is here in this place. Our job is to question when we get asked whether new powers are necessary. Our job is to ask the question when we get told by the head of ASIO or the head of the AFP or the head of any of the other myriad law and order and security organisations that exist in our country, when we get told by them that you have to give us new powers, our job is not to say, of course, here you go, as the parties of government do every single time in this place. Our job is to question the need and to balance a genuine need that people be kept as safe as possible in this country with the fundamental rights and freedoms that we used to go to war and fight and bleed and die to protect. That is our job. That is our job in this place, and that job and that responsibility is being abrogated, as it is so regularly by the so-called parties of government in this place. So, of course, here we find ourselves yet again in the Greens standing for fundamental rights and freedoms in the complete absence, I might add, of a charter or a Bill of Rights in this place, in the complete absence of the rights of citizens of this country being enshrined in the Constitution, which is where they actually should be enshrined in a country like Australia. In the complete absence of those things, it is left to the Greens, as we do every single time, to run the balance argument, to run the reasonable argument. And I want to associate myself with the words of Senator Shoebridge in his excellent contribution to this speech, as well as Senator Hodgins-May and Senator Faruqi's excellent words. We should be really scared about what these powers allow ASIO to do. You can be literally dragged off the street for secret questioning. No crime required, you don't get a lawyer of your choice, and you don't get a right to silence. And this can apply to children as young as 14, kids. Kids. They get dragged out on their walking home from school, dragged into ASIO for questioning. They don't get a lawyer that they might choose or that their family might choose. And in fact, they may well be not allowed to tell their family what's happened. Certainly, if you're an adult, you won't be able to tell your family what happened. It'll be a crime to tell your family what happened, where you were, what you were asked. These are draconian, coercive questioning powers. It is a disgrace that in a so-called liberal democracy like Australia, we are even thinking about creating and extending powers like these. And of course, the Prime Minister back in the day was right when he opposed these coercive questioning powers when they were first introduced and said that these provisions or provisions that underpin the provisions that we are debating today potentially allow for the mistreatment of ethnic minorities, the suppression of dissent and the detaining and investigation of wholly innocent Australians. He was right about that, But I'll tell you what, the office of Prime Minister empowers some people and it diminishes others. And this current Prime Minister is someone who has been abjectly diminished by the office of the Prime Minister. He has shrunk in office, as Senator Shoebridge said. He's a deeply unimpressive Prime Minister, a mediocre.
Senator Shoebridge, I'll ask you to be mindful of reflecting on other members of this parliament.
On the basis that you are directing that towards Senator McKim, I will indeed.
My apologies.
I will indeed consider that. But we need to understand what some of the detail is in this legislation. Now, let's be clear about who can sign the warrants here. The warrants can be signed by the Attorney-General. So the warrants don't have to be signed by a judge, as is overwhelmingly usual in our justice system. To make the obvious point, the Attorney-General, and so that I don't fall foul of reflecting on a particular person, I'll say any Attorney-General is a political appointment. The Attorney-General is a political appointment by the Governor-General on the advice of the Prime Minister. That's how we end up with an Attorney-General, not an independent person who's going to dispassionately and reasonably apply the law, a political appointment. And yet it's the Attorney-General who can sign warrants. The Attorney-General. I mean, give me a break. I mean, we've seen what Attorneys-General have done over the years. I mean, without even casting my mind very far back, we can look at the case of witness K. I mean, a prime example there. We can look at the case of Mr. Kaleri. Another example, and as Senator Shoebridge reminds me, more recently, Mr. David McBride. I mean, Attorneys General have regular... I mean, what about when we bugged the Timor-Leste embassy folks, which of course gave rise to the circumstances that witness K and Mr. Kaleri found themselves in? I mean, Australian history is literally littered with examples of Attorneys General behaving in highly questionable ways. Yeah, as Senator Shoebridge also reminds me, doing the dirty work, doing the government's dirty work. It's littered with it. And then you bring in a bill that's going to let the Attorney-General sign a warrant. And of course, they don't have to suspect you did anything wrong. They could just be putting the shakes on you, shaking you down, squeezing you for information. I mean, this is absolutely police state stuff. Police state, surveillance state. And people know that they're living in a surveillance capitalist society where you get surveilled by corporations like Coles. When you go to the supermarket, they've got a contract with Palantir, one of the most evil corporations that exists anywhere in the world, one of the most dangerous corporations that exists anywhere in the world. They know they're going to get surveilled, digital recognition software deployed, they get you in the aisles, they get you in the checkouts. People understand that's happening in the capitalist parts of our society and the big corporate controlled parts of our society, and people need to understand it's happening in regards to the state. Do you remember the absolute uproar when a former Labor government tried to introduce the Australia card? How far down the road to a surveillance state have we travelled since those days, when Australians quite rightly back then were concerned about the government centralising information that the state held on individual people, and there was an absolute uproar about it. Well, here we find ourselves, because of the curtailment of these debates by the so-called parties of government, where these laws are being smuggled through this parliament, no committee, no public inquiry, no opportunity for these laws to be scrutinised in even the committee stage of the Senate. Now, here we are. Again, fundamental rights and freedoms that Australians fought and bled and killed and died to protect back in the day, including family members of mine, ancestors of mine, who died in wars against totalitarian states or fascist states. And here we are becoming one. I mean, it's pathetic. It's pathetic. And it's mostly pathetic from the so-called parties of government in this place. A Labor Party that has completely lost its way, captured by fossil fuel interests, captured by Zionist interests, captured by the Five Eyes security.
Order.
Well, don't worry, mate, you're captured by Zionist interests as well.
Senator McKim, resume your seat. Senator Patterson.
Acting Deputy President, those remarks must be withdrawn.
In which case, feel free to put the point of order.
The point of order
is the disorder of yelling across the chamber.
My point of order are the comments made by Senator McKim as to...
I heard you, yes.
Okay.
Senator McKim, will you withdraw those comments, please?
Withdraw the comment I made about Senator Patterson, but what I will say...
No, I don't think that was quite the point.
Well, I don't know what the point was.
Senator Kovacic?
Both. It was in relation to what is occurring now in our country and the comments in relation to Senator Patterson.
Senator McKim?
Well, I have withdrawn the comments made in relation to Senator Patterson. I am...
Senator McKim?
I'm entitled to say that Zionist interests...
but you are entitled to have an orderly debate within this chamber, and it is my role here to keep that order. There have been wide-ranging comments so far this morning, some of which have been offensive to others. You are entitled to your opinion. You are entitled to continue on this debate, but I will ask you to do it in a respectful and unoffensive fashion, please. If you can withdraw those comments.
Well, I mean, I believe I have withdrawn the comments I made in regards to Senator Patterson, so I'll leave it there. And I will make the point.
So please resume your seat, Senator McKim. I feel like you are completely missing the point intentionally. Senator Patterson.
Thanks, Chair. In the abundance of being helpful to assist Senator McKim so he has the time to reflect on this, we have a Royal Commission right now into anti-Semitism. Standing up in this chamber and accusing other people of being captured by Zionist interest is a dangerous and reckless thing to do. I encourage him, in the spirit of good debate in this chamber, to reflect on the consequences of language like that.
This is not a further debate. Now, I am conscious that you have time left and you have a right to continue your contribution. For the orderly conduct of this chamber, I would ask you to consider withdrawing those comments so that we can proceed.
Well, if I might just address the point of order then, Chair, Deputy President, if you're going to make such a ruling. I'm not certain what standing order Senator Patterson is alleging that I've breached good judgment. I'm not aware of that being part of the standing orders. I'm happy to reflect on what Senator Patterson has asked me to reflect on.
Thank you. That
Thank
would
you.
be
All right.
much
Well, in the very short time I have left...
You have a couple of moments left. Please continue your contribution.
Thank you. In the very short time that I have left, because of the dirty deal between the Labor Party and the Coalition, I want to make the point, and by the way, I will provide the Minister with 2 or 3 minutes here before the 1:15 guillotine, because I'm genuinely curious at how the indefensible is going to be defended by this Minister, or at least how the attempt to defend the indefensible will be rolled out. But I will make the point again. These are bad laws. They're bad for the country. They're bad for the values. They offend the values of this country. They are bad for the people of Australia. They not only offend the values of this country now, they offend the values that we used to go to war and fight to protect and enhance. And here we find ourselves actually becoming the very thing that we fought against for so long in this country. The Labor Party should stand condemned for being captured by so many vested interests in this place, including the military-industrial complex. The Coalition should and does stand condemned for the same thing. The Australian Greens will proudly vote against these terrible provisions. We will proudly stand up for the people of Australia against a political duopoly that is determined to turn this country into a police state and a surveillance state.
I call the Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. And in the 4.5 minutes I have left, I was hoping to address the content of the bill in depth. I was hoping to also talk to the government amendments that have been moved in regards to the sunsetting clause and the PGCIS. I'm going to address the nature of the debate first, though, because I just want to say that we have allowed Greens members to be added to the list today to stand up, and we haven't closed off debate. But the commentary from this end of the chamber has been not just misleading of the Senate, but willfully misleading of the Senate. To say that there are no government speakers on the list is wrong and untrue and willfully misleading. To say that this is the only opportunity to debate is wrong. The bill was debated in May. It's been on the list since 2025. To say there's no committee process while also taking up time to avoid a committee process, I mean, is not just wrong, it is disrespectful to the Senate. And to say that we have quietly introduced amendments, well, I wouldn't call providing something with notice on the Hansard with detailed information about why we're introducing those amendments quietly. But the truth is, the Greens political party seek to talk about the lack of transparency, the lack of accountability, the erosion of democracy, while at the same time disrespecting this institution, disrespecting democratic institutions, the public service, our intelligence agencies, in a way that erodes democracy. You cannot on one hand talk about the fact that democracy is being eroded while you are actually actively seeking to do that. That is what the Greens political party do every single time they come into this chamber, and they should be held accountable for that behaviour, and that's why I wanted to address that debate now before moving on to the substantial notion of the bill. There is one other political commentary that I do need to make before I move on, and that is the voting intention of One Nation. Because we have heard so much commentary from One Nation, particularly the leader Pauline Hanson, but of course other members of One Nation, about how they are so black and white when it comes to supporting national security and protecting Australians from terrorism. But today what they will do is seek to water down this bill, and if they don't get their amendments up, they will vote against a piece of legislation designed to protect our national security. That's exactly what One Nation does. They say one thing outside of this chamber, and then they come in here and do the exact opposite every single time. And now we have them here again doing exactly the same thing. The government will be seeking to move amendments that ensure that a sunset clause exists for these powers, and to ensure that the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, the statutory review of operation, effectiveness and implications of the compulsory questioning powers occurs 2 years after the commencement of this bill. Now, to the nature of the rest of the amendments, I won't go into them, but I will say and remind my colleagues that the Director General of Security stated in annual annual threat assessment in 2025, Australia is now facing multifaceted, merging, intersecting, concurrent and cascading threats, and ASIO needs the powers to ensure that they can protect Australians from the threats of security. We heard comments about the Prime Minister from these people at the end of the chamber. And I just want to put on the record that the Prime Minister is a man of integrity, and he is a person who has spoken and met with people who have been harmed by extremist violence in our country. He's met those victims and he has talked to them personally. And the Prime Minister is committed above all else to protecting Australians and keeping them safe and ensuring that our national security agencies have the powers that they require to do that exact thing, keep Australians safe.
Thank you, Minister. The time for that bill is now expired. We're now at the hard marker guillotine. Pursuant to order agreed on the 18th of August 2026, the time allotted for consideration of 12 bills has expired. I'll now put the question on the remaining stages of the bills. I will first deal with the News Journalist Payments Bill 2026 and 4 related bills. I'll begin with the second reading amendment moved by Senator Hanson-Young. So the question is that the amendment on sheet 4012 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment on sheet 4012 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Order. There being 13 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I advise senators if further divisions are required, there will be 1 minute bells. The question now is that these bills be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
It's Bill 2026. News Journalism Payments Consequential Amendments Bill 2026. News Media Bargaining Administration Bill 2026, News Media Bargaining Charge Bill 2026, Treasury Laws Amendment, News Media Bargaining Consequential Bill 2026.
I'll now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments circulated by the opposition. The question is that the amendments on sheet 4007 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
Right.
Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 4007 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kovacic as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 23 ayes and 35 noes, the matter is resulted in the negative. I remind the chamber once again that this order was agreed to on Tuesday, where we are now in a guillotine. There may be further divisions. If there are further divisions, there are 1-minute bells. I advise senators to stay close to the chamber, and at the request of whips, I may consider a 4-minute bell. But I am dealing with this in accordance with the standing orders. I'll now deal with the amendments circulated by the Australian Greens. The question is that the amendments on sheet 3999 and 4006 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 3999 and 4006 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Order. There being 10 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now deal with the amendments circulated by Senator David Pocock. The first question is that clause 98 and 99 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that clauses 98 and 99 stand as printed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator David Pocock for the noes. Senator McKim, you need to be seated. There being 33 ayes and 10 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the amendments on sheet 4011 and the remaining amendments on sheet 4010, as moved by Senator Pocock, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is the amendments on sheet 4011 and the remaining amendments on sheet 4010 be agreed to. I appoint Senator David Pocock as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Yes. Order. There being 10 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bills be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
News Journalism Payments Bill 2026. News Journalism Payments Consequential Amendments Bill 2026. News Media Bargaining Administration Bill 2026, News Media Bargaining Charge Bill 2026, Treasury Laws Amendment, News Media Bargaining Consequential Bill 2026.
I will now deal with the Crimes and Other Legislation Amendment Omnibus No. 1 Bill 2026. When the bill was last considered by the votes on amendment moved by Senator Shoebridge and Senator Bell were deferred. I will put those questions first before dealing with the remaining amendments. I will begin with the amendments moved by Senator Shoebridge. The question is that the amendments on sheet 3790 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 3790 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes, Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Order. There being 10 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now deal with the amendments as moved by Senator Bell. The question is that the amendments on sheet 3897 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that amendments on sheet 3897 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kovacic as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 25 ayes and 35 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now deal with the amendments circulated by the Australian Greens on sheet 3791. The question is that Schedule 2 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that Schedule 2 stand as printed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 10 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. And as that matter was resolved in the affirmative, the consequential amendment on sheet 3791 will not be put. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes. Beg your pardon. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 9 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend legislation relating to the criminal law, law enforcement and telecommunications and for other purposes.
Thank you. I further remind senators that the order which was passed in the chamber earlier in the week allows for question time to start at a later date. I'll now deal with the Cash Distribution Framework Bill 2026 and a related bill. I'll begin with the second reading amendment moved by Senator Canavan. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3969 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The question now is that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Cash Distribution Framework Bill 2026, Cash Distribution Framework Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2026.
I'll now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendment circulated by the Australian Greens. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3967 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. We'll have a 4-minute bell. Lock the doors. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3967 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bills be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Cash Distribution Framework Bill 2026. Cash Distribution Framework Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2026.
I'll now deal with the Customs Tariff Amendment Incorporation of Proposals Bill number 1 2026. I'll begin with the second reading amendment circulated by One Nation. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3919 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment on sheet 3919 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kovacic as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 28 ayes and 35 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Customs Tariff Act 1995 and for related purposes.
The question now is that the bill be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Customs Tariff Act 1995 and for related purposes.
I have received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Combating Illicit Tobacco Bill 2026 for concurrence. I call the Minister.
That's me. Thank you. I move that this bill be now read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The question... I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to the proceeds of crime, telecommunications, interception, customs, excise and taxation and for related purposes.
I'll now deal with the second reading amendment circulated by One Nation. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3860 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment on sheet 3860 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Bell as teller for the... Oh, Senator Kovacic's there, if that's okay with you, Senator Bell. I appoint Senator Kovacic as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 27 ayes and 36 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Bill for an Act to amend the law relating to the proceeds of crime, telecommunications interception, customs, excise and tariff, and for related purposes.
I have received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Australia's Foreign Relations State and Territory Agreements Amendment Bill 2026 for concurrence. I call the Minister.
Thank you. I move that this bill be now read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an Act to amend the Australia's Foreign Relations State and Territory Arrangements Act 2020 and the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Act 1979 and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of Whole amendment circulated by the government. I understand the Minister has a document to table. Minister.
Thank you. I table a supplementary explanatory memorandum relating to the government amendment to be moved to this bill.
Thank you. The question is that the amendment on sheet AD 128 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment on sheet AD 128 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 30 ayes and 9 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 30 ayes and 9 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Australia's Foreign Relations State and Territory Arrangements Act 2020 and the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Act 1979 and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Bill number 2 of 2025. I'll begin with the second reading amendment moved by Senator Shoebridge. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3789 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3789 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Order. There being 12 ayes and 27 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question now is that this bill be read a second time. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 15 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Bill for an Act to amend the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Act 1979 and for related purposes.
I'll now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendment circulated by the government. I understand the Minister has documents to table.
Thank you. I table a replacement explanatory memorandum and a supplementary explanatory memorandum relating to the government amendments to be moved to this bill.
Thank you. The question is that the amendments on sheet SV144 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now deal with the amendment circulated by the Australian Greens. The first question is that Part 2 of Schedule 1 and Item 1 of Schedule 2 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that Part 2 of Schedule 1 and Item 1 of Schedule 2 stand as printed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 11 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the amendments on sheet 3797, 3798, 3799, 3800 and 3816 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. I'll just repeat the question. So the amendments are on sheets 3795, 3798, 3799, 3800 and 3816. Lock the doors. So the question now is that the amendments on sheet 3795, 3798, 3799, 3800 and 3816 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 12 ayes and 28 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with amendments circulated by the United Australia Party. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3788 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment on sheet 3788 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Bell as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Order. There being 3 ayes and 37 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Senators, I will now deal with amendments circulated by One Nation. They are on sheets 3807 and 3809. I have been asked to consider them separately, so if it suits the chamber, I will deal with the amendment on 3807 first. So the question is that 3807 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment on sheet 3807 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Bell as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 15 ayes and 27 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the last One Nation amendment on 3809. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment on sheet 3809 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kovacic as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 36 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with amendments circulated by Senator David Pocock. The first question is that items 7 and 9 of Schedule 1 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that items 7 and 9 of Schedule 1 stand as printed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Pocock as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 11 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with the remaining amendment on sheet 3787 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Yes, I'll put that again. So the question is that the remaining amendment on sheet 3787 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. I was a bit confused. Lock the doors. So the question is that the remaining amendment on sheet 3787 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Pocock as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 11 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 15 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Bill for an Act to amend the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Act 1979 and for related purposes.
Senators, that concludes considerations of the bills. We will move to question time, and I'll just give you a few seconds to get to your places. Senator Sharma.
Thank you, President. President, my question's to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Minister, can you confirm reports in the Australian newspaper that today, for the first time in Australia's history, national debt has hit $1 trillion?
Thank you, Senator Sharma. Minister Wong.
Thank you very much, President. I thank Senator Sharma for the question, and I would make the point, or make 2 points. The first is the government is transparent on the nature of and extent of government debt, and the second point is that if the coalition had stayed in power, debt would have crossed the $1 trillion mark 3 years ago.
Order.
3 years ago.
Order.
So. And if you had been in charge, gross debt would be nudging $1.2 trillion.
Minister Wong,
So
Minister
we
Wong,
are very...
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Order. Senator Sharma was heard in silence, and the minister's response will be heard in silence. Minister, please continue.
President, I know it's an uncomfortable truth for them. It's an uncomfortable truth that, in fact, gross debt is in fact lower every year of the forward estimates compared to that which we inherited, and I know that fact is hard for those opposite.
Order.
To
Order. Yeah, I realise. Sorry, Senator Sharma. I was aware you were on your feet, but I was also aware that your side were being so disruptive it was pointless calling you. But I will call you now. Senator Sharma.
Thank you, President. A point of order on relevance. My question was quite straightforward and direct, seeking the Minister's confirmation of reports that gross debt has reached $1 trillion. That's all I was after.
Thank you, Senator Sharma. The Minister is being relevant, and I'll continue to listen carefully. Thank you.
Well, I think the budget statements were very clear. Budget Statement 3 made clear that, and I'm quoting, that at 30th June 2027, for gross debt is forecast to be $1,051 billion, $18 billion below my EFO, and $173 billion below the 2022 PFO. So, Senator, what I would say to you is we know there is a great deal of work that. Sorry, I thought you were standing. We know there continues to be work that needs to be done when it comes to the budget and fiscal sustainability. The government has made a set of decisions which have actually improved the budget position compared to what it would have been under the coalition's forecasts and under the trajectory that the coalition had us on, Senator. And I trust, as someone who I know is interested in these matters, that you would actually look at the Treasury documents. I wasn't actually meaning to be debating.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering the question has expired. Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Order. 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 Senators, we are just on the first supplementary, and I've had to stand already to get order in this chamber. Senator Sharma was on his feet ready to ask his question, and he couldn't because of the disorder in this chamber. Senator Sharma, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. Minister, the medium-term budget outlook shows that interest expenses are one of the fastest-growing areas of government spending. Will the Prime Minister and your government continue to irresponsibly add to this by national debt continuing to increase over the forward estimates, as budget papers show?
Thank you, Senator Sharma. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator, I have been in this chamber for a number of years and listened to Senator Gallagher make that point precisely, that interest payments were one of the largest components of expenditure and in the budget, and why it was so important that Labor delivered the surpluses that we delivered and ensured that we have a lower trajectory on debt than we inherited. So, Senator, it is true. We do live in a time where we know that the ageing of the population and the nature of the challenges on demands that government are rightly made of government. Fiscal sustainability is a challenge, and I would make the point to you that the Treasurer, Treasurer Chalmers, and the Minister for Finance, Minister Gallagher, have handed down budgets, including two budget surpluses.
Has expired. Senator Sharma, second supplementary.
Thanks, President. Minister, in the interest of directness and transparency, how high do you expect gross government debt under your government to reach?
Thank you, Senator Sharma. Minister Wong.
2 points I'd make. The first is this is transparently reported in the budget papers, and second, I make the point that our debt position is lower than it would have been under you.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations, Senator Watt. The Albanese Labor government is delivering real change for Australian workers by helping Australians earn more and keep more of what they earn. A key part of that is ensuring unemployment remains low by historical standards. Minister, can you detail the ABS labour force data which was released this morning?
Thank you, Senator Ghosh. Minister Watt.
And Senator Ghosh, as a matter of fact, I can. Today's labour force figures demonstrate that Australia's labour market remains resilient despite some softening. This is particularly the case when we compare Australia's jobs market to other advanced economies, and by historical standards, with more than 1.3 million jobs added to our economy since the election of the Albanese Labor government. Doesn't Senator McGrath look happy about that fact among his colleagues?
Minister Watt, I remind you to direct your comments to the Chair.
President, can't you observe Senator McGrath's happiness about the 1.3 million jobs added to our economy under the Albanese Labor government? The unemployment rate did increase marginally over the month of July, but this remains low by historical standards. While employment decreased by 15,800 in July, we've seen an increase over the year, with more than 190,000 more Australians in work than a year ago. Encouragingly, full-time employment rose over the month, with a record 10.2 million Australians in full-time work in July. The underemployment rate also fell marginally in July, which means that more Australian workers are getting the hours that they want. While the participation rate decreased slightly over the month to 66.9%, it remains a fraction below its record high of 67.2%. These figures released today demonstrate the resilience of Australia's labour market against the backdrop of global economic challenges, including the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. There will, of course, continue to be challenges across the global economy, and we are not immune. However, since 2022, employment growth in Australia has outpaced all other major advanced economies, including the US, Canada, Italy, France, Germany, UK and Japan. Of course, with the ongoing global uncertainty, our government is taking practical measures to shield our nation and household budgets from the worst of this. These figures come after ABS data released yesterday, which showed real wages grew in the June quarter and annual nominal wages have now grown above 3% for 4 years under this Labor government. We are delivering real change for Australians.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Ghosh, first supplementary.
Minister, the unemployment rate remains low by historical standards and participation rates remain high. While the government has made a lot of progress, we know that many Australian workers are still doing it tough. How is the Albanese Labor government supporting workers dealing with cost of living pressures?
Thank you, Senator Ghosh. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator Ghosh. The Albanese Labor government understands that many Australians are under pressure at the moment due to the global inflation shock. And that's why we're taking action by helping to address inflation. I'm not sure why Senator Mackenzie's piping up. I imagine she's pretty looking forward to getting back to her electorate, where she'll meet even more National Party members who've joined One Nation. I imagine that's why she's happy at the moment. We are taking action. Oh, Senator Cash is also looking forward to getting back and meeting the Liberals who've gone to One Nation. Senator Colbeck's looking forward to getting back and meeting One Nation members who used to be Liberals.
Minister Watt, resume your seat. Order. Senator Mackenzie.
Senator McKenzie, that outburst by you and Senator Henderson was incredibly disrespectful. Minister, please continue.
Thank you, President. I mean, the idea that respect wouldn't be shown to me, I find abhorrent.
Minister Watt. Minister Watt. Order. Senator Wong, order. Senator McKenzie and Henderson, if you can't sit respectfully in this chamber and show respect to me, leave. Minister Watt, please continue.
Thank you, President. As I was saying, we're taking action to combat the global inflation shock, and we're also rolling out more cost of living relief, including higher wages and more tax cuts. And at the same time, our government is responsibly managing the budget, tackling inflation and strengthening our economy. And it's worth remembering that every action we've taken to help Australians has been opposed by that coalition of the Liberals, Nationals and One Nation.
Thank you, Senator Watt. Just a minute, Senator Ghosh. I haven't called anyone. I'm waiting for silence. Senator Ghosh, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. According to the ABS, female participation is close to a record high, which is good for families, communities and the economy. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to support women in the workforce, and are there any obstacles to ensure women are supported in their jobs?
Thank you, Senator Ghosh. Minister Watt.
I'm afraid to say there are obstacles, Senator Ghosh. The Albanese Labor government— hello, there's one there, there's one there, there's one right there.
Minister, please direct your comments to me, and order on the left.
The Albanese Labor government, led by Minister Gallagher, the Minister for Women, has put women's economic equality at the centre of our government's agenda, and it's encouraging to see we're making progress in the right direction.
Minister Watt, please resume your seat. Senator Henderson, order. 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 Senator Cash, order. 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 Order across the chamber. Senator Henderson, I will name you. Minister Watt, please continue.
Thanks, President. The Albanese government is tackling the gender pay gap from every angle, including by delivering pay rises for minimum wage workers, boosting wages in the early childhood—
Watt, please resume your seat. It's incredibly disrespectful when I call order for senators on the front bench of the left-hand side of the chamber to call out to completely disregard what I say. I'm serious. I will name you. Minister Watt, please continue.
We're expanding paid parental leave and we're paying paid superannuation on paid parental leave in addition to those wage rises for carers and aged care sectors. Of course, not everyone supports the women's workplace rights. We've previously seen Senator Cash claim that family and domestic violence leave would be a perverse disincentive to women's employment. We've seen Senator Canavan describe the gender pay gap as complete nonsense, and Senator Hanson calling the gender pay gap smoke and mirrors. That is the danger that Australians face under a Liberal National One Nation coalition.
The time for answering has expired. Senator McGrath.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Veterans Affairs Minister Matt Keogh has lost the trust of the veterans community because he has treated them with contempt and without empathy. Now Labor parliamentarians are privately leaking to the media that Minister Keogh should be sacked, with one MP complaining about his refusal to meet with veterans in these terms, and I quote, "People deserve to be heard, that's what we get paid for," end of quote. When will Prime Minister Albanese listen to the veterans community and his own Labor colleagues and sack Minister Keogh?
Thank you, Senator McGrath. Minister Wong.
Thank you. First, I again go back to what I have said, I think, on multiple occasions this week, that those who have the courage to serve our country deserve our respect and our care when they return. We should, all governments should ensure that veterans are treated with respect and with care. The country should ensure that. That is why this government has invested more in veterans affairs than any previous government, including to deal with the backlog which was causing pain and concern. Senator, I acknowledge the concerns which have been raised publicly by veterans groups and others, and I would say to you that Minister Keogh has acknowledged, and I think I read this out yesterday, that he did the wrong thing in not taking the meeting initially, that he has subsequently engaged with veterans, and he will continue to talk with the veterans community, and indeed will do so more. And that is as it should be, because consulting with veterans about changes which are made is something that we take seriously. I know the Prime Minister has the greatest respect for the veterans community and engages with the veterans community regularly, and we will continue to seek to treat veterans with the respect and care they are entitled to.
Thank you, Minister. Senator McGrath, first supplementary.
Given the veterans community and his own Labor colleagues are calling for Minister Keogh to be sacked, why does Prime Minister Albanese retain any confidence in this Minister for Veterans Affairs?
Thank you, Senator McGrath. Minister Wong.
Well, I again say the government does have the greatest of respect for our veterans. They deserve our thanks. We honour their service to the country, and we will continue to invest in veterans affairs and supports to ensure we do our best to receive the care that they deserve. In relation to this Minister, I would make the point that Minister Keogh has worked hard to deliver additional funding, including some $2 billion in funding to support initiatives in response to the Royal Commission. This is one of the most significant investments in veterans' wellbeing in the country's history, and that has occurred under Minister Keogh. We have already implemented what the Commission has deemed the most important recommendation, which was the independent oversight body, the Defence and Veterans Services Commission, which Senator Lambie and the veterans community have been campaigning for.
Thank you, Minister. Senator McGrath, second supplementary.
Has the Prime Minister asked Minister Keogh to resign, or has Minister Keogh offered his resignation to the Prime Minister?
Thank you, Senator McGrath. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I think I was asked yesterday whether the Prime Minister had confidence in the Veterans Affairs Minister, and my answer was yes, and I don't have anything further to add.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, President. My question is to Minister Wong. Minister, Australian aid worker Zomi Frankham and 6 of her colleagues were hunted and murdered by the Israel army. For over 2 years, your government has insisted on allowing the Israeli government to investigate itself. Now, no surprises, the war criminals have ruled that they have no case to answer. You were warned repeatedly that relying on murderers to investigate themselves would never deliver justice. Yet somehow you believed that words would compel a state engaged in genocide, a state that has killed 20,000 children, a state that kidnapped and assaulted Australian citizens aboard the global Samud flotilla. Minister, does your government accept any responsibility for not getting justice for Zomi? How much more humiliation will you put this country through before you take action?
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I have made clear that this outcome and the circumstances in which it was announced is outrageous and insulting. And importantly, and a lot of Senator Faruqi's points are to me, I say it was outrageous and insulting to Mal Frankham, Zomi's brother, and the whole of the Frankham family, and also to Australians. There is a lot of anger in the Australian community about this, and I share that. And I've made clear publicly today and privately to the Israeli ambassador our views about the announcement which was made, which is that the IDF, or the Israeli government's investigation will not occur. There will be no investigation into the criminal liability associated with the deaths, not just of an Australian citizen, but in fact, in total, 7 humanitarian workers who were killed in a strike where they were struck by the RDF not once, not twice, but 3 times. And Australians deserve answers, and most importantly, Mal Frankom and the Frankom family deserve answers. I will continue to engage with the family, as I did yesterday, where we announced an award in Zomi Frankom's honour on World Humanitarian Day to honour not only her work, but on a day where we dedicate ourselves to honouring those humanitarian workers, not only those who have lost their lives, but to commend all those who do the best of humanity, which is to deliver aid to those who need it.
Time for answering has expired. Senator Faruqi, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, the Israeli ambassador has the audacity to say that any loss of innocent life is a tragedy. According to the UN figures released yesterday, 186 aid workers were killed in Gaza last year. The ambassador has attempted to gaslight World Central Kitchen. Do you accept the ambassador's account that Zomi and her colleagues were somehow responsible for their own deaths, or do you believe that the ambassador is lying?
Minister Wong.
No, I do not accept any assertion that sheets home responsibility for the deaths of 7 aid workers, including an Australian citizen on whose behalf I will continue to advocate in the circumstances that I have outlined. In relation to the Israeli ambassador, he does not speak for Australia, he speaks for the government of Israel.
Senator Faruqi, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, in 2010, the Labour government of the time expelled an Israeli embassy official over the misuse of Australian passports. 16 years later, the Israeli army has killed an Australian aid worker, failed to hold anyone to account, and yet there have been no consequences from your government. Minister, are you outraged enough yet to expel the Israeli ambassador?
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Minister Wong.
We maintain diplomatic relations with countries, not as an endorsement, not as endorsement of others, and I think if a fair-minded assessment of what has happened over these last years, you would see that we have very different views to the government of Prime Minister Netanyahu, and Prime Minister Netanyahu has made that clear. We maintain diplomatic relations to advance Australia's interests, to be able to put our view directly to other countries, as I did today with the ambassador when he was called in.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Stewart.
Sorry. Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Early Childhood Education, Senator Walsh. Quality early learning gives First Nations children the very best start in life. It helps them learn, develop and thrive, and lays the foundations for success at school and beyond. Can the Minister update the Senate on the latest progress towards closing the gap in early childhood education and how the Albanese Labor government is working with First Nations communities to build on that progress?
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Minister Walsh.
Thank you very much, President. And yes, great question, Senator Stewart. And thank you for all your advocacy on behalf of Indigenous Australians and all Australians. And we do have good news to celebrate when it comes to helping First Nations children access the benefits of quality early education. More than 95% of First Nations children are now enrolled in preschool. And there has been improvement in every state and territory. And what that means is that together we have met, for the first time, Closing the Gap Target 3. And it is a landmark achievement because quality early learning does give children a great start in life. It helps them arrive at school ready to thrive. And we know there's more to do, but this achievement really shows what is possible when governments listen to First Nations communities and work in genuine partnership with them. And I was really proud to mark this achievement alongside Minister for Indigenous Australians, Senator McCarthy. And I recently joined Minister McCarthy at Gama on Your New Country. And there we listened to communities, we heard their ambitions for their children, and our government is backing that ambition. With Labor's 3-day guarantee, every family now has access to at least 3 days of childcare subsidy each week, and First Nations children can access 5 days. And this has been a game changer. The data shows us that more First Nations children are using early learning as a result. More children are getting the opportunity to learn and grow in their early years. And more parents are getting the practical support they need to make life work and to build a strong future. It was First Nations communities who advocated to make it possible, and we have listened.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Stewart, first supplementary.
Thank you. Thank you, President. Thank you, Minister. Meeting this Closing the Gap target is an important milestone, but as both you and I know, there is more work ahead. How is the Albanese Labor government partnering with First Nations communities to help more children start school strong?
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Minister Walsh.
Thank you. And we should celebrate this milestone and do more. More to ensure that First Nations children are supported to develop, thrive and be ready for school. And we know what works. Early learning centres that are community-led, that are culturally safe, that are trusted by families. And I saw that in Derby, where I met Rowena Muda and the Nanga women. For years, they ran playgroups in local parks and halls for children to play and learn together. But they wanted more. They had a vision for a permanent home and a quality early learning centre. And we listened and we backed them. Our government is investing $9 million from our Building Early Education Fund towards a new service operated by those very women, the Nanga women. And we'll invest in more ACCO-led services like this too, because this is how we close the gap.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Stewart, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Every child deserves the opportunity to benefit from quality early learning. How has the Albanese Labor government listened to the concerns of First Nations communities about previous approaches, and how have we responded?
Minister Walsh.
Thank you. Well, we believe that children shouldn't miss out on early learning because of their parents' circumstances. But that is exactly what the Coalition's activity test did. If a parent lost their job, their child could lose access to early learning. If a parent couldn't find enough work, their child could lose access to early learning. The Coalition locked out children for things that they had absolutely no control over, including the children who had the most to gain from early learning, including First Nations children. And we changed that, and we're proud of that. We said that access should be about the child, not their parents' work roster, not whether their mum could pick up another shift. And our 3-day guarantee is now in place, and First Nations children can access 5 days of subsidised early learning each week. We delivered this, it is working, and every child, including First Nations children, deserve a great start in life.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cadell.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. How much additional cost at the petrol bowser will Australians be slugged under the government's new proposed carbon tax on fuel?
Minister Wong.
Well, Senator, there isn't one, but I would make the point when it comes to fuel that the government has worked particularly with our partners to ensure that fuel supplies have continued into Australia. Fuel, fertiliser and related products have continued into Australia, notwithstanding the disruption to global energy markets as a consequence of the intermittent closure of the Straits of Hormuz. And what that experience, I think, has confirmed is a number of things. One is the importance of good partnerships into our region and a joint approach a regional approach to economic resilience. But the second is also the sovereignty point, to ensure we have more capacity to provide for ourselves in critical supply chains in our country. And if you are discussing low-carbon liquid fuels. The point I would make is that that is a policy that seeks to grow and diversify supply chains, including for Australian-made fuel made in Australia from Australian feedstock, and that is an important aspect of what is being currently discussed. We do think Australian farmers and ethanol producers can help protect Australia from the vulnerability that has been on display, not just in energy markets, but at the Bowser. At the Bowser, we have seen what has happened when you see the spikes to energy prices. The price of oil spiking as a result of the constriction in demand.
You don't know who you are. I'm sorry, Minister. Order across the chamber. Minister, did you wish to continue?
We saw why we need to look at how we ensure our fuel resilience.
Minister, the time for answering has expired. Senator Cadell, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. Minister, the government's position is clear on page 45 of the consultation paper that the cost of the proposed carbon tax on fuel will be paid by the end consumer. How much Labor's carbon intensity tax on fuel add to the cost of a tank of diesel for Australian truckies?
Thank you, Senator Cadell. Minister Wong.
Well,
order.
Senator,
Minister
I'm
Wong.
interested.
I'm sorry, Minister Wong. Please resume your seat. Senator McKenzie. Minister Wong, please continue.
Well, Senator, President, through you, it used to be that the Nationals were regarded as the Farmers' Party, but it does appear that they are not interested in the views of farmers. And I think if Senator Cadell is referring to the release of the consultation paper on Tuesday, I would make this point. The National Farmers Federation has welcomed the Australian government's release. I know this is very upsetting for you, Senator McKenzie, because you don't speak for them anymore. It's upsetting, isn't it?
Minister Wong, please direct your
comments
to the Chair.
The National Farmers Federation has welcomed the Australian government's release of consultation papers on establishing the Australian Fuel Security Reserve and proposed measures to strengthen Australia's fuel resilience, including increasing the minimum stockholding obligation. Wait for it, Senator McKenzie, and low-carbon liquid fuels. And low-carbon liquid fuels. It's so upsetting, isn't it? When your
thank you, Minister. The time for answering
enough.
has expired. I'm just going to wait. Senator McKenzie, quite frankly, I am over-calling your name. Senator Cadell, second supplementary.
Thank you very much. Minister, you've been unable to tell Australians how much more they will pay in two answers now. Why is the government withholding the Australian public the modelling showing the costing of how much they will pay on the new carbon tax on fuel?
I'm waiting for silence across the chamber before I order. Minister Watt, order applies to you. Minister Wong.
Thank you. Well, first, the government's put out a consultation paper that is what we are discussing, which has been welcomed by industry, not just the NFF, but also GrainCorp. The second point I would make is that the allowable level of ethanol that can be added to petrol is already established under Australia's fuel quality standards, and the government does not have plans to change or increase these.
Order.
You just can't. You want to construct a scare campaign. It's unfortunate the facts don't support it, isn't it? And it's unfortunate that some of those who you purport to represent are actually not joining in the circus. Because really, who do you represent? You don't represent farmers, you don't represent grain producers. Who do you represent now? Just the people of Elwood.
You don't even represent Gina anymore.
Order. Order across the chamber. Minister Wong, had you finished your contribution? Thank you. Senator Brown.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Health, Disability and Ageing, Senator McAllister. The Albanese Labor government believes in a simple principle. We believe that no matter where you live or where you come from, Australians should have access to affordable health care. I, like all my colleagues, want Australians to see a doctor without a hit to their hip pockets. How is the government strengthening Medicare to help Australians get the care they need for free?
Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Brown, who of course is a staunch advocate for public health and for Tasmania. Because when we are talking about access to health care, the Albanese Labor government's proposition is very simple. When you're sick, the only card that you should need is your Medicare card, and we are delivering real change for Australians. With just a Medicare card, more Australians are seeing a GP for free. With just a Medicare card. Now, under those opposite, bulk billing in free fall. But thanks to this government's historic investment in Medicare, bulk billing has now risen to 84%. And that means parents don't have to worry about taking a sick child to the doctor. It means that workers don't have to worry about or choose between seeing a GP and keeping more of what they earn. And that's not all. With their Medicare card, Australians can get free urgent care at one of 137 Medicare urgent care clinics around the country. 4 out of 5 Australians live within a 20-minute drive of a Medicare urgent care clinic. Now, those opposite, of course, call this wasteful spending. We know that it is an essential part of an available, accessible, affordable healthcare system, and it's why we've made Medicare urgent care clinics permanent. Now, the thing is, Senators, you don't have to take my word for it. We can ask, in fact, any Tasmanian senator, Senator Brown, because when their Liberal Deputy Premier, Guy Barnett, needed urgent care after a game of tennis, where did he go? Well, he went off to the Medicare Urgent Care Clinic, one of 8 Medicare Urgent Care clinics right across Tasmania. Now, that is what Medicare looks like when it is working for all Australians, and that is what Labor governments do. They strengthen Medicare, they make healthcare more affordable, and they deliver real change for Australians.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Minister. Senator Scarr, it is not the role in here for a senator on the opposition backbench to try and out-yell a minister. I asked you to come to order. You were so loud, I don't even think you heard me. So, Senator Colbeck, I do not need to hear from you. Senator Brown, first supplementary.
Thank you, and thank you, Minister, for that response. The PBS is a key pillar of Australia's universal healthcare system because Australians shouldn't have to choose between paying for the medicines they need and paying the bills. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering more cheaper medicines for more Australians?
Thank you, Senator Brown. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President. Well, thanks to the Albanese Labor government, PBS medicines are now the cheapest that they have been in 20 years. And so the last time that medicines were this cheap was in 2004. And thanks to our investments in cheaper medicines, Australians have saved more than $2.9 billion since July 2022. But we should be clear about the history of this, because if the Liberals and the Nationals and One Nation had their way, the maximum PBS co-payment would be more than $50. So under those opposite, families right across Australia would be paying twice as much for their medicines as they are today. We are adding more medicines to the PBS so Australians can access the treatments they need at a price they can afford. And just this month, we listed the first new treatment in 20 years for rare brain cancer, a treatment that can slow progression of the disease. Australians shouldn't have to choose between their health and their hip pocket.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Brown, second supplementary.
Thank you. The Minister has clearly set out how the Albanese Labor government is delivering real change and helping Australians get the care they need. Can the Minister outline whether anything stands in the way of the government's approach?
Order. Senator Colbeck, I haven't even called the Minister, and already you are being disrespectful to me and to the Minister by interjecting. Either leave the chamber or listen in silence. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President. Well, we on this side of the chamber built Medicare, we backed the PBS, and we built universal superannuation.
Minister McAllister, please resume your seat. Order. Minister Watt and Senator Colbeck. Order. Minister McAllister, please continue.
Well, President, those opposite are always trying to tear down those essential safety nets. But there is one safety net that those opposite are always very good at protecting, and it's not Medicare, it's not super, it is in fact the great Liberal Party safety net. Now, this is a safety net which ensures that those opposite will always be looked after, whatever befalls them. So the Senator for Higher Taxes, Senator Hume, is now the Shadow Minister for Finance. The Shadow Minister for Housing is comparing teenagers to cats and dogs. He sees communism wherever he looks. And the member for Goldstein has become the Shadow Treasurer, and that actually requires no further elaboration. On the evidence, the great Liberal Party safety net is one of the most effective pieces of social protection in the world.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Whitten.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Home Affairs, Minister Watt. A recent media report has highlighted that on 475 occasions since March 23, the AAT or the ART set aside visa cancellations for people with substantial criminal records. 16 of these people were found guilty of child sexual offences. At least 10 of these decisions were made under Minister Burke as Home Affairs Minister. How many of these cases did the Home Affairs Minister intervene in to ensure that child sex offenders did not retain Australian visas?
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Whitten. Obviously, I don't have those precise numbers with me as the representing minister, but if there is anything I can provide, I'll certainly do so. The question you're asking, I think, goes to actions of the AAT to overturn decisions by the minister or his department to cancel visas for people who've committed very serious criminal offences. What that demonstrates is that the minister and his department have cancelled a visa of a criminal offender. They have taken the action that they can take to cancel those visas and deport those individuals, which is exactly what should be happening. Now, of course, the AAT on occasion will make a different decision. In our last term of office, you might recall that we changed the ministerial direction that set out the conditions that the AAT should take into account. Another step by our government taken to ensure that Australians are kept safe. But as I think you've suggested in your question, if the AAT does make a decision to set aside the minister's decision to cancel a visa, then that will go back to the minister for reconsideration. I know that in many, if not most, cases, the minister has made a second decision to cancel someone's visa. So what that demonstrates is that this government is taking every possible action that is available to ministers to cancel visas where that needs to be done. We, of course, do provide direction to the AAT about the government's position on these issues. They are an independent body. We don't always agree with the decisions that they make. But from Minister Burke's point of view, he has consistently taken strong action to ensure that those individuals who don't deserve a place in Australia have their visas cancelled.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Whitten, first supplementary.
A report on The Australian on the 18th of August referred to the case of a man in his 50s convicted of multiple child sex offences, having his visa cancellation overturned by the federal court. This is a man that, according to the tribunal records, assaulted a 16-year-old boy at a bus station, forced him to a hotel and attempted to rape him. This was not an isolated incident. He had other convictions involving underage children. What personal action has the Home Affairs Minister taken in response to this court decision?
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Minister Watt.
I think I'm aware of the particular case that you're referring to, Senator Whitten, and as I've said, the Australian government and Minister Burke take our and his responsibility to protect the Australian community from risk of harm by non-citizens very seriously. That's why, as I've said, the usual course in these situations is that ministers or departments have cancelled visas for individuals similar to the situation that you're describing. The reality is that a decision to refuse or cancel a non-citizen's visa application is open to some forms of review. And while I can't speak to the specifics of this case, I can confirm that the decision of the federal court is being examined. So you're correct. If we are talking about the same case, you are correct that the federal court did overturn a previous decision. I think it was either by the minister or the department. That decision by the court is currently being examined, and whatever action can be taken will be.
Senator Whitten's second supplementary.
The Minister for Home Affairs inherited Ministerial Directive 110 from the previous minister, a directive that has allowed hundreds of people with substantial criminal history to stay in the country, with at least 10 of those being convicted of child sex crimes. Now we have the federal court overturning the ART's decision. These are people that have failed the character test and must be removed from the country. Will the minister commit to making a more substantial directive to the ART, strengthen migration laws and protect the Australian people?
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator Whitten. I would certainly want to check those figures that you've cited to ensure that they are accurate. But as I've already stated, in our last term of office, the ministers at the time did create a new ministerial direction to the AAT to make even more clear the government's expectations as to the sort of things that they would take into account when they're considering these types of matters. The reality is that we do have an independent AAT who makes these decisions about review applications that are made, but I think the government has made very clear what its expectations have been, and indeed we strengthened those expectations in our first term. I might just remind you, Senator Whitten, that there have been occasions where the One Nation Party, despite its constant claims to toughen up on people, has actually voted the other way. Because we all remember that after the terrible Bondi atrocity, when this government tried to strengthen legislation to deport hate preachers, One Nation voted against us.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Whittaker.
President, I believe that I might have been handing my spot to Senator Tyrrell.
Okay, so you just need to inform the table office. I have you on the list, but...
Okay. Should I go ahead? I'm happy to go ahead. Okay. Excellent. Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Youth, Senator Walsh. Young Australians want the same opportunities as the generations before them: a good job, fair pay and the chance to build a secure future. The Albanese Labor government is delivering real change by getting wages moving, strengthening workplace protections and helping young Australians keep more of what they earn. What does the latest wage data tell us about our progress in improving the economic security of young workers?
Minister Walsh.
Thank you, Senator Whittaker, for your question, for your support for...
Minister Walsh, if you would resume your seat. Come to order. Minister Walsh.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Senator Whittaker, for all of your support for young workers in WA and workers across the country. And this week's data confirms that wages are growing under Labor. Wages are up by 3.2% over the year, and real wages are up in the quarter as well. And that matters for young workers, the young Australians who are starting...
Please resume your seat. Order. Senator Wong.
President, point of order about the disruptive behaviour from those opposite. This is a question about young Australians, and I think some of people would like to talk about. It would be, I think, at least a bit of courtesy and respect for young Australians that the minister could at least be heard. At least be heard.
Thank you, Minister. Order. You would be aware that throughout this question time in particular, I have called to order. I have reminded senators that I'm quite prepared to use Standing Order 203. I should not have to do this. I expect the minister to be heard in silence. Minister Walsh.
And we support, President, the young Australians who are starting their first job, building their skills, building their careers, building their future and getting ahead. The Albanese Labor government is committed to helping them do just that. How? This way. On our watch, the minimum wage is now more than $12,000 a year higher, and it is $1,000 a week for the first time. That's because we've backed 5 consecutive increases to the minimum wage, and I'll take the interjection. You think that is a joke? We think that is progress for Australian workers. As the Prime Minister said,
Minister
we
Walsh.
absolutely back higher minimum wages
Minister
for
Walsh,
Australians.
please resume your seat. Order. Order. Minister Wong. Senator McKenzie. Senator McKenzie, if you interject any more during the remainder of question time, I am going to name you under Standing Order 203. If you don't think you can keep quiet for the remainder of question time and you don't want to come under Standing Order 203, leave the chamber. But I am serious. I'm over the interjections. I'm over the rudeness. I'm over the disrespect. Minister Walsh. Please continue.
Thank you, President. Well, our government will never walk away from young workers. And as the Prime Minister has said, we absolutely back higher minimum wages for Australians, unlike all of those opposite, and that includes young Australians. It's why we back penalty rates. It's why we've locked them in with legislation.
Order.
It's why we back making wage theft a crime, and we have. It's why we back abolishing junior rates, giving young workers in retail, fast food and pharmacy a pay rise. Before I entered Parliament, I was proud to represent young hospitality workers, so I know that the biggest beneficiaries of these changes are our nation's young people. This is what Labor is delivering: higher wages, higher weekly earnings. Our government has got wages moving. We know you all love low wages, and we back Australian workers.
Thank you, Minister Walsh. Senator Whittaker, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Young Australians make an important contribution in workplaces across our economy. They deserve wages that properly value their work and give them the opportunity to get ahead. How is the Albanese Labor government acting to lift wages and deliver fairer pay for young workers?
Thank you, Senator Whittaker. Minister Walsh.
Thank you, President. Well, Labor listens to young people and we act on what they tell us. I recently met Braden, Prachi, Janita and Misha, 4 young workers from the SDA who stood up for fair pay. They campaigned for 18 to 20-year-olds working in retail, fast food and pharmacy to be paid the same as their older co-workers. It's not too much to ask. It worked and it's only fair, because we'll always back a fair day's pay for a fair day's work on this side of the chamber, and that includes for young Australians. Their contribution deserves to be valued. They never got that under the Coalition government. The Coalition called low wages a deliberate design feature. We call it a deliberate choice to make wages higher. When young workers stood up, we stood with them, and together we are delivering fairer pay.
Thank you, Minister Walsh. Senator Whittaker, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, young Australians deserve these higher wages and improved conditions. But our progress so far cannot be taken for granted. What obstacles stand in the way of delivering fair wages and greater economic security for young workers?
Thank you, Senator Whittaker. Minister Walsh.
Well, thank you, President, and we're hearing from those obstacles right now, because the biggest obstacle is all of those opposite, who always oppose higher wages for young Australians. Everybody knows what young people got from the Coalition government. They spent a decade deliberately keeping wages low, and they weren't proud of it. And One Nation are cut from the same cloth. They don't back young workers either. They opposed increases to the minimum wage. They want to scrap penalty rates. They want to make it easier to sack workers, and we know who goes first, and it's young workers. They tried to block better job security for casuals. They voted against.
Resume your seat. Withdraw that, Senator Hume.
President, you can't just make stuff
Senator Hume.
But they're making stuff up.
Senator Hume, resume your seat. Senator Hume, no, you do not sit in your seat and withdraw. You stand up. No, you haven't withdrawn twice. Order. 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 No, I'm running the chamber, Senator Hume, not you. Senator Ayres, resume your seat. I'm going to remind those across the chamber, if you make a remark which is disorderly, you withdraw it respectfully. You don't add to it, you don't make comment, you simply stand up and withdraw, and you do that when I ask. Senator Hume, please withdraw.
I withdraw.
Thank you. Senator Walsh.
Thank you, President. And I was, of course, talking about One Nation, and Senator Hume may want to run protection for One Nation because they are really two sides of the same coin. They all oppose higher wages for young workers. One Nation oppose better protections for gig workers. They oppose making wage theft a crime. They oppose better job security for casuals. On this side of the chamber,
the time for answering has expired. Senator Chandler.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Minister, with $1 trillion in government debt, how much is the Commonwealth currently paying on interest on this debt each minute?
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank the Shadow Minister for Finance for the question, and it gives me the opportunity to reflect on the complete and utter hypocrisy of those opposite when they raise the issue of the concern and the hand-wringing around
Minister
Australia's
Gallagher,
debt.
please resume your seat. Senator Gallagher.
President.
Beg your pardon, Senator Chandler, I'm sorry.
President, point of order is relevance. I didn't ask for the Minister's reflection. I asked a very tight question that I would like an answer to.
Thank you, Senator Chandler. The Minister had just stood to answer. I note that the interjections on my left started immediately. I'll remind you, you need to listen in silence. If the Minister is not relevant to the question, I will draw her to that question. Thank you, Senator Chandler. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. And the complete and utter hypocrisy of those opposite when they come in here and hand-wring about Australia's debt, public debt.
Minister Gallagher. Senator Cash.
I'm going to go direct relevance because it was a very tight question.
Order on my right. Senator Cash has the right to be heard in silence. Once again, Senator Cash, the Minister had just stood. She started referring to debt, so I will continue to listen to her answer. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. And I can assure the Shadow Minister for Finance that it is the debt that we are repaying, most of which was accrued under those opposite from 2013 to 2022, if you go back and have a look, is less than it would have been had they been left in charge. Because we have paid down debt, and because we've paid down debt, we are paying lower interest on that debt. And they are the facts. They are the facts. 2 surpluses, returning upward revision to revenue, to budget, finding savings. Debt is lower in every year that we have been in government than what it would have been if we had followed the path of those opposite.
Thank you, Minister. I'm waiting for silence. Senator Chandler.
Thank you, President. Thank you. Minister, with $1 trillion in government debt, how much has the Commonwealth paid in interest on this debt in total since Labor came to government in May 2022?
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Minister Gallagher.
Well, I would remind those opposite that when we came to government, gross debt was forecast to be $977 billion. That was the figure for the 22-23 fiscal year that you were responsible
Gallagher, please resume your seat. Senator Hume.
Sorry, direct relevance, President. That's an answer to a completely different question.
Thank you, Senator Hume. The Minister is being directly relevant to Senator Chandler's question. Minister, please continue.
Merely drawing to those opposite attention the history and the facts of this matter, which is the majority of the debt that we are managing now and managing in a much more responsible way was accrued under those opposite when they were in government. They doubled the debt before the pandemic hit.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cash.
Again, President, it is direct relevance. I'm not quite sure how much tighter we can draft our questions.
Thank you, Senator Cash, and I will remind you that the first part of Senator Chandler's question asked since this government was elected. That was directly relevant. I can't be any clearer. As you know, I can't direct the Minister to answer in the way that you might see fit, but your question is relevance and direct relevance, and the minister is being both. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. And as we outlined in this year's budget, debt is lower than what we inherited, and interest payments on that debt is lower. In terms of the forecast that we were provided, it is lower. And interest on that debt is lower because of the budget decisions that we have made.
Thank you, Senator Chandler. I'm just waiting for order. Second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, under your government, Australians have suffered the biggest fall in living standards in the developed world, 15 interest rate rises and now $1 trillion of government debt. Right. This year, $28 billion will be spent just on the interest to that debt. That could be spent on 200,000 nurses or 400,000 aged care packages or 1,000 kilometres of regional highway upgrades. Minister, how can you claim that things are getting better when Labor's debt is wasting billions that could be helping Australians?
I'm not calling the minister till there's silence. Minister Gallagher.
Well, the point I'm making, President, is that we are managing the debt burden in a much more responsible way than those opposite.
Order.
And in fact, in this year, debt is $7 billion lower than it would have been under those opposite, who went to the last election promising higher taxes, bigger deficits and more debt, and since the election have made a whole range of new promises that will mean that debt will be even higher going forward. So how are you going to pay for your income tax cuts? How are you going to pay for all the repealing of the tax reform that we've done? How are you going to pay for the EV tax discount? How are you going to pay for removing better targeted super concessions? How are you going to pay with your defence spending? How are you going to pay for removing the HAF removal? There's a whole range of areas. What about inland rail? What about inland rail that you promised to build? That you have to explain how you're going to pay for that.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Housing, Homelessness and Cities, Senator Ayres. For too long, too many Australians have felt that the housing market is fundamentally broken, that the system is stacked against them and that home ownership is just too far out of reach. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to help more Australians into home ownership?
I'm waiting for silence. Minister Ayres.
Thanks, President, and thank you to Senator Tyrrell for that question. I can only assume, following Senator Ruston's interjection, that I've been asked to answer a question just to get everybody to calm down a little bit. It's been a little bit noisy. Poor old Senator Gatenby's only been here for a week. He has been trying to interject all afternoon, and you lot have been bellowing over the top of him. We want to hear the quality of his interjections over here. We are really looking forward to that. We are really looking forward to that, an improvement in the quality of the interjections. This is a government that understands how important housing is to Australians, and understands what has happened and changed. What has happened and changed the experience of Australians in terms of the way that they feel about their chances of getting their first home or getting a fair rental deal, getting the opportunity for the security of housing. And what we have done as a government is, no matter how tough it is, we have delivered real change. I'll come to the Policy Development Unit over there in a minute. It makes a real difference, real change for Australians, a $47 billion housing package, 5% home deposits, thousands of social and affordable homes constructed and thousands more on the way. Tax changes that fundamentally change the housing market and mean that young Australians, for the first time in a generation...
My goodness, I am well and truly over the interjections. The rudeness shown particularly by senators on my left is quite extreme today. I've called you personally, I've called you to order. I invite you to leave the chamber, because quite frankly, I've had enough of calling you out. It is disrespectful to me as President. Senator Ayres, please continue.
I think that was what the sound you just heard was my train of thought being derailed, President. I'll sit down and wait for the supplementary question.
Senator Tyrrell, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Well, let's get you back on track.
Senator Tyrrell, resume your seat. Senator Tyrrell, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Well, we'll get the train back on track. More Australians now finally have a real opportunity to get into home ownership. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to make sure that homes are safe, decent and affordable, whether they're first home buyers or renters?
Minister Ayres.
Well, I think I've outlined the sum of our effort in terms of home and construction, but Senator Ruston interjects to say, President, what does decent mean? Well, decent means standards in housing that mean that we have swimming pool safety and barriers, standards around stairs, balustrades and fall
Senator
prevention,
Ruston.
Drinking water safety, sanitary plumbing and sewerage, wastewater disposal, ventilation, smoke alarms and emergency exits, bushfire, flood and cyclone-prone standards and
Senator
standards
Ruston, again.
that go to the decency
Minister
of
Ayres,
housing.
resume your seat. Senator Ruston, I called you twice during that first supplementary, and the second time I called you completely ignored me, once again showing disrespect to me as the President. I invite you to listen quietly or leave the chamber. Minister Ayres, please continue.
And we have seen around the world, including in the United Kingdom, in the Grenfell housing disaster, what it means when you cut housing standards and think it's okay to put ordinary people, working people into substandard housing, as Senator Bragg suggested
Senator
just a few days ago.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Tyrrell, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. The Albanese Labor government is delivering safe, secure and affordable homes around the country. Can the minister outline what approaches to Australia's housing standards might risk the safety and security of prospective Australian homeowners and renters?
Minister Ayres.
Well, I did wonder whether we'd come to alternative approaches, I suppose, and it seems like just a few days ago that the Policy Development Unit of the Liberal Party was providing his report to the National Press Club. More policy development happening over there, and for just a few moments, just for these few days, it had a positive effect, a little ray of sunshine. The Liberals, who have spent the last 12 months backgrounding against each other, suddenly we're backgrounding against one person only, just for a few days. What a sense of relief Mr Taylor must have felt. What a sense of relief Mr Taylor must have felt. The Liberals finally united against this sort of trickle-down wolf in teal clothing over here, Senator Bragg.
Minister Ayres, withdraw that comment.
I withdraw. He did say it's hard to make perfect judgments all the time,
thank you,
but
Minister.
I do my
the time
best.
has expired.
Questions be placed on
Thank
notice,
you, Mr.
President.
Just give senators a moment to leave the chamber. Just make sure no one's seeking the call. I shall now proceed to motions to take note of answers. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in accordance with the informal arrangements agreed by the whips. Are there any such motions? Senator Dean Smith.
Thank you. I rise to take note of all answers given to coalition questions today during question time. Unfortunately for Australians, the economic news is all bad. Australia is now tipping into $1 trillion worth of national debt. Unemployment is now on the rise. Inflation remains outside the RBA's preferred range of 2 to 3%. Australians are living under 15 interest rate rises under Labor. Living standards are falling. And there is no plan from Labor to reverse this economic bad news. It's official. Australia has now tipped over $1 trillion of national debt. And why should people be alarmed about that? In just 12 months, that represents $27 billion in interest rate payments alone. What does $20.7 billion buy you? It could buy you 200,000 nurses. It could buy you 400,000 aged care places. It could deliver $1,800 in tax relief to every Australian taxpayer. $1 trillion worth of national debt, $27 billion worth of interest payments in 1 year alone. But rising levels of national debt, especially when they trip over the 1 trillion mark, are bad news for Australians for two primary reasons. The first is that debt bill shackles young Australians to higher taxes in the future. Just think about that. If you're a young Australian, you should be both alarmed and alert to the fact that we have now tipped over $1 trillion worth of national debt, because that is your debt. They are your future tax increases that you and your young families will be responsible for. But there's another reason why we should be concerned about $1 trillion worth of national debt and growing. And that is, it reduces the fiscal capacity of this country to respond to unforeseen events. Unforeseen events like global conflicts that interrupt our supply chain. Unforeseen events like global pandemics, which put Australians and Australia's prosperity at risk. There is no way the government can make this $1 trillion national debt story into a good news story. It is all bad, and it's particularly bad for young Australians. But there is an alternative. There is an alternative. There's an alternative that will fix the economy and protect our way of life. An alternative for lower taxes, a plan for cheaper power, a plan for less migration and more homes, a plan to put Australians first.
Senator Smith, please. I've dealt with the matter. Senator Smith, please don't use props in the chamber.
That plan to fix the economy, to protect our way of life, is a plan that will pay down Labor's $1 trillion worth of national debt. It's a plan that puts Australians first. It's a plan that gives a future brighter than the one that Labor offers to young Australians. It's a plan that gets this country back in shape. It's a plan led by Angus Taylor and the Coalition, in contrast to Labor that have no plan. Labor's plan, unfortunately, is rising levels of inflation,
Senator
rising
Smith,
levels of unemployment, rising interest rates.
Expired. Senator Murray-Smith.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, Labor has a plan. Labor has a plan. We're implementing the plan. We're in government with a plan, and it's a pretty good plan. Don't need a prop to demonstrate that plan. The plan is the reality of the life that we are living in government. But Acting Deputy President, while I welcome the return to a focus on the economy in question time, it's something which tends to escape the attention of those opposite a little too frequently. The fact is that under those opposite, gross debt would have crossed the $1 trillion mark 3 years ago. We know, if we put the facts on the table, that if the Coalition had been in power today, gross debt this year would already be approaching $1.2 trillion. Labor's responsible economic management has helped get debt down from what we inherited from those opposite, And as a result, Australia is avoiding more than $70 billion in interest payments. The international rating agencies, Moody's and S&P Global, have this month both reaffirmed Australia's AAA credit rating, noting Australia's low debt levels. Deputy President proper, our responsible economic management has delivered one of the strongest budgets in the developed world while continuing to deliver meaningful and ongoing help with the cost of living, like 5 tax cuts, more Medicare and more bulk billing. The Liberals took a plan to the last election for higher taxes, bigger deficits and more debts. And in contrast, we took a plan for lower taxes and that invests in the things that matter, that invest in things like critical cost of living support, because we know that Australians are doing it tough right now. We took a plan to invest in people's wages, because we believe that high wages is a good thing. We believe that people being paid fairly for the work that they do is a good thing. We believe that early childcare workers, who do one of the most important jobs in our country, caring for our nation's children, caring for them in a critical period of their development, supporting participation in the workplace and supporting productivity, we believe that they actually deserve to get paid fairly for the job that they do. And for too long, they were underpaid and undervalued. And the same with aged care workers. Aged care workers do one of the most important roles in our community. Everyone who has a parent or a loved one in aged care, as I do, know how much we rely on the amazing and extraordinary dedication and care that those workers provide to our loved ones. They deserve to be valued for the work that they do, but the fact is they have been working in an economy which has undervalued what they do, which has undervalued women's economic contribution. So we have proactively worked to reform that. We have proactively worked to ensure that their wages go up. And of course, we're investing in things that matter, like Medicare, urgent care clinics right across the country, making an enormous difference in people's lives. Anyone who's got a kid who's broken an arm or sprained a foot or had an instance where they don't need to be in an emergency hospital in a waiting room, but they can get that care in an urgent care clinic. We're investing in cheaper medicines, $25 scripts, having an extraordinary difference in the hip pockets of Australians right around the country and making sure that they can get longer prescriptions as well. Our investments are about prioritising the things that matter. We have an Australian economy which is gathering momentum in the face of global economic uncertainty. We're focused on cost of living relief because we know how important that is for Australians, as well as investing in home ownership and trying to level the playing field so more young Australians can have that opportunity to own a home like the generations before them had as well.
Senator Scarr.
Acting Deputy President, it's hard to imagine how much $1 trillion is. $1 trillion. The people of Australia now owe $1 trillion for the first time in our history under this Labor government. $1 trillion equates to 14,000 tonnes of $100 bills. $1 trillion equates to 1,400 kilometres. If you stack them from the floor of this Senate chamber on the way to the moon, 1,400 kilometres of $100 bills. That's what $1 trillion means. 1 million times 1 million. It's hard to get your head around it. But that's what the Labor government has delivered for the Australian people. And not only that, higher unemployment. We learned today unemployment rate has hit 4.5%. And as Senator Smith said, inflation rate 3.8%, outside the RBA's band of between 2 and 3%. So $1 trillion in debt, highest unemployment rate since the COVID pandemic, and 3.8% inflation outside the RBA range of 2 to 3%. That's one hell of a trifecta. One hell of a trifecta. And this raises three concerns. First, it's a moral issue, because this level of debt is a betrayal of future generations, of our children and grandchildren who'll have to pay it back. Second, the interest burden. On that $1 trillion of debt, the interest that's got to be paid before you pay back the principal, just the interest, $29.6 billion a year. That's more than what we pay on JobSeeker, more than what we pay on our PBS system, more than what we pay to sustain our army. That's what we've got to pay in interest. And third, because of that level of debt, they've got to impose more taxes, such as the capital gains tax increases, the taxes on discretionary trusts used by hundreds of thousands of small businesses across Australia. That's the issue. That's the issue. And as Senator Smith said, in the Coalition's plan that's been released by Angus Taylor and Matt Canavan, the Coalition, this is recognised. And I quote, "Less debt, better government." That's on page 26. And I want to read this in terms of our values. Our values. And I think our values are the values of the Australian people. And I quote, "For Australians to have the means to live, government must live within its means." Makes sense. It makes sense. And so what are we going to do? We're going to put a speed limit on spending such that government spending can't increase at a rate greater than the economy. It's got to be connected. It's got to be connected. We're going to establish a future fund so that when we get a huge increase of revenues from iron ore, from coal, from oil and gas, we actually store some of that for future generations in terms of instead of squandering it. And we're also going to introduce a tax-back guarantee for Australians. So when those tax thresholds, when Australians are pushed into higher tax thresholds because of inflation, the tax thresholds go up. And that's the fair thing to do for Australian people. We should be a country that lives within its means. This is a moral issue because we shouldn't place the burden of unsustainable debt on future generations.
Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. The Coalition asks about interest costs on Australia's debt. And I think that that's a fair question, but before I answer it, I want to tell the chamber what that money was spent on, because I think that that's really important context. The money that those opposite characterise as wasteful spending. It was spent on 5 tax cuts. From the 1st of July, every single Australian taxpayer got a tax cut, not just some. The average worker will be around $2,800 better off thanks to that spending. It was spent on cheaper medicines. The PBS co-payment has fallen to $25. Labor has expanded the PBS listings for cancer, kidney disease and cystic fibrosis treatments. Absolutely life-changing drugs, priced so people can actually afford them. That's what the money was spent on. 137 urgent care clinics. It was spent on strengthening Medicare through the tripled bulk billing incentive. More Australians can see a doctor for no cost. No Australian should have to make the decision between putting food on the table and taking care of their health, and that's what Labor's spending has assured for Australians. It was spent on the workers who care for Australians, a historic 15% pay rise for early education childhood educators, backed by a $3.6 billion spend in government funding. $17.7 billion supporting the Fair Work Commission's pay rise for 400,000 aged care workers. These are the people who look after our kids. These are the people who look after our elders. Their work was undervalued for decades, and Labor is fixing that. It was spent on a full 6 months of paid parental leave, with superannuation paid on every one of those weeks. So mums and dads are not robbed of retirement savings for the choice of raising their kids. It was spent on free TAFE. And even while spending this money on Australians, this Labor government delivered the first back-to-back budget surpluses in nearly 2 decades. In 4 years, Labor has delivered more than $250 billion improvement to the budget bottom line. This is what those opposite are calling wasteful. Now let me turn to the debt itself, because I think those opposite are hoping that everybody else has short memories just like them. In September 2013, when the Coalition took office, Australia's gross debt was $280 billion. By May 2022, when they left office, gross debt had climbed to $881 billion. $608 billion. 60% of the $1 trillion debt was added under the Coalition government. And here is what those opposite don't want Australians to hear. If the Coalition were still in power today, gross debt would be approaching $1.2 trillion. If they think $1 trillion is eye-watering, imagine what $1.2 trillion would make them do. Australia's gross debt would have crossed the $1 trillion mark 2.5 years ago. Not this year. That was Treasury's projection. Under this Labor government, gross debt is $173 billion lower than the Coalition's 2022 projection. I commend this Labor government's economic management to the chamber under Jim Chalmers and Katie Gallagher.
Senator McGrath.
Thank you, Deputy President. In 1996, Labor and Paul Keating bequeathed Australia $96 billion of debt. And I thought that was a pretty big number, $96 billion. But Anthony Albanese, Prime Minister Albanese and the Labor Party have and are bequeathing Australians $1 trillion of debt. I'll repeat that, $1 trillion. As Senator Scarr said, it's a million. So I was interjecting, which I know are unorderly or disorderly, Deputy President. I was asking various Labor ministers, how many zeros are there in $1 trillion? Where there are 12 zeros in $1 trillion. But more worryingly than the number of zeros in $1 trillion is the interest payments. I shall be speaking for 4 minutes this afternoon. In the 4 minutes that I am speaking, our debt will have gone up $208,000, $52,000 a minute. It's a $27 billion a year interest bill. And what is this government going to do about it? Well, the first thing they're doing is they're blaming everyone else. They're blaming the previous government, they're blaming World Affairs, they're blaming Robert Menzies, the dog ate the homework, the cat's run off with the iPad. Everyone else is to blame except for this Labor government coming to terms with their massive incompetence when it comes to fiscal management. Now, there's an old saying that if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. And I am not using this as a prop, Deputy President, but there is a plan that has been put out by the Leader of the Opposition, Angus Taylor, and the Leader of the National Party, Matt Canavan. And this plan, and I'll take that interjection, Senator
McGrath, unless you are reading from the document, I ask you to put it on your desk.
Okay, well, I'm going to read from the document because I'm going to read the table of contents of this document, which is allowed to be read.
Senator McGrath, could you please resume your seat? Are you on your feet with a point of order?
Yeah, my understanding was slogans on materials are not appropriate for the chamber.
I will check with the clerk. I think if a senator is reading from a document, I'll get some advice. Senator McGrath, you can, as I believed, read from the document, but I would ask you to do it in such a way as you are not using it to display a visible slogan.
I will never do something like that to display a visible slogan, but I would encourage people to go to the Coalition's plan, our plan to put Australians first. I would encourage Australians to go to page 26 of this document. It is a very, very thorough document. And this document outlines our plan to reduce government debt and also have better government. And that is something I think all Australians want. They do want a better government. They don't want this Prime Minister who's rarely in the same room as truth. They want a government who understands that there is a huge crisis out there at the moment. There is a cost of living crisis. And it has been driven a lot by excessive government spending. And the government has realised this, that in the 31-minute speech of the Treasurer whose political heroes are Wayne Swan and Paul Keating, I mean, heaven help us, that this Treasurer is going to go down as the worst Treasurer this country has seen because of the $1 trillion worth of debt, and they have no plan. And this is the point that I'd ask those who are listening to remember, that this government has no plan to pay down the $1 trillion worth of debt. The Coalition does have a plan. They do have a plan to fix the economy and to protect our way of life, because Australia is worth fighting for, and we've got to get rid of this government to make it a better place.
Has expired. The question is that the Senate take note. Those that opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to take note of the Minister's responses to Green's questions today. What a horrifying performance we saw from the Israeli ambassador today outside this very building. No apology for the family of Zomi Frankham, gaslighting us to believe that the humanitarian aid workers of the World Central Kitchen were somehow responsible for their own deaths. This is an ambassador who continually conflates criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism, a man who engages in genocidal denial, a man who denies anyone was harmed when Israel kidnapped and sexually assaulted Australians attempting to deliver aid to Gaza. Let's not forget who ran this investigation that found itself innocent. The Israeli military investigates itself. The war criminals are responsible for deciding if they should be found guilty of war crimes. What a complete and utter farce. Israeli human rights organization, Yesh Din, revealed that less than 1% of complaints against soldiers in the West Bank lead to charges. They state that the rarity of punishments translated into IDF soldiers being able to act with impunity. And that is exactly what we have seen here. This was not an accident. It was murder to send a message that no aid to the Palestinians would be tolerated. How else can we explain nearly 200 aid workers killed by Israel just in 2025? It is no wonder that the June 2026 Pew Research Centre Global Attitude Survey found that 79% of Australians hold an unfavourable view of Israel. Only 19% expressed a favourable opinion. And here's the thing. I don't expect any different from the Israeli government. The Israeli ambassador's entire job is to defend the genocide of Palestinian people. What makes me angry is that the Australian government lets them get away with it every single time. That at every turn, they have acted more decisively to shut down, ridicule, and attack those that seek justice for the victims of Israel, rather than take any action against Israel. So I am really sick of your outrage, Senator Wong. I am sick of your meetings, your press releases, and your empty, meaningless words. I'm not sure if it is incompetence or indifference that has driven this government's complete lack of action on this issue that has got us to where we are today. Minister, you have called the timing of the decision on World Humanitarian Day especially insulting. And yes, it is. It is. It is humiliating. But come on, Minister. This is a message from Israel. The message is, we will do whatever we want, we will kill whoever we want, and there is not a single thing that you can do about it. And today has shown that they are right. Today has shown this weak government will do nothing to protect its citizens.
Question is that the Senate take note. Those that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator Whitten.
I rise to take note of answers to my questions earlier. One Nation is the party that puts the safety of Australians first. This Labor government has forgotten that the protection of Australians is their primary concern, not their compliance with UN treaties, not the well-being of foreign criminals, the Australian people. Instead, what we get from Labor is gaslighting. We get excuses. We are told there is nothing to be done. We have obligations under the law. That's why we can't send rapists, murderers and pedophiles home. That's why we have to let terrorists back to our shores after they've joined the most barbaric terrorist organisation on the planet. No more excuses. The Labor government is trying to appease a voting bloc that they are relying on, that the Minister of the Home Affairs relies on in his electorate. Their migration strategy is purely political. It ignores their obligation to look after the safety and peace of this great nation. And they do it all while screaming across the chamber that One Nation are racist. Well, let me tell you what One Nation is. It is the party that is providing solutions to the problems Labor is creating. We're not motivated by race. We are motivated by the safety and security of Australia. First, we have provided legislation that would provide powers for the Minister to exclude terrorists from returning to Australia. This legislation has been carefully considered and endorsed by constitutional experts, not by a newspaper article, Minister Watt. We've done the work that Labor, with their hundreds of staff, refuses to do. With all those resources, the best they can come up with is the line, "We aren't providing any assistance to that cohort." All that time and money they use on excuses. We've given you the answer, use it. Next, One Nation has announced a policy that would allow DFATS assessments and ban immigration from countries that are listed as do not travel and require advanced vetting for countries that have large areas designated as do not travel. These are your departments. Are you seriously telling us that they are advising do not travel zones based on racism? We aren't motivated by race. We are motivated by the safety of all Australians. It is high time the Labor government started taking this seriously. One Nation is providing sensible, developed solutions where Labor is providing the inside of a donut.
The question is that the Senate take note. Those that opinion say aye. Against say no. Excuse me. The ayes have it. Tabling, we'll move now to tabling in consideration of committee reports and government responses. We might start with Senator Sheldon.
On behalf of the Chair of the Economics Legislation Committee, I present additional information received by the committee on its inquiry into the provisions of Treasury Law Amendment Tax Reform No. 1 Bill 2026, a related bill and an addendum to the committee's report.
Senator Sheldon, do you wish to keep going?
Thank you. On behalf of the Chair of the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport Legislation Committee, Senator Sterle, I'd present additional information relating to estimates. If it's convenient, I've got a couple of matters.
Is that it, or is there more to come? Oh, yes, no, you do have more. Please go ahead, Senator Sheldon.
I present the advisory report of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security on the Australia's Foreign Relations Amendment Bill 2026 and move the Senate take note of that report.
The question is that the
Senate... And I also seek leave to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? There being no objection, leave is granted.
And finally, I present the fifth report of the 2026 of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works.
Yes, got that one. All right. Sorry, Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. Just very quickly, I seek leave to table a deed of settlement and release and a statement from Fiona Brown.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Being no objection, leave is granted.
President, I table the documents.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Dean Smith.
Thank you, Deputy President. I present Scrutiny Digest number 10 of 2026 of the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Bills, together with ministerial correspondence received by the committee, and I move that the Senate take note of the report. As Chair of the Senate Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Bills, I rise to speak to the tabling of the committee's Scrutiny Digest 10 of 2026. The digest contains the committee's consideration of 13 bills introduced during the period 11 August to 13 August 2026. The committee has also concluded its consideration of one previously introduced bill. I wish to draw Senators' attention to the committee's consistent scrutiny concerns relating to coercive powers. The committee draws attention to this matter under Senate Standing Order 24(1)(a)(1), which requires the committee to scrutinise whether bills unduly trespass on personal liberties and rights. The committee's consideration of the Counter-Terrorism Legislation Amendment Bill of 2026 demonstrates the relevance of such concerns. The bill would extend by 3 years significant counter-terrorism measures in the Criminal Code Act of 1995 that are due to sunset on the 7th of December 2026. These measures include powers that authorise a police officer to stop, question and search a person or seize items in a Commonwealth place or prescribed security zone without a warrant. The bill would also extend the operation of the control order regime, under which a court may impose conditions on or restrict the activities of a person without charge. The committee has a well-established history of questioning the repeated extension of these measures since their enactment in 2005. The committee has once again requested advice about the appropriateness of the deferral of sunsetting in this instance. The bill would also repeal provisions in the Criminal Code that limit control orders imposed on children aged 14 to 17 years to 3 months. This amendment would extend the maximum duration of control orders for children within this age group from 3 to 12 months, in line with adults. The committee has noted that a robust assessment of any anticipated detriment that may be caused to children should be addressed in an explanatory memorandum and has sought further information from the Minister. Finally, the bill would seek to expand monitoring and surveillance powers to the Surveillance Devices Act of 2004 and the Telecommunications Interception and Access Act of 1979, when consideration is being given to seek a control order against a serious terrorist offender. These powers may only be exercised under a warrant that is issued by a judicial officer or certain members of the Administrative Review Tribunal. The committee has reiterated its consistent position that warrants or orders authorising the use of coercive powers should be issued only by judicial officers, and has drawn this matter to the attention of Senators. Where a bill would confer coercive powers such as those proposed in the Counter-Terrorism Legislation Amendment Bill of 2026, the committee expects the explanatory memorandum to set out why those powers are appropriate, the safeguards that exist, and whether the approach taken is consistent with the Guide to Framing Commonwealth Offences, Infringement Notices and Enforcement Powers as published by the Attorney-General's Department. The committee considers it essential that coercive powers be tightly controlled with sufficient safeguards to protect individual rights and liberties. With these comments, I commend the committee's Scrutiny Digest 10 of 2026 to Senators.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister.
I present 6 government responses to committee reports as listed at item 15 on today's order of business. I seek leave to have the documents incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? There being no objection, leave is granted. Senator Little.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Collins, Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade References Committee, I present the report of the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade References Committee on the effectiveness of sanctions against the Russian Federation, together with accompanying documents, and move that the Senate take note of the report. Seek leave to continue remarks. Is that right? Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. If I can continue.
Is leave granted? There being no objection, leave is granted.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Kovacic, Chair of the Standing Committee of Senators' Interests, presentation of register, I present the Register of Senators' Interests incorporating statements of registrable interests and notifications of alterations lodged between 1st of January and 30th of June 2026, and seek leave to table those reports.
Is leave granted to table the reports? No objection, leave is granted.
Right. Okay. And
great. So can we just note, the question is that the Senate take note of the report. Any those in favour? Right, declare it carried.
okay, and on behalf
Senator
of
Little.
Sorry, thank you.
Call.
Thank you. On behalf of the opposition whip, on behalf of the Chair of the Legal and Constitutional Affairs References Committee, Senator Blythe, I present additional information received by the committee on its inquiry into offshore processing and resettlement arrangements, and seek leave to table that document.
Is leave granted? There being no objection, leave is granted.
Thank you. Thank you.
The Senate will now proceed to the consideration of documents which are listed on pages 9 to 11 of the notice paper. Any document to which no senator rises will be taken to be discharged from the notice paper. Senator Little.
I seek to retain the documents of these following committee and government responses. Number 3 on page 11. No, sorry, yes, page 11. Number 6 on page 12. Number 18 on page 13. 19 on page 13. 20 on page 13. And 21 on page 13. And documents 1 on page 9, 2 on page 9, 3 on page 9, 4 on page 9, 5 on page 9, 6 on page 9, 10 on page 9, 11 on page 9 and 12 on page 9, 13 on page 10, 14 on page 10, 15 on page 10, 16 on page 10, 17 page 10, 18 on page 10, 23 on page 10, 24 on page 11, 25 on page 11, 28 on page 11, 29 on page 11.
Thank you very much. Now, Senator Little, I note that you indicated a couple in addition to the ones that are on page 9 to 11, so to keep this in an orderly way. The Senate has now noted that you've asked to keep those items between 9 and 11 on the papers. We'll now move. There is a senator on his feet.
Yes, and
Senator
there is
Shoebridge, and
Deputy President in her chair.
Do you wish to speak to any of those?
No, I was just. It was the. I was wondering. Perhaps I've missed it. The documents on page 4 of the order of business, the government responses.
Let me just confirm with the clerk. I've just come into the chair. So, Senator Shoebridge, you haven't missed the call. We're just coming to that section in the program, so I'll call you when we get to that appropriate point. Thank you. So, having dealt with items on page 9 to 11, we'll now proceed to further consideration of reports and responses. The Senate will proceed to the consideration of the committee's reports, government responses and Auditor General reports, which are listed on pages 11 to 14 of the notice paper. Any report or response to which no senator rises will be taken to be discharged from the notice paper. So let's start with page 11. Is there anyone seeking to take note of those? Senator Darmanin.
I don't know, they're not all on page 11, but I take note of reports numbered 5, 22, 26, 27 and 36 that's listed on the notice taker paper, and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Senator, I'm just struggling to find number 36. So, noting that there are only 27 reports in that section, we'll consider 27 to be the last one. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Senator Darmanin. Are there any other senators wishing to take note of any of the documents on pages 11 to 14 of the notice paper? There being none, the committee will, the Senate will proceed to ministerial statements. Are there any ministerial statements? We've just done that section. But if it's the will of the committee that we should return to consider the Auditor General's reports on page 14, there's no objection. No, we return to that then. Senator Liddle.
Thank you. If you could please note page 14, item 2. Thank you.
No objections? There being no objection, leave is granted. Move on, and you do miss something. What is it exactly that you wish to speak to?
Oh no, I wish to take note and then seek leave to continue my remarks. It's the government response to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Reference Committee on current and proposed sexual consent laws in Australia.
And on what page is that noted?
It's actually on page 4 of the order of business. I think it's the next item of business.
The report has been presented, and so you do have the call and the opportunity to make a contribution at this point of time.
Oh, well, all I'll simply do at this point is take note and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you very much. Are there any further items with regard to pages 9 to 14?
While I'm on my feet,
Senator Shoebridge.
There are 2 other government responses in that same page. One is the government response on the education and employment legislation, higher education support amendment on job-ready graduates. Again, I'd seek to take note of that and seek leave to continue my remarks. And the same on the Joint Select Committee on Northern Australia's Cyclone Reinsurance Pool. Again,
so it's so noted.
Thank you.
Thank you. The committee will now move to ministerial statements. Are there any ministerial statements?
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. I tabled documents relating to 11 orders for the production of documents as listed in the document available in the chamber.
Thank you, Minister. Do we have any?
Yes, thank you. President, I've interrupted.
The President has received letters requesting changes in the membership of committees. Minister.
I seek leave to move a motion to vary the membership of committees.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Thank you. I move that senators be discharged from and appointed to committees as set out in the document available in the chamber and listed on the dynamic read.
Clerk. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Counter-Terrorism Legislation Amendment Bill 2026 for concurrence. Minister.
I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
The question is the motion moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend legislation relating to counter-terrorism and the criminal law and for related purposes.
Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. In accordance with Standing Order 111, further consideration of this bill is now adjourned to the 12th of October 2026. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Administrative and Judicial Review Legislation Amendment Bill of 2026 for concurrence. Minister?
I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
The question is the motion moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to the Administrative Review Tribunal and judicial review of migration decisions and for related purposes.
Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister.
I move that the debate be now adjourned.
The question is, the debate be now adjourned? No. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. A message has been received from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that the House has agreed to the amendments made by the Senate to the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment, Securing the NDIS for Future Generations Bill 2026. Clerk.
General business debate, notice of motion number 634, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge, concerning Australia's military relationship with the United States of America.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy. I move this motion, and just for the record, I'll read on what this motion on behalf of the Greens and my colleagues is. That the Senate notes that over the past week, the United States President Donald Trump has, 1, threatened to bomb the shit out of its ally Oman, 2, said he will declare the Strait of Hormuz US territory, 3, put further sanctions on the International Criminal Court in an effort to dismantle the organisation and prevent it investigating Israel's attack on Gaza, 4, said of the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un, I understand him, he understands me, while cutting back on cooperation with South Korea, and 5, is requiring a multi-billion-dollar redesign of US nuclear-powered aircraft carriers because he doesn't like the look of them and he wants the conning tower moved forward to look more like World War II designs. And B, calls for an urgent reconsideration of Australia's military relationship with the United States, given this increasingly erratic and dangerous behaviour by the US President, including in his role as Commander-in-Chief of the US military. Now, Deputy President, we have been watching the behaviour of Donald Trump. The Australian public has been watching the behaviour of the US President Donald Trump. We've been watching what the US military has been doing. We've been watching the actions of the US state. But it appears that whilst the Greens have been watching, the Australian public has been watching, this place, the Labor Albanese government, their comfortable mates in the coalition benches over there, their cheer squad in One Nation, none of you have been watching. And that list that I just read out of erratic, bizarre, violent, dangerous behaviour of President Donald Trump is just from the last 7 days. Just the last 7 days. And all you mob, Labor, the Coalition, One Nation, you pretend that it's all normal and you pretend that we can just keep going down this path.
of saying the US is our indispensable ally, we share values with them, we're going to share our military with them, we're going to open up bases with them. You pretend that none of this is happening. What is wrong with you all? Let's just deal with just the last week. Oman has been a long-term ally of the United States. It has US bases in it. It's been critical for the US in the US and Israel's current illegal war on Iran. It's put itself at risk. It's received attacks from Iran because it's a US ally. The US isn't protecting it from those attacks from Iran. Its economy is in a downward spiral because it is sitting there as an ally of the United States just off the shore, just across the way from Iran, where the US and Israel are engaged in a joint illegal war. And you would think that at a moment like that, the United States, as an ally of Oman, would be showing concern, would be doing what they could to protect it, would be saying, I'm sorry all those US bases that we have in your country, meaning you get attacked and bombed. I'm sorry about destroying your economy, you're an ally. But no, Donald Trump came out, and I'm sorry for the unparliamentary language, but it's the language of the US president in relation to one of the US's long-standing allies. He said that he would bomb the shit out of Oman. It's his ally. It's a US ally. It's taking hits. And because he was concerned that Oman, who is facing all of that, is having some negotiation with Iran to try and prevent the chaos happening in its region and to itself, the mere fact that Oman was acting with some agency so angered the United States that the US Commander-in-Chief said, now I'm going to bomb the shit out of you. And what happened in here? What happened with the Defence Minister Miles in Defence over there in Russell? Nothing. They think it's normal. It's not normal. It's crazy and dangerous and erratic. And then he said, the same bloke, the chief of the US military, the US President Donald Trump, he then came out in the same week, just his last 7 days, and says that he intends to declare the Strait of Hormuz US territory. He's going to declare it US territory, like just take control of it. I mean, how he's going to make that happen in reality? It's a fantasy in his head. It's an utter fantasy in his head. But to make that statement that you're going to make another part of the world where you're engaged in a brutal illegal war, which he doesn't have control of it, but he's making this stated that he's going to turn it into some kind of overseas colony of the United States. And again, what do we hear from our Defence Department, from the Defence Minister, from the Foreign Affairs Minister, from the Opposition Foreign Affairs Minister, from the US Cheer Squad in One Nation? Nothing. They think it's normal. You all think it's normal. I've got to tell you, this is not normal. This is wild, erratic, dangerous behaviour. And then, same week, the last 7 days, the United States has come out and put further sanctions on the International Criminal Court, on judges and prosecutors in the International Criminal Court, because the International Criminal Court is doing its job and investigating allegations of genocide and war crimes by Israel in Gaza. They're doing their job. They're investigating war crimes. They're investigating one of the most serious crime, I think, on the planet, genocide. And the United States, to try and stop the International Criminal Court doing its investigations, has ramped new sanctions against the ICC and key members of the ICC to try and stop them doing their job to investigate breaches of international law. What did our Foreign Minister say about that? Zip, nada, nothing. What did the opposition say about it? They actually kind of cheered it on. And so did One Nation. They thought this is great. They want this to happen. They don't like the International Criminal Court. I've got to tell you, this is not normal behaviour. This is destroying international norms, destroying international law, making it next to impossible to prosecute the obscene crime of genocide. And it causes no reconsideration, not even a wrinkle of doubt in the Labor Party, the Coalition or One Nation, not even a ripple of doubt. And then, same week, the last 7 days, Donald Trump comes out and says of the North Korean leader, Kim Jong-un, I understand him, he understands me. And radically shortens the military cooperation, the military exercises that are held annually with South Korea, radically shortens them in order to appease North Korea. Now, South Korea has structured its defence around some kind of guarantee of the US support for it. In the event that North Korea, which now has nuclear weapons and a massive military, barely a dozen miles from from Seoul, the capital of North Korea, they have been relying upon the US as their ally to protect themselves from a threatened military and nuclear attack from North Korea. And then they find out that that guarantee that they thought they had is not worth the paper they've written on it, because it turns out Donald Trump, the Commander-in-Chief of the US military, which is meant to be there giving some protection to South Korea, turns out he's got a bromance with the leader of North Korea and is more interested in developing his bromance with the leader of North Korea than actually living up to decades-long commitments to South Korea to keep them safe. It is an extraordinary destabilising action from the United States, causing deep consternation not just in South Korea but in Japan and other allies. It's an extraordinary. And I say again, this is not normal. Maybe you have all become desensitised to this, but it is not normal for the head of the United States military to direct that exercises with the South Korean military get curtailed because he wants to progress his bromance with the leader of North Korea, who's pointing nuclear weapons at South Korea. That is not normal. And yet what does Labor and the Coalition and One Nation say? Nothing. Not a ripple. They love AUKUS. You love more US bases here. You want to make our military interoperable with them. You pretend this is not normal. And then, to show the utter irrationality of the Chief of the US military and the President of the United States, he then came out this last week and said to his own military that he wants them to engage in a multi-billion-dollar redesign of their Ford-class nuclear aircraft carriers, these massive $22 billion machines. He wants them to engage in a multi-billion-dollar, multi-year redesign and refit of them. And do you know why? Because he doesn't like the look of them. He thinks that they're not aesthetic. And he much rathers the look of the aircraft carriers the US built in World War II, the Essex-class carriers, because their conning tower was more in the middle of the aircraft carrier, not at the back. And he's given a direction to his military to spend countless billions of dollars redesigning and refitting the US's nuclear aircraft carriers to meet his aesthetic feel. That is also not normal. That is wild, out there, crazy stuff. And because they're nuclear-powered, these aircraft carriers, that work, the redesign, the refitting to meet the aesthetics of Donald Trump, is going to throw even more work into the shipyards, which are there to pump out other nuclear-powered boats and ships in the US, including Virginia-class submarines. And it's going to push that work back even more and make the AUKUS submarine project even more of a fantasy project. All because That bloke over there doesn't like the look of them. Again, that is not normal behaviour. That is not the behaviour of a standard ally. And yet Labor, the Coalition, One Nation, you just pretend that nothing is happening. We need to radically revisit our relationship with the United States. Labor is in the process of destroying any kind of sovereign independence for our military. They want to make it a little subunit of the US military. That's what the AUKUS submarines are for. That's what they're doing by inviting even more US military bases. That's why Labor is building the United States at Australian taxpayers' expenses an $8 billion nuclear submarine base off Fremantle. That's why they have allowed the US to extend RAAF Tyndall in the Northern Territory to have nuclear-capable B-52 bombers there. That's why they're allowing the US to station thousands of Marines in Darwin. That's why they're expanding Pine Gap. That's why they're expanding Northwest Cape. That's why they're proposing to build the United States another nuclear submarine base on the East Coast. That's why they're storing US military equipment in northern and North Regional Victoria. And that's why they're proposing the US have all of these storage depots in remote aircraft, remote air facilities all across northern Australia. And do you know what Labor is doing with all of that? They are inviting the front line of the next war the United States has to be right across Australia. You're inviting the front line and a war to the shores and the centre of our continent. And I don't know how to describe that other than a deep, deep betrayal. We live in perhaps one of the most geopolitically secure parts of the world, down here in the bottom part of Southeast Asia. And the only way war comes to our shores is if we invite it. Like those who have US bases in the Gulf have invited wars to their shores because having US bases here, being tied to an erratic, bizarre ally like this, is one of the most dangerous things we can do. Just you pretend this makes us safe. You are selling out our sovereignty. You are denying our ability to defend ourselves, and you're making the worst bet in history. That's why we want to end AUKUS.
There being no further contributions, I propose the call on this or the adjournment matter. On this matter, you have the call, Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I want to begin by acknowledging the work of my colleague, Senator Shoebridge, on this issue. Nobody is more across their brief and nobody understands this issue more than him in this place. And his concerns reflect the concerns that so many Australians have with this AUKUS deal that is tying us ever closer to the United States and is in fact making us less safe. Not only that, but it is a staggering waste of public wealth and fundamentally betrays Australia's interests. There is a stultifying consensus in this parliament amongst DFAT and Defence and much of the Australian media, I might add, on our defence and foreign policies. And this hinges on an unquestioning belief that the United States is our indispensable ally, that we share values and interests, and that US bases and AUKUS makes us safer. I want to put on the record, along with Senator Shoebridge, that the Greens do not share these beliefs. And while that might make us lonely in this place, we know that we are increasingly joined by supporters across the community. The community is watching how the world works. They are seeing US aggression, lawlessness and wars, and they are asking questions that are never answered about what that means for our alliance with the United States. We need to ask ourselves, why did the United States actually sign the AUKUS deal? And what are their interests here in Australia? The United States has lost its hegemony in the Western Pacific. Its string of bases from South Korea through Japan, Okinawa, the Philippines and out to the Pacific Islands such as Guam are increasingly vulnerable in any major conflict with China. And because of this vulnerability, the United States has decided to locate a far more significant portion of its military assets and military forces here in Australia. That's what's behind Labor's decision to spend $8 billion to build the United States a nuclear submarine base at HMS Stirling off Perth, and its plans for another base on the east coast. It explains the location of those thousands of Marines in Darwin, the expansion of Pine Gap and North West Cape Spy and Communications stations, nuclear-capable B-52 bombers being stationed at RAF Tyndall in the NT, and the prepositioning of US weapons stockpiles in regional Victoria. This is not a sign, this expansion in Australia is not a sign of US strength. It's actually the clearest statement of declining US power and increased US vulnerability. And who is paying the price for that? Australians are. We're in a housing crisis right now. We need a massive build of public housing. But instead of spending money on public houses for Australians, the first thing the government did when they came back after the election was pass a bill to spend hundreds of millions of dollars building houses for US military personnel. That's not looking after Australians. The billions of dollars that are going to AUKUS, that, as my colleague Senator Shoebridge has pointed out, is not going to make us safer and in fact is going to make us less safe. Every dollar of that money that goes to AUKUS is a dollar that doesn't get spent to reduce the aged care waiting list, to lift the people in this country on welfare out of poverty, to increase the pension, to increase JobSeeker, to provide the money that we need to encourage the states to implement rent caps, to get dental into Medicare. I'm certain that everyone out there in the community knows what they would rather spend that money on than sending billions of dollars to the United States. People have watched on their phones ICE agents dragging people out of their homes. People have watched on their phones what US support for Israel has done in Gaza. People have watched on their phones the fallout of the US starting a war with Iran, a war that we did not need to have. And people see on their phones every day the unhinged comments and statements that the Commander-in-Chief of the US makes every single day. This is the President who, upon coming back to power, pardoned every single person involved in trying to stage a coup on the US government. This is a President who repeatedly implies that he might like to seek a third term, even though it's not in the US Constitution. This is a President who has gutted virtually every public service department in the capital and installed sycophants. If any of you have spent any time watching any of the hearings that take place when the people that he's installed in security and defence come before Congress and Senate committees, surely you can see that they are all unhinged, that they don't respect the rule of law, They definitely don't respect international law. A president and a government that respects international law does not put sanctions on judges in the International Criminal Court. And this is the government that our government and the Coalition and One Nation want to join us to at the hip. And for the privilege of that, we get to give them over $300 billion. What a crock. It'd be farcical if it wasn't so serious. And Senator Shoebridge, in great detail and very clearly, has set out in this debate why we should all be concerned about this. You talk to anyone in the community about AUKUS and it doesn't have a lot of friends. The people who are championing AUKUS are the government and the Coalition and One Nation in this place. But out there, out in the community, people can see it for what it is. Prime Minister Morrison got sold a pup. And Prime Minister Anthony Albanese signed up to the same pup. A Prime Minister and a government that had the courage to stand up to bullies would have turned around and taken the opportunity when they came to government to reassess this whole deal. But instead, they are blindly continuing down a path that makes this country less safe. It's the same pattern we see when they won't stand up to the gambling industry, or they won't stand up to the fossil fuel industry. It's cowardly. And the people who will pay the price for this cowardice are Australian citizens. You can't come into this place and genuinely and legitimately stand here and say that a government's highest duty to the public is to keep them safe and continue down the path of AUKUS. I want to thank Senator Shoebridge for bringing this motion into this place. I'm not surprised that members of the government and the Coalition and One Nation aren't here to speak to it.
They're in hiding.
They're in hiding because they have signed up to a dud deal that takes money out of the pocket of every single Australian, stops them from getting the things that they really need: cost of living relief, secure housing, fully funded schools, well-funded health and hospitals, timely aged care, not getting chucked off the NDIS. Every one of those decisions is a government decision to make a saving while billions of dollars go out the door for a dud deal that makes Australians less safe.
Senator. Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, the Greens political party's endless condemnation would not get Australia very far. And the Greens have long wanted Australia to end the alliance with the US, and that is what this motion is about. Labor knows that as a middle power, Australia is more secure with as many robust relationships as possible. Australia approaches today's global challenges with more resilience and with more options, because since we came to office in 2022, the Albanese government has been doing the hard work of building common ground in more diversified relationships. Australia will continue to invest in these diversified partnerships, especially in our region. at the same time as we continue to engage with traditional partners like the United Kingdom and the United States. We have always understood that President Trump envisages a different role for the United States in the world. Nevertheless, the United States remains the world's largest economic and military power, with daily influence over international events that have consequences for Australia. This reinforces why being active in shaping our alliance is in Australia's national interest. The United States is our closest ally and principal strategic partner, and our alliance with the United States is fundamental to Australia's national security. Expanding our strategic options and enabling Australia to pursue our national security interests beyond what we could achieve alone. Australians know we don't always agree with other countries, and they expect their government to engage and manage disagreements in a mature, calm and respectful way. If it were up to the Greens, we would cut ties with most of the world and we wouldn't have a functioning defence force.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that the motion moved by Senator Shoebridge is be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I think the noes have it. Is a division required? Yeah. Being after 4:30 p.m, the division will be moved to further day of sitting. I propose that the Senate now adjourn. Senator Polly.
Few reforms have done more to improve the lives of working Australians than compulsory superannuation. It was a Labor government led by Paul Keating that created superannuation. It remains one of Australia's greatest nation-building reforms. It exists because every worker deserves a decent retirement, not just those fortunate enough to inherit wealth or accumulate assets during their working life. For millions of Australians, superannuation is the difference between retiring with dignity and retiring into an uncertain time as they age. That is why Australians should be deeply concerned by One Nation's latest attack on our superannuation system. Ms Hanson has described superannuation as broken. One Nation is now pushing for Australians to be able to access more of their retirement savings early to deal with the cost of living pressures. And let's be absolutely clear. One Nation proposes to let Australians raid their superannuation whenever they choose is reckless, short-sighted and fundamentally wrong. Superannuation is not a rainy day bank account. It is not meant to be treated as a spare cash for political slogans. It is the foundation of a dignified retirement for millions of working Australians. People contribute to their superannuation over decades so they can retire with confidence, independence, and most importantly, dignity. Every dollar invested today grows over time and helps build financial security for tomorrow. If those savings are drained early, Australians do not just lose what they withdraw, they lose years of investment growth. They lose future security. They lose part of the retirement that they have spent a lifetime of building. That is the danger of One Nation's recent thought bubble. It pretends to offer freedom, but in reality, it risks leaving Australians worse off later in life. It shifts the burden from today to tomorrow and asks future retirees to pay the price. And this shouldn't really surprise anyone. One Nation has consistently opposed measures that help working Australians build economic security. They oppose all the cost of living measures. They oppose cheaper childcare. They oppose cheaper medicine. They oppose stronger workplace reforms. They opposed early childhood educators. They opposed an increase to aged care workers. They opposed Labor's reform to deliver superannuation on paid parental leave a reform designed to improve retirement outcomes, particularly for women. Time and time again, when Labor has acted to strengthen financial security, One Nation has stood in opposition. The Albanese Labor government has taken a different approach. We have strengthened workers' rights. We have backed their wages. We have expanded paid parental leave for parents. And for the first time, we're paying superannuation on paid parental leave because parents should not be punished in their retirement for raising children. Labor built superannuation. Just like we built Medicare, we have always worked to strengthen superannuation as we've worked to strengthen Medicare. And Labor will not stand by while One Nation, with their friends over there on that side, the Liberals and Nationals, who seek to undermine what we have been successful in building for Australian workers. We need this reform in this country. I think that people who work in retail, our teachers, our apprentices, our tradies, our hospitality workers, our aged care workers, our early childhood educators, the cleaners who clean late at night, the shearers out in the paddock, all deserve to have a secure retirement. And we will stand with them every day in this place because we're the only government, a Labor government, who will always stand up for workers. We know what the others did leading into the last election. They wanted to increase taxes. We are the government who will defend and support Australian workers because the Albanese Labor government, we actually deliver real change. We deliver real change for Australians.
Thank you, Senator Polley. Your time has expired. Senator Dean Smith.
I rise this evening to draw the Senate's attention to a deeply concerning development that extends well beyond the borders of the People's Republic of China and reaches into migrant communities here in Australia. The Chinese Communist Party's new ethnic unity laws, particularly Article 63, have prompted serious concerns from the United Nations and human rights organisations because of the very real risks they pose for transnational repression. The United Nations has warned that these laws allow Chinese authorities to prosecute individuals for actions undertaken outside China that are deemed to undermine national ethnic unity or create ethnic division. The problem is that these concepts are so broadly defined and so vaguely defined that they give authorities extraordinary discretion to target peaceful speech, cultural expression and political advocacy. This should concern every Australian. Australia is home to a vibrant Tibetan, Uyghur, Hong Kong and other diaspora communities who come to this country seeking freedom, democracy and the protection of the rule of law. They should never have to fear that exercising those freedoms in Australia could place them in harm or harm their families overseas. Yet evidence increasingly suggests that this is exactly what is happening. The term transnational repression refers to the efforts of authoritarian governments to silence critics living abroad through surveillance, intimidation, coercion and threats. The People's Republic of China, with others, has become one of the world's leading practitioners of these tactics. For members of the Australian Tibetan community simply voting in elections for the Tibetan government in exile, standing for community office, publicly supporting the Dalai Lama, or expressing their cultural and religious identity could potentially be interpreted by Chinese authorities as conduct falling within these sweeping laws. That is an extraordinary proposition. Reports indicate that Tibetan communities and leaders in Australia have been monitored at protests and cultural events. Chinese state-linked individuals have allegedly photographed participants, monitored speeches and reported information back to authorities in the People's Republic of China. Many Tibetans also fear that family members who are living in Tibet may be interrogated, threatened or punished because of activities undertaken by relatives here in Australia. Others have reportedly experienced online harassment, coordinated disinformation campaigns, doxing, visa refusals to return to Tibet, and intimidation designed to silence legitimate criticism of the Chinese Communist Party. Even more concerning are reports of attempts by individuals linked to the Chinese Communist Party's United Front Work Department to infiltrate community organisations, create divisions and discourage public advocacy. These tactics strike at the very heart of Australia's democracy: freedom of speech, freedom of association, freedom of religion, the right to peacefully assemble. These are not privileges granted by government. They are fundamental freedoms protected by our democratic institutions. Foreign governments have no right to intimidate Australians on Australian soil. This is therefore not simply a human rights issue, it's a national sovereignty issue. If Australians cannot freely participate in public debate without fear that an authoritarian foreign government is watching them, then our sovereignty is being challenged. That is why Australia must respond clearly and confidently. First, the Australian government should recognise transnational repression as a genuine national security threat and ensure that agencies responsible for countering foreign interference actively engage with communities most at risk. Second, Australia should consider targeted sanctions, including Magnitsky-style sanctions that freeze assets and ban travel against individuals responsible for organising or directing overseas repression and intimidation. Third, the government should publicly and consistently condemn acts of transnational repression whenever credible evidence emerges and reaffirm Australia's unwavering support for those communities seeking to exercise their democratic rights peacefully. Fourth, our law enforcement and security agencies should continue to strengthen their capability to identify, investigate and respond to foreign interference targeting diaspora communities, particularly at protests, religious gatherings and cultural events. Australia has long been a refuge for people fleeing persecution. That tradition imposes responsibilities on us. We cannot allow fear to cross our borders. We cannot allow authoritarian governments to export censorship into our communities. Our democracy demands it, our sovereignty requires it, and this is what the Parliament must always defend.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Ormond-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Today, in this place, the war parties teamed up to strip the rule of law from Australians. The ASIO Amendment Bill will massively expand ASIO's coercive questioning and detentioning powers. This is the largest expansion of secret interrogation and detention powers this country has seen in over 2 decades. Under these laws, which were rushed through the Senate today without debate, you can be locked up and interrogated on Australian soil without even being charged or suspected of a crime. Anyone can be detained and questioned by ASIO with no oversight. You won't have the right to a lawyer in this scenario. You won't have the right to refuse to answer questions. And if you stay silent while questioned, you can be shipped off to prison for up to 5 years. And if that's not scary enough, you won't even be allowed to tell anyone what happened to you after the fact, or you can also go to prison. Where is the freedom of speech crowd when it comes to very real questions of accountability and transparency in something as crucial as our justice system? Make no mistake, governments will use these broad and overreaching national security powers against people who criticise the government and against people marching for freedom. One Nation, Labor and the Coalition have given themselves the power to strip people of their freedoms in secret, with no ability to challenge it in court. It's very telling that this deal was struck between Labor and the Coalition on a day while all the news cameras were pointed at the devastating deal they struck on NDIS cuts and watered down gambling legislation. They didn't want you to know it was coming, but now you do. Stop me if you've heard this story before. A Labor government taking isolated examples of provider fraud or overcharging, then turning around and only punishing the people who rely on these services and are victims of this price gouging. Over and over again, people's essential health services are capped and cut by this Labor government. Allied healthcare is essential healthcare, especially for our veterans. Labor's proposed $5,000 cap on allied health services for veterans is a slap in the face. Telling veterans that they need to go through review after review, begging some bureaucrat in an inaccessible department for extra funds just to see a physiotherapist or a psychologist is going to put lives at risk, and veterans have told you as much. Veterans are still waiting for the recommendations of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide to be implemented. The final report, with its 122 recommendations, was presented in 2024. The Commission identified 2,007 suicide deaths among ADF members between 1985 and 2021. That is a shameful statistic. Ex-serving males were 42% more likely to die by suicide than the general male population. And for ex-serving females, the figure was 107% higher. How can the government sit here doing nothing or taking things backwards when they're presented with these statistics? The government needs to heed the call of the veterans community. They need to abandon its proposed annual $5,000 cap on allied health services for veterans. And they must instead turn back to the Royal Commission and get to work on making support for veterans easier, faster and more affordable.
Thank you, Senator Allman-Payne. Senator Gosh.
I rise this evening to talk about values in Australia, those values that represent the best of our country. And as we see around the world, the nativist and racist sentiments that have gained traction in political systems, the appeal and the willingness to exploit anti-immigrant and anti-multicultural views, we must reflect on what makes this country great. In Australia too, we have seen political parties and political actors attempt to exploit concerns about migration and multiculturalism for base political gain. We see that in the existence and now the continuation of the Party of One Nation. But the danger to our country is not just their electoral success. It is the temptation for mainstream political parties to adopt their language, validate their premises and normalise their politics. Of course, the Australian story is always more complicated, and it is potentially more hopeful. Concern about levels of migration is not the same as rejection of migrants. Anxiety about housing is not the same as hostility to multiculturalism. We should be careful not to treat every concern about migration as an equivalent to racism, but we should be equally careful not to allow legitimate concerns about housing, infrastructure or services to become a permission slip for racists. Many groups in Australia, vital members of our community, feel unjustifiably scapegoated at the moment, and they feel that their sense of belonging to our country is somehow contingent or impermanent. There is a risk in this moment that we lose Australia's pluralism, one of the most important long-term, sustainable and renewable national assets that we possess. The economic benefits of multiculturalism and migration are well established. Migrants have filled skill gaps, contributed to productivity, are more innovative and more dedicated in many ways, and have contributed tax revenue in this country over generations. But there is something dispiriting also about defending multiculturalism by calculating its economic return. Migrants should not have to earn their place in Australian society by producing a sufficiently impressive profit and loss sheet. The case for a multicultural Australia is larger than economics, and it is about what kind of country we are and what kind of country we want to be and become. What then do we mean when we talk about multicultural values or the values of our communities? We mean the values that Australia's many communities carry with them from every corner of the world, and more importantly, the values that recur across those communities regardless of where they started. And when I think about multicultural values, I don't have to look very far. I think about my parents who migrated from India and were welcomed by the spirit of generosity that defines Australia. I think about the faith they placed in education. I think about the importance they place on family. And I think about how hard they've worked, how willing they were to contribute to our society, and how important it was to them to feel part of the community, a community that they have continued to help build and contribute to. And above all, when it comes to multicultural values, I think about optimism. I think about the optimism to make a life in a country far from one you once knew. Migration is, almost by definition, an act of optimism. You do not leave behind the familiar and begin again somewhere else unless you believe that your future can be better than your past. Australia's success will continue to be built as a multicultural community. And if we were ever to attempt to create a monoculture, as if that was even possible, Australia would be poorer in every sense. There is no older, purer Australia waiting for us to return to. There is only the Australia we have built together and the Australia we choose to build next. And for me, there could be hardly a better expression of that optimism than Australia's multicultural story. Every family that came here believing they could build something better. Every parent who sacrificed for a child so that they had opportunities that they didn't have themselves. And I'm proud of my parents. I'm proud of the communities represented across this country and in this parliament. And I am optimistic about Australia because I know that our future does not require us to choose between different histories. Those histories are part of the same Australian story.
Senator Ghosh, your time has expired. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to spend a short period this evening thanking and recognising the great contribution of the Yazidi community to our country, and particularly a section of that community from Coffs Harbour who travelled to Canberra last week to meet some members of Parliament, including myself, and recount to us some of their life stories, which are harrowing and difficult, but also promising too, given the promise that Australia has offered these refugees for a fresh start to their life, new hope, and as I say, they're great Australians. I want to thank the member for Cowper, Pat Conahan, who helped organise this delegation, who I met with. They came at this time of year, Madam President, because it was in August in 2014 where some of the most horrific and barbaric attacks ever inflicted on people on this earth were conducted by the ISIS Caliphate against a minority group of people, which we know as the Yazidi peoples. The Yazidi people are a proud people that do share a relatively unique religious belief, and that has caused them as a minority group to be subject to bouts of persecution over their history. This persecution, though, this genocide that occurred 12 years ago was perhaps the greatest and most severe that they'd ever experienced. Again, I do want to thank the honesty and bravery of those who came to Canberra, including Hadiya, Milan, Ilyas, Tamar, Ibrahim, Bahin and Murad. They recounted to me their personal experience. It wasn't third hand. They witnessed many of these atrocities themselves, the kidnapping of men and boys, the forced conscription of many of them into Caliphate units, military units, the sexual abuse of women and girls, and of course many people lost their life, as well as in fact being over 1,300 confirmed deaths as a result of this genocide. Almost 2,500 orphaned children. There have been 96 mass graves discovered to date, and 120,000 Yazidis have had to emigrate abroad as a result of this persecution. Australia should be proud, and We are a welcoming country to people who face persecution such as this. We have taken in over 4,000 refugees from the Yazidi community, and many have made the northern New South Wales coast their home, and I know the people of Coffs Harbour have welcomed them there, and they are making great contributions now to our country. They came to Canberra for that recognition, and I want to place that on our parliamentary record tonight and affirm the Australian government's recognition of this genocide. But they also had some humble requests for us as well. They are requesting and seeking some relief on the immigration of family members to Australia. And I know there are heightened concerns about migration in this country, but in my view, we must maintain a humanitarian program for those that are persecuted overseas. We can do that while still maintaining a responsible migration program that we have clearly done in this case with this community and many, many other persecuted communities in our history. So I think that should be considered strongly by the Australian government, that request. Likewise, while they spoke glowingly of the country, their new country of Australia, they now call their home, they are concerned. They're concerned themselves about the rise of Islamic extremism that they were on the receiving end of so brutally 12 years ago. They're concerned about the rise of that here. They particularly were concerned about the entry of so-called ISIS brides, but what would become known as ISIS brides, but the very people who participated and were associated with their persecution are now coming back to Australia. And understandably then, they have heightened concerns about that. And once again, given their persecution, given their contribution to this country, given that they are now one of us and part of our country, they deserve those concerns to be listened to. But overall, I do want to thank their bravery. Have to go through experiences like that and be able to come out the other side and participate fully as they do, come to their nation's parliament, speak so eloquently, speak so highly of the strength of their community, their peoples, and I thank them for coming to Canberra and sharing their experiences again.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, nobody wants a pay cut. I can say that pretty safely, but that's exactly what Labor's inflation has delivered over the last 4 years. And it is more than just rising prices. It is the erosion of the economic security and living standards of every Australian. When prices rise faster than wages, households cannot afford what they could before. Savings lose their value, especially when the interest earned cannot keep pace with rising inflation. The damage doesn't stop at household budgets, though. Businesses face higher costs for wages, energy, materials and their financing, making investment and expansion more difficult. Uncertainty about the future increases the risk of making long-term decisions, reducing productivity and reducing economic growth. Inflation also forces the RBA's hand, pushing interest rates higher to bring price growth under control. That means higher borrowing costs, more expensive mortgage repayments and higher costs for businesses already under pressure. The result is a vicious cycle: less investment, fewer jobs, higher unemployment. Australia's inflation has been made so much worse by Labor's addiction to spending your money. Look no further than Chris Bowen's home battery subsidy, a net zero scheme budgeted at $2.3 billion that has already blown out to more than 3 times that cost. Truth is, if high rates were simply the cost of a tough global environment, every OECD country would be stuck paying it and paying the same price. Instead, 35 of the 38 member countries still found room to cut their interest rates. Australia, under Labor, is one of just 3 that didn't. Labor's high inflation and high interest rates hit young Australians the hardest. It's harder to save, it's harder to buy a home, it's harder to dream of owning your own small business, it's harder to raise a family. The great Australian dream is being crushed by years of Labor's economic mismanagement.
Thank you, Senator Brockman. The Senate stands adjourned and will meet again on Monday the 7th of September 2026 at 10 a.m. Thank you, senators, and good night.